All right, as the court's going to take up St. Luke's et al. Versus M. and Bundy et al. CB 01226789. Couple preliminary housekeeping matters before we start with the jury. The record will reflect the defendants are not present. The record will also reflect that the plaintiffs and their counsel are present. Is the setup of the room adequate to meet your needs?
I think we might just need to move a chair, Your Honor, so we have room for the plaintiffs.
We could ask for them to move another table over here.
That would be great, Your Honor, if we could.
Could we have operations come up to move one more table, please? And do you want it just like straight this way?
I think that would be, if maybe, Your Honor, just on the end, if it's not going to block anybody's view that's needed, just here so they can also see the jury a little bit.
Okay.
Rick, I have control. Grab it.
I need that chair left alone.
Which chair? The chair at the Elmo needs to stay at this time, and then we can move it after jury instructions. Okay, we will get that resituated. Any persons who are not parties or attorneys or staff for this case, the court's decorum rules apply, and the court will expect respect and compliance with that court decorum order in the courtroom. There were certain documents, notices that were filed by Defendant Rodriguez. The court reviewed those documents last night and intends to deny on the record all of those notices that were filed regarding a request to, I took it as participate remotely, objections to prior orders, and other notices. All of those will be denied by Mr. Rodriguez, as the court's order was clear that anyone participating needed to be present in person in the courtroom. The court has reviewed the proposed opening instructions by the plaintiffs. The court and the court staff attorney, more specifically, have interacted with the plaintiffs regarding changes to those proposed opening instructions. The final version of the opening instructions has been provided to plaintiff's counsel. Is there any objection to the court's proposed opening instructions as modified?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Those will be read to the jury. They will be up on the screen, and then we will proceed with opening argument by the plaintiffs. Yesterday, Mr. Stidham, you requested approximately an hour.
Yes, Your Honor.
But it may be shorter?
It may be shorter.
And then we'll begin with the presentation of evidence. We will take a morning break. We will take a short lunch break. Lunch will be brought in for the jurors, and we'll continue on in the afternoon. We'll have a short afternoon break, but I anticipate that we should be able to go until 5 o'clock today. So as far as necessary witnesses, I hope you will have sufficient witnesses to make complete use of that time.
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting, but just for clarification, and we can certainly accommodate it or adjust, but we had understood that we were only going to 3:30 today. If you could confirm that we are going to 5, we'll make sure that we have sufficient witnesses.
Well, my calendar is constantly changing.
Understood, Your Honor.
And Mr. Clerk, I believe our earlier matter vacated. We're open to 4:45, but we even think the 4:45 matter has been resolved. So if you could adjust.
We'll make the adjustments.
So let's plan on 5. Okay, thank you. Oh, I'll try and confirm every day what my calendar's looking like for the next day. We'll go off the record for a sec. Thank you very much. Come on in.
Need the table moved?
Everyone situated and comfortable? Apparently so. Any other matters to take up before I call the jury?
No, Your Honor.
And sir, did you have an opportunity to test your equipment?
Yeah,
You're good to go?
I think I am, yeah. Yeah,
Is there anything else you need to check, Jason, so we are sure?
just give me 1 second. You don't have to go too much. Okay, we're good, thank you.
Very good. Please call the jury.
All right.
Your Honor, your jury is present and accounted for.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. I apologize for the delay. We had to do a little furniture moving. And so we'll try and start on time on Thursday. Ladies and gentlemen, did anything happen over the evening recess to affect your qualifications to serve on this case? Seeing none. I indicated to you yesterday that I would be reading some opening instructions today. Some of you may be unfamiliar with the procedures which you're about to participate in, and in order to familiarize you with the process, I'm briefly going to summarize how this trial will proceed. I will read you some of your instructions. Then the plaintiff's attorney will make an opening statement, and that opening statement is intended to inform you about the plaintiff's claims in this case regarding damages. After the opening statement is complete by the plaintiffs, normally there would be a defendant's opening statement, but no defendants have elected to participate in the jury trial. Therefore, we will then proceed with the plaintiff offering all the evidence of their claims on damages. After all the evidence is in, the court will read you the rest of the instructions. I sometimes refer to those as the closing instructions. And in those instructions, I will tell you what the law is and what you actually have to decide in this particular matter. The trial will then conclude with closing arguments by plaintiff's counsel, and then you will be taken to a designated jury room where you will deliberate to reach your verdict in privacy. So I'm going to begin at this time with the jury instructions. I noticed you all brought your notepads in. These will be up on the screen. Additionally, when you deliberate, each juror will have a complete set of the instructions in front of them. So you can take notes now, but you just need to understand that you'll each have a set of the instructions. In the District Court of the 4th Judicial District of the State of Idaho, in and for the County of Ada, St. Luke's Health System Limited, St. Luke's Regional Medical Center Limited, Chris Roth, an individual, Natasha D. Erickson, MD, an individual, and Tracy W. Youngman, NP, an individual, plaintiffs, versus Ammon Bundy, an individual, Ammon Bundy for Governor, a political organization, Diego Rodriguez, an individual, Freedom Man Press, LLC, a limited liability company, Freedom Man PAC, a registered political action committee, and People's Rights Network, a political organization, and an unincorporated association, defendants. Case number CV01226789, jury instructions. Honorable Nancy Baskin, District Judge presiding. Instruction number 1, introductory instruction. These instructions explain your duties as jurors and define the law that applies to this case. It is your duty to apply the law set forth in these instructions to the evidence presented and established facts, and in this way to decide the case. Your decision should be based on a rational and objective assessment of the evidence. It should not be based on sympathy or prejudice. These instructions provide you with the law applicable to the claims for the purpose of your deliberations as to the amount of damages. It is my duty to instruct you on the points of law necessary to decide the case, and it is your duty to follow the law as I instruct. You must consider these instructions as a whole, not picking out one and disregarding others. The order in which these instructions are given or the manner in which they are numbered has no significance as to the importance of any of them. If you do not understand an instruction, you may send a note to me through the bailiff, and I will try to clarify or explain the point further. The court has entered orders of default against each of the defendants in this case. Under Idaho law, when default is entered against a defendant, the factual allegations of the plaintiff's complaint are considered established. This means that you are to consider the factual allegations of the plaintiff's 4th amended complaint as having been admitted and established. Because the factual allegations of the 4th amended complaint are admitted and deemed established, The defendant's liability for each of the plaintiff's claims is established as a matter of law on counts 1 through 5, count 7, and 8. What has not been established and what you, the jury, will decide is the amount of each plaintiff's damages on each count in their fourth amended complaint. In the closing instructions, I will read through the elements of the plaintiff's counts to provide you background and context concerning damages. The plaintiffs bring several types of legal claims, and the types and measures of damages differ depending on the claim. In determining damages, you may consider only the evidence admitted at trial, the admitted factual allegations in the fourth amended complaint, and certain inferences described later in these instructions. The evidence presented at trial consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits admitted into evidence. The law does not require you to believe all the evidence admitted in this case. As the sole judges of the facts regarding damages, you must determine what evidence relating to damages you believe and what weight you attach to it. In so doing, you bring with you to this courtroom all of the experience and background of your lives. The considerations you use in making the more important decisions in your everyday dealings are the same considerations you should apply in your deliberations concerning damages in this case. Are you having any difficulty hearing me? Instruction number 2, statement of the case. The plaintiffs in this case are St. Luke's Health System Limited, SLHS, St. Luke's Regional Medical Center Limited, SLRMC, Chris Roth, Natasha Erickson, and Tracy Youngman, collectively the St. Luke's parties. The defendants are Ammon Bundy, Diego Rodriguez, the People's Rights Network, PRN, Ammon Bundy for Governor, Bundy Campaign, Freedom Man Press, LLC, and Freedom Man PAC. Plaintiffs alleged in their Fourth Amendment complaint, 1, the defendants engaged in conduct that exploited the dire medical condition of a 10-month-old child, CA, the infant, to gain money and publicity for themselves, seeking to benefit financially to enhance their standing among their followers and to grow the membership of and revenues from PRN. Mr. Bundy, a former candidate for governor and founder and leader of PRN, and Mr. Rodriguez, an aspiring political and religious figure, acolyte of Mr. Bundy, and consultant and spokesperson for the Bundy campaign, acted in concert with the other defendants to launch a knowingly dishonest campaign that claimed Idaho State employees, the judiciary, the police, primary care providers, and the St. Luke's parties engaged in widespread kidnapping, trafficking, sexual abuse, and killing of Idaho children. 2, in furtherance of this campaign, defendants launched a coordinated attack of defamation and organized business disruption against the St. Luke's parties. Defendants incited and agitated their followers with false conspiracy theories of kidnapping, trafficking, sexual abuse, and killing of children, knowingly creating the risk that their followers would threaten or actually commit acts of violence against the St. Luke's parties. Defendants made no efforts to conceal their objectives. Defendants publicly declared that they wanted to subject St. Luke's parties to unrelenting public shaming that would cause reputational damage and humiliation of such intensity that St. Luke's would be run out of business, and Mr. Roth, CEO of St. Luke's, Dr. Erickson, a St. Luke's pediatric physician, and N.P. Youngman, a St. Luke's nurse practitioner, would lose their careers and be shunned by their friends, colleagues, neighbors, spouses, and children. 3. As a premise for the wrongful actions, defendants mischaracterized the Idaho Department of Health and Welfare's, DHW, decision to intervene to ensure the health and safety of the infant. Mr. Bundy, Mr. Rodriguez, and other defendants falsely claimed that DHW's intervention was solely without basis and was an example of the widespread government conspiracy of kidnapping, trafficking, sexual abuse, and killing of children. 4. Defendants falsely stated that the St. Luke's parties were participants in this nefarious organized ring and had participated in the kidnapping and mistreatment of the infant. Among other things, defendants falsely stated that 1. The St. Luke's parties initiated and caused the state's intervention relating to the infant. 2. The infant had no need for medical care from the St. Luke's parties. 3. The St. Luke's parties provided unnecessary and improper medical treatment to drive up medical bills for the infant's parents. 4. The St. Luke's parties harmed the infant. And 5. That St. Luke's was conspiring with Idaho Governor Brad Little in targeting the infant. The defendants made these false statements and others about the St. Luke's parties while knowing the statements to be without factual basis or recklessly disregarding the truth. 5. Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez coordinated the wrongful attacks to further a number of objectives, including 1. To harm the St. Luke's parties, 2. To subvert the authority and rulings of the judiciary through harassment, 3. To mislead and manipulate their followers, 4. To enhance their political reputations and personal brands, 5. To grow the membership of defendant PRN, 6. To drive traffic to defendants' websites, 7. To benefit themselves financially through financial contributions, donations, and fees paid to the Bundy campaign. Mr. Rodriguez's Political Action Committee, Defendant Freedom Man PAC, Defendant PRN, a supposed charity benefiting Mr. Rodriguez's family, Mr. Bundy's entities, Dono Custos, Inc., and Abish Hasbondi, Inc., and Mr. Rodriguez's entities, Freedom Tabernacle, Incorporated, Power Marketing Agency, LLC, and Power Marketing Consultants, LLC. Procedurally, the St. Luke's parties initiated this lawsuit on May 11, 2022. The defendants had proper notice and service of the lawsuit. With the exception of Mr. Rodriguez, no defendant has appeared in this lawsuit to defend against the St. Luke's parties' claims. While Mr. Rodriguez appeared and made several filings, he refused to comply with his discovery obligations to produce relevant documents, answer interrogatories, and sit for deposition. After Mr. Rodriguez continued to refuse to comply with numerous court orders, the court entered default against him. The other named defendants did not appear in the lawsuit. Pursuant to Rule 55 of the Idaho Rules of Civil Procedure, the court also entered default against each of them. Even after default was entered against all defendants, the court issued and served an order on all defendants allowing the defaulted defendants to participate in the jury trial on damages. No defendant has appeared for the trial. Instruction number 3. Deliberation procedures. During your deliberations, you will be entitled to have with you these instructions concerning the law that applies to this case, the exhibits that have been admitted into evidence, and any notes you take in the course of the trial proceedings. If you take notes during the trial, be careful that your attention is not thereby diverted from the witness or their testimony. You must keep your notes to yourself and not show them to other persons or jurors until the deliberations at the end of the trial. You will not be provided a written transcript of the trial during your deliberations. Instruction 4, non-individual parties. The companies, political action committees, political organizations, and unincorporated associations involved in this case are entitled to the same fair and unprejudiced treatment that an individual would be under like circumstances. You should decide this case with the same impartiality that you would use in deciding a case between only individuals. Instruction 5, admonition to the jury. There are certain things you must not do during this trial. 1, you must not associate in any way with the parties, any of the attorneys, or their employees, or any of the witnesses. 2, you must not discuss the case with anyone or permit anyone to discuss the case with you. If anyone attempts to discuss the case with you or to influence your decision in the case, you must report it to me promptly. 3, you must not discuss the case with other jurors until you retire to the jury room to deliberate at the close of the entire case. 4, you must not make up your mind until you have heard all the testimony and have received my instructions as to the law that applies to the case. 5, you must not contact anyone in an attempt to discuss or gain a greater understanding of the case. 6, you must not go to the place where any alleged event occurred. In our daily lives, we may be used to looking for information online and to Google something as a matter of routine. In a trial, it can be very tempting for jurors to do their own research to make sure they are making the correct decision. You must resist this temptation for our system of justice to work as it should. If you communicate with anyone about the case or do outside research during the trial, it could cause us to have to start the trial over with new jurors, and you could be held in contempt of court. While you are actually deliberating in the jury room, the bailiff will confiscate all cell phones and other means of electronic communications. Should you need to communicate with the court or anyone else during the deliberations, please notify the bailiff. Instruction 6, trial procedure and evidence. Your duty in this trial is to determine the amount of damages, if any, the plaintiffs are entitled to recover from the defendants. In doing so, you must follow my instructions regardless of your own opinion of what the law is or should be, or what the party's counsel may state the law to be. Again, you must consider these instructions as a whole, not picking out one and disregarding others. Neither sympathy nor prejudice should influence you in your deliberations. Faithful performance of these duties is vital to the administration of justice. In determining the amount of damages, if any, plaintiffs are entitled to recover, you may consider only the evidence admitted in this trial. This evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits offered and received, any stipulated or admitted facts, including the admitted factual allegations in plaintiff's fourth amended complaint. If I tell you not to consider a particular statement or exhibit, you should put it out of your mind and not refer to it or rely on it in your later deliberations. During trial, I may have to talk with counsel about the rules of law which should apply in this case. Sometimes we will talk here at the bench. At other times, I will excuse you from the courtroom so that you can be comfortable while we work out any problems. You are not to speculate about any such discussions. They are necessary from time to time and help the trial run more smoothly. Again, you are to consider all the evidence admitted in this trial, but the law does not require you to believe all the evidence presented at trial regarding damages. You must determine what evidence you believe and what weight you attach to it. There is no magical formula by which one may evaluate testimony. You bring with you to this courtroom all of the experience and background of your lives. In your everyday affairs, you determine for yourselves whom you believe, what you believe, and how much weight you attach to what you are told. The same considerations that you use in your everyday dealings in making these decisions are the considerations which you should that you should use. I read that wrong. Let me read that sentence again. The same considerations that you use in your everyday dealings in making these decisions are the considerations which you should apply in your deliberations. In deciding what you believe, do not make your decision simply because more witnesses may have testified one way than the other. Your role is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide how much you believe of what the witness had to say. A witness who has special knowledge in a particular matter may give an opinion on that matter. In determining the weight to be given such opinion, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witness and the reasons given for the opinion. You are not bound by such opinion. Give it the weight, if any, to which you deem it entitled. Instruction 7, direct and circumstantial evidence. Evidence may be direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is evidence that directly proves a fact. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that indirectly proves the fact by proving one or more facts from which the fact at issue may be inferred. The law makes no distinction between direct and circumstantial evidence as to the degree of proof required. Each is accepted as a reasonable method of proof, and each is respected for such convincing force as it may carry. Instruction number 8. Consider each count and defendant separately. Each of the plaintiff's claims is separate and distinct. You must decide the amount of damages, if any, the plaintiffs are entitled to on each claim separately on the evidence and the law that applies to that claim, uninfluenced by your decision as to any other count. Likewise, you must give separate consideration to the amount of damages, if any, owed by each defendant on each count. Each defendant is entitled to a verdict based on the evidence and law which applies to that defendant. Instruction 9, burdens of proof. When I say that a party has the burden of proof on a proposition, or use the expression if you find or if you decide, I mean you must be persuaded that the proposition is more probably true than not true. When I say a party has the burden of proof on a proposition by clear and convincing evidence, I mean you must be persuaded that it is highly probable that such proposition is true. This is a higher burden than the general burden that the proposition is more probably true than not. More probably true than not true. Defendant's liability for the claims brought by plaintiffs has been established. Plaintiffs, however, have the burden of proof as to the amount of damages to which they are entitled. And that concludes the opening instructions. Again, the closing instructions will be read after you have heard the evidence presented in this trial. We will now have the opening statements of plaintiff's counsel. Mr. Stidham.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Eric Stedham, and I represent the St. Luke's Hospital, St. Luke's Regional Medical Center, Chris Roth, Dr. Natasha Erickson, and Tracy Youngman. Ammon Bundy and Diego Rodriguez are cowards for not being here. They attacked and incited violence against the hospital, a sacred place. They based the incitement on a big, profound lie about a 10-month-old infant and his medical condition. And even now, they're attacking the judicial system, which is meant to hold them accountable. First, let's talk about what it means when you target a hospital. A hospital is a sacred place. People are dying. People are saying goodbye to their loved ones for the last time. They're experiencing profound joy, the birth of a child. All of that human drama and all of that daily tragic joy mixture is occurring in those halls. It's understood innately about how sacred hospitals are. Think about what we all know. We know that even in war, if there's a Red Cross on an ambulance or if there's a hospital, the warring factions don't attack the hospitals. If they do, it's a crime against humanity. Everybody universally reacts to that. It's a crime against humanity to attack a sacred place with vulnerable people in it. That's what these two men did. That's what they engineered. And what did they base it on? They based it on a business model that they pursue to generate conflict, agitate followers, to up their power, up their clicks, and put money in their pockets. Ammon Bundy is a conflict entrepreneur. He's built this machine that needs to be fed with conflict. Conflict that he feeds by trespassing and being in the press. Conflict that he feeds by talking in religious terms to agitate his followers. Conflict that he generates by using the most hateful slurs, usually through his mouthpiece, Diego Rodriguez, regarding sexual orientation, anti-Semitic statements, the most toxic cocktail you can imagine. And you're going to see examples of that. But to step back to that big lie that they started with, the big lie was about a 10-month-old who was Diego Rodriguez's grandson. And that infant was so malnourished and so dehydrated that he was on the verge of organ failure. And because of the referral system we have that mandates that doctors and all of us really are required to contact law enforcement or the Department of Health and Welfare when we have reason to believe that an infant is at risk, whether that's from sexual abuse, physical abuse, or what's at issue here, medical neglect. So what they did was they used this infant to feed their business model. Despite clearly knowing the truth about the infant's condition, they started the big lie that a perfectly healthy baby, keep that in mind, they said a perfectly healthy baby, and compare that with the evidence you're going to hear about that infant's true condition. But they said a perfectly healthy baby was taken by St. Luke's. First, St. Luke's is not responsible for when an infant is taken into protective care. That's something that the Department of Welfare and in conjunction with law enforcement do, thank God, when it's necessary. But then they lied about St. Luke's role. They lied about this vast conspiracy that eventually culminates in a conspiracy they sell that, I'm not kidding, to their followers, is that there's a conspiracy, a huge conspiracy. St. Luke's, demonic St. Luke's, is at the heart of it. And St. Luke's Department of Health and Welfare, the Idaho government, amazingly, not surprisingly, Bundy's political opponent, Brad Little, are in this conspiracy to take Christian babies, healthy Christian babies, into CPS so they can make money off them, another lie about the economics of the situation, and then, using that cocktail of hate I talked about, they say the infants are given to homosexual parents. Christian babies, healthy Christian babies, stolen, given to homosexuals, their term. That is the business model they used. That is the business model that got their followers so agitated that they attacked the hospital, so agitated that they frightened families, so agitated that police officers involved in this moved their children and wives out of their homes for days. So agitated that Natasha Erickson, Tracy Youngman, and Chris Roth had to have talks with their families about risk that none of us should ever have to have. So toxic that to this day, because they continue to feed the beast of their lies, St. Luke's continues to be on a heightened level of security, and for the foreseeable future will continue to be so. Because their lies, they continue to manufacture variations, they continue to push it out on extremist media, and it lives on the internet. Lives on the internet so that that small group of extremists who might take violent action continue to be out there years in the future. Maybe they pick up something on the internet that's going to trigger them to attack Natasha Erickson. Maybe they pick something up that makes them take an aggressive action against St. Luke's. That horrible business strategy of theirs is out there. They feed it, and even when they stop feeding it, if they ever do, it's going to be out there. That's the reality of what you're here to address. And your role is a very important role, because although the facts have been established in this case, the question of damages in a case like this is extremely important. The question of damages will reflect our response to what this is about. Now, we will provide you with the evidence, and we will provide you with the testimony, much of it through the video of the two cowards who are not here. And it will be your job to decide, based on our evidence and based on our facts, what is the appropriate response in terms of compensation for actual damages, compensation for emotional distress, and compensation perhaps in the form of punitive damages. That's an important role. And let's talk, if we can, about why these two men are not here. It's part of a strategy. They chose default as a strategy. And I just want to post you something, and I know it might be a little bit hard to read, but if you look on your monitors towards the middle of this, this is a transcript from one of Mr. Bundy's many video postings. And he basically boasts about having default taken, that that's his strategy. And why is that his strategy, to purposely not show up? Well, he wants to conceal. We believe that when you see the evidence, you will conclude that the evidence supports the notion that Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez are not here because they do not want disclosed to the public and to St. Luke's and to the other plaintiffs in this case how their financial operation works, how that business model I talked about works to put publicity and profit in the hands of these two men. The other thing is they want to avoid accountability. In that statement and others that I think we'll have a chance to show you today, Mr. Bundy states that he thinks that he'll be able to, in effect, minimize the damages that St. Luke's is awarded if he defaults, if he doesn't show up, if he conceals, and if he doesn't make himself available, as others do, for depositions. He also reveals that he thinks that this strategy of default will cut out the legs of St. Luke's and the other plaintiffs in this case's ability to get punitive damages. You'll see in that strategy, and if you recall that statement before, He thought that he could end the case early, before punitive damages were on the table. So part of this default strategy was to take out of your hands whether or not punitive damages could be available. Now, the strategy didn't work. St. Luke's and these other plaintiffs persisted through the procedures that exist in our system, and the court has ruled that you are allowed, it's up to your consideration as to whether you determine to give them, but you are allowed the possibility of punitive damages. And so that process went forward without Mr. Bundy. The other thing that happened, as you are well aware and has been told to you, is that the complaint is now established as true. And the reason that the punitive process for punitive damages went forward, the reason the law states that a complaint is established as true, is because the law does not allow someone like Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez to just opt out, to run away and hide. There are consequences. If you run away and hide as a strategy, then the complaint is established as true. And if you run away and hide, if parties like St. Luke's and Dr. Erickson and Tracy Youngman and Chris Roth have the perseverance, they'll go through the procedural steps to get to a point where punitive damages are available. And that's what we did, and that's what's now in front of you. Their default strategy did not work, but it has created consequences for them that are very real and that will be the framework that you'll have to address this case in. In the course of this case, you'll get more information and you'll hear directly from Chris Roth, the CEO, Dr. Erickson, she's a pediatric hospitalist, and she's the one who provided care at times to the infant. And then Tracy Youngman. And Ms. Youngman works at the St. Luke's Cares Unit, and that's a specialized unit you'll hear discussed in testimony that provides much needed treatment. I should mention it's the only one in the state that provides specialized treatment to the most vulnerable. Again, infants who are at risk of or suffering sexual abuse, medical neglect, and physical abuse. That's what Ms. Youngman has dedicated her life to, and she was involved in the sense that she provided consultation to law enforcement, and then later on, despite the fact that she was being attacked and defamed by Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Bundy, and their machine and their followers, she continued to provide care for that infant. So, St. Luke's, you'll hear about this institution from Mr. Roth and others, why it exists, what its mission is, and you'll also hear about its operations and functions and what this attack and continuing attack means to the institution and how it hinders, complicates, and makes more expensive their mission of providing health care in the community. Now, the defendants, Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez, People's Rights Network, Bundy for Governor, Freedom Man Press, and Freedom Man PAC. The evidence will be presented that Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez are the individuals who control or guide these entities. Now, PRN is a large entity that was founded by Mr. Bundy with some assistance from Mr. Rodriguez. Now, Mr. Bundy's not going to be here, but you're going to hear from Devin Burkhart, and he's going to testify about Mr. Bundy. He spent 30 years studying extremists. He's written and overseen substantial articles written by the institute that he's president of. And you'll also hear through the videos of Mr. Bundy with some explanation from Mr. Burkhart. And you'll get a better understanding of the trajectory that led Ammon Bundy to the point he's at now, to the actions he took against his hospital. You'll learn that there is a version of Mr. Bundy fueled by hundreds of thousands of dollars in donations to his gubernatorial campaign to polish him up, make him look like the friendly guy next door, American flags in the background, kissing babies. And then there's the reality of Ammon Bundy, the reality of when he confronts police officers, the reality of when he does that business model I talked about, when he stirs the straw in all the hate and all the religious animosity that he uses to agitate and fuel his followers. And you'll also learn about the core philosophy and language of Mr. Bundy that you're going to hear permeate the evidence you're going to get. Mr. Bundy speaks in defense of rights. But as Mr. Burkhart and others, and as you'll see from Mr. Bundy's own language, defense of rights means something very differently than what Mr. Bundy is trying to, than the concept Mr. Bundy is trying to soften up with that language. It's violent action. If we talk about just the circumstance we're in here, Mr. Bundy, you'll hear him say, will define as a right the parent's right to trump any government intervention regarding an infant. And you may have a philosophy about where that fits on the spectrum, but to understand Mr. Bundy's philosophy, you'll hear testimony that he will take something like this issue here. A parent's rights regarding a children are basically complete ownership. And if he defines the right that way, which he does, then he will call all the actions about sending armed groups into a hospital, about attacking people online as acting in defense of those rights. In effect, you'll learn that Mr. Bundy is of a mind that he can operate outside the laws that you and I follow, outside interpretations of the Constitution. He, through what he contends is in part his understanding of the Constitution and his religious beliefs, he is divinely ordained to define what rights are, even if they're outside the rights that you and I live by, the rights that our law enforcement are asked to follow, the law that hospitals are asked to follow, the laws that the Department of Health and Welfare are asked to follow. And you'll see that Mr. Bundy constantly is putting out content. And he uses a wide variety of mechanisms to do so. He'll send out videos in his house using basically puppet media organizations on the Extreme Network. There's another individual, by the way, who poses as a reporter on these media reports, but is in fact another member of the People's Rights Network who has been himself arrested on a variety of disturbances. And Mr. Bundy will send these videos out, and he'll also appear regularly on various extremist networks. He'll pump out endless content. As you'll hear testimony in here, just this case and the videos that relate to what's come out regarding what he's put out regarding St. Luke's, hundreds of hours. If you count his appearances on extremist media, if you count the posts he's pushing out, he'll walk in his orchard with a selfie stick and talk grandfatherly about things and then slip in a statement about fighting in the streets. That's his modus, and that's the amount of output that he generates. You'll also get information from Devin Burkhart regarding Diego Rodriguez, and you'll also hear in video, in Mr. Rodriguez's own words, enough information that you'll be able to understand who he is. Now, Diego Rodriguez, one component is he is a high-profile, in his own words, world-leading marketing expert, and he said he attests he is the founder of one of the leading marketing networks in the world. Based on his own his own webpage, you'll see that he references having been featured on a number of significant news outlets. At his heart, he's a marketing guy. These are some of Mr. Rodriguez's businesses. You'll see Power Marketing. You'll see that he's the founder of Freedom Tabernacle Church and a pastor there. And then you'll also see in the middle there, Freedom Man. That's a website and media enterprise that Mr. Rodriguez pursues, and you'll see that that's very much at the center of the defamation that you're going to hear about in this case. He also has a publishing arm, Dominion. He's very much a media presence. And he has an alliance with Mr. Bundy. He promotes Mr. Bundy. He also serves as kind of an attack dog for Bundy. He takes on issues that Mr. Bundy may want to stay a little step away from. And he'll constantly hype Mr. Bundy. Here's an example, and I just want to give you just a flavor of it. You're going to hear it more. The context of this is 9 months after the infant's been returned. But this is the type of unrelenting attacks that Diego Rodriguez and Bundy are still launching against St. Luke's and the other plaintiffs. They hosted, in effect, a web talk show, and they broadcast it to the People's Rights Network and others. And this is just to give you, and they addressed the situation, they continued the defamation. 9 months later, they're still doing these type of faux talk shows. But to give you a sense of the relationship between these two folks that you'll get over the time, just get a sense for the role Mr. Rodriguez plays.
Counsel, I'm going to stop you at this point. This is not an admitted exhibit. I don't know if you intend to admit it, but you cannot play something that you intend to offer as an exhibit during your opening statement that has not been admitted by the court.
All right, Your Honor, I misunderstood based on the stipulations and the declarations we provided for, but I'll skip past it.
You can offer them when you're presenting evidence, but
All right,
not in
understood, Your Honor.
opening statements.
All right.
Opening statements are not evidence. You
So-
may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you will get a chance to see this later on. So what you will see when you do is that Mr. Rodriguez is a promoter of Mr. Bundy even to this day. And then you'll also get a sense from Mr. Burkhart regarding the People's Rights Network. And you'll get a sense for the risk it poses. You'll get a sense for the number of folks that are members now. And you'll get a sense that they continue to follow that philosophy that I spoke about. Defensive rights equals violent action. And you'll hear language when you learn more about PRN that is relevant to our case. PRN, just as I discussed with Mr. Bundy, believes they can operate extrajudicially outside the legal system. And they use the phrase adjudicating perpetrators. And you'll see that they contend that they have adjudicated and defined Natasha Erickson, Tracy Youngman, and Chris Roth and St. Luke's as perpetrators. And just to give you some context for when these events arose in March of 2022, PRN was on the rise. Mr. Bundy was continually getting media owing to his trespasses and public actions, including this, and it's a picture from a trespass that he staged at the state capitol. And then there's also a number of PRN disruptions that are going on. And Mr. Burkhart will testify regarding this. His group, the Institute for the Research and Education Regarding Human Rights, has tracked over 270 instances of disturbances. And those are defined as not protests, but when there's action taken to disrupt an individual, a business, or an organization's activities. He'll also testify about the significant number of those PRN disruptions that have occurred in Idaho. And that's relevant to understand the context. Because at the time this all occurred, PRN was very much on the rise and was very much in the process of disrupting judicial homes and disrupting homes of individuals who are working on, for example, medical boards here in the state. And then the facts that you'll hear that relate to the infant in many ways start on March 1st. On March 1st, the infant was brought by its parents to the emergency room at St. Luke's. They had been at their primary care doctor, and the primary care doctor told them they needed to go to the emergency room. The emergency room doctor at St. Luke's immediately identified malnutrition and dehydration of a level that the infant needed to be hospitalized. That's where Dr. Erickson first gets involved. Dr. Erickson is the pediatric hospitalist who was on call, and she provided care to the infant there for a 4-day period. Now, the infant did put on weight under St. Luke's care. And the infant, though, was sent home, or discharged, I should say, discharged to the parents with clear directions to the parents, unequivocal directions, of the fragility of this infant's medical condition, such that they required further ongoing monitoring that needed to occur of the infant's weight. The weight was at such a tenuous state that it required regular monitoring. So the infant, after the 4th, leaves St. Luke's. St. Luke's does not have contact with the infant over the next couple of days, although you'll hear evidence that St. Luke's home health group did reach out to try and check on the infant. That's where there's a blank in St. Luke's point of contact with them. Then what we'll get to is the period of March 11th. And March 11th is a very active day. And by the way, this case encompasses 2 years, a year and a half, I should say, up till now. But the events relating to the infant and that lockdown at the hospital that you heard about occurred within a compressed time frame. On March 1st, that's when the primary care physician, who had been charged with monitoring the weight of the infant, as I discussed when he left St. Luke's for the first time, the infant didn't show up for a weigh-in, even though there was great concern because the previous weigh-in had indicated that the infant was losing weight that he couldn't afford to lose. So pursuant to the mandatory reporting, that primary care physician contacted the Department of Health and Welfare. You'll hear testimony from the Department of Health and Welfare workers and then also law enforcement who was brought in. Law enforcement is brought in as part of the process to reach out to the parents, not to immediately take the child into protective care, but to check on the infant, see what the status of the infant is. And you'll hear all during this March 11th day that there was a lot of activity. And there was a lot of activity because the infant's condition was so tenuous that everyone was afraid if no one put eyes on him, given the parents' disinterest in following medical directions, that infant could in fact die over the weekend. It was at that level of concern. And then Tracy Youngman first gets involved with the infant on March 11th. Miss Youngman, through that position in CARES that I spoke about, where she's an interface and provides care to infants providing neglect, she regularly consults with law enforcement. And in this instance, she was contacted by DHW and contacted by law enforcement, and they were asked her to consult. They asked her to review the medical records that were on file. And Miss Youngman stated that the infant's condition was, as feared, so tenuous that the infant needed to be checked on before the long weekend, given the risks. So what then next happens? Well, law enforcement makes increasing efforts to find the infant, are unable to do so, and so they take the step of pinging the phone of the infant's parents. They do locate the parents, and then they want to check and see the child. And then what happens then is kind of what cascades into St. Luke's and all the others becoming a target. Mr. Rodriguez, who takes up his phone, and he calls in PRN. And PRN, one of its functions, it is a Uber militia. It is an on-call militia. PRN members started to come in. In response to that, additional officers started to come in. And then what I think is very telling, and you'll get a chance to hear, is a phone call that Mr. Bundy makes while the infant is being taken into custody. Reflective on his attitude, reflective on the intimidation that he relies on, you'll hear an extended phone call of Mr. Bundy, in effect, warning the police, do not take that baby. There will be hell to pay. Do not take that baby. He has already decided to act outside the law, even though we have all sorts of protections about judges getting involved and everything involved to protect infants. Mr. Bundy has declared that he and his group have decided that everybody trying to take care of this infant is a perpetrator. They are now a target of him, and they're a target of this arm that he's built up in the People's Rights Network. You'll hear from officers who were involved. You'll hear how they took the infant into custody. And then you'll also hear testimony about Mr. Bundy's arrival at the Meridian Hospital. So when the infant, late in the evening on this March 11th date, was taken into protective care by law enforcement, it was first taken to the Meridian facility in the Meridian St. Luke's facility. Mr. Bundy went there, and he immediately trespassed. And then what is also telling is the other aspect of Mr. Bundy, the publicity side of Mr. Bundy, the use this for notoriety side of Mr. Bundy. You'll see when you get a chance to see the video and you hear eyewitnesses, Mr. Bundy was threatening and demanding that that infant be given to him, again, thinking he can act extrajudicially. But he also was having himself filmed. He was having himself live streamed, and you'll hear how he was pushing some of that media through his governor's platform, his platform, Bundy for Governor, to drive views and likes to his campaign. He also drove it through other platforms, but the media campaign, the search for power, publicity, and money was already well underway. Mr. Bundy does, in fact, get arrested. He gets arrested because he shut down an ambulance bay. Medical ambulances were not able to come into the Meridian Hospital for a number of hours because Mr. Bundy took it upon himself to take these actions, completely disregarding others who would need that facility. You'll hear from Dr. Thomas about the condition of the infant when she first saw him. Dr. Thomas, you'll learn, volunteers in Haiti, medical rescue missions. Her first comment, and this will be verified by a police officer who was there at the time, her first comment was, "Oh my God, this looks like the babies I see in Haiti that are starving." And then you'll hear from Dr. Thomas about the stress as this crowd and the noise of Mr. Bundy was growing, about trying to get that infant out the back door into an ambulance to keep himself safe. And even though they're being attacked, what you're going to see, which is a persistent theme, is that law enforcement and the doctors continue to put the needs of that infant ahead of themselves. And they did that in here too. And so they got the infant, despite Mr. Bundy and the others growing outside at the hospital, into an ambulance, and they took him where he needed to go, to St. Luke's Hospital downtown, the only facility that could admit an infant in the St. Luke's system for the type of hospital care that was needed for that infant. And then you'll see that as soon as we get to the March 12th through 14th time period, the marketing is already underway. Mr. Bundy, who's been arrested for trespass, is let out on bail. It's the early morning of March 12th. I told you the time frame is very compressed here. So by 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Bundy does a video post where he starts to tell his followers that the infant, the big lie, the infant was perfectly healthy, that he was wrongfully taken from loving parents, and that St. Luke's and others are involved in in the kidnapping of this infant. And you'll see what starts to form here that, again, is relevant to your considerations of whether punitive damages are appropriate. You'll see a coordination of talking points and a coordination of how to market this by Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Bundy. And then you'll hear that as early as March 12th at the St. Luke's facility, there's already protesters showing up that morning, many of them armed, harassing patients and harassing St. Luke's folks. You'll see that there is targeted marketing of individuals out there, calling them kidnappers, calling them, saying that they're involved in child trafficking. All of that is already underway as soon as the 12th. Then the harassment simply just continues. The harassment continues over the period of the 13th. It just continues to escalate. And then on March 14th, it's really reaching a crescendo. There's an escalating presence that's been there now for 3 days at the hospital. More and more folks, more and more expanding media attacks about kidnapping and child trafficking, all of which is having the effect of just completely agitating their base. They've got a base that now believes that there is an attack on Christianity, that there is an attack on children, and that these children are being trafficked to be abused sexually and killed. Consider the type of animus and anger that those kinds of lies will incite in followers. And you'll get a sense of this growing threat that Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez and their organizations have created. And then March 15th is a very significant day. March 15th is the day when St. Luke's had to go into a lockdown. And you'll hear evidence that led to that, evidence of what led to that. 8 a.m. in the morning, you're going to hear evidence, and you'll hear the video of Mr. Bundy calling his followers into action. That, of course, increased the number of folks coming. And you'll hear that they had an understanding, Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez, that the infant had now been cared for such that he was in a condition that he could leave the hospital. He still was in the protective care of DHW, but he was in a condition where he no longer had to sleep at night in the hospital, which he had been doing for the last 3 days. And so they used that as a rallying point to say, we need to take the infant back before it can be transferred. And they incited their followers to believe that if that infant left the hospital, he was going to be stolen forever, complete fabrication about how the system works, and you'll hear testimony about how the system actually works to protect infants. And then they again stirred up that toxic brew of hate, implying that that infant was going to be abused and implying their anti-gay language surrounding that, all to get their base completely fired up. You'll see that other affiliated militia groups get involved, instigated by Mr. Bundy. There was a call to action. A message went out to all able-bodied militia-aged men to converge on St. Luke's. And then really something that they created the tipping point, Mr. Bundy sent out a second video. It was a selfie. He was in the courthouse. I believe it was for one of his trespass hearings, or it might have been for the protective care hearing for the infant. But anyway, he's in this very courthouse, the same courthouse you're in today. And he sends out a video, and he says, everybody needs to go to St. Luke's. We need to make some noise. And he uses language that you'll need to hear for yourself and see whether you see what we see, the clear directive to converge on St. Luke's and take that infant. Unsurprisingly, and I think the evidence will indicate just as Mr. Bundy wanted, the crowd got even larger at St. Luke's. It's estimated, and you'll hear Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez estimated themselves as 700 people, but between 700 and 500 followers, completely agitated by Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez, converged on St. Luke's, many armed. And then you're going to hear the testimony from St. Luke's security, an individual, Mr. Abadondolo, and he'll provide testimony about what that was like. You'll hear testimony from doctors that were there, and you'll hear testimony from a man who was there at the time with his 5-year-old who was in need of emergency care. And what you'll hear in that testimony is that crowd, at the directive of Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez, were converging on the hospital, and they were starting to surround it. They were actively starting to surround the hospital. You'll hear about security and other folks inside operations at St. Luke's, about how they were monitoring the live feeds that were going on among the followers. And you'll hear about instances of seeing the followers try and coordinate methods of entry into the hospital. You'll hear about how information was coming in from the FBI and other law enforcement agencies warning St. Luke's about the threats that they were hearing about the threats of storming the hospital. And you'll hear that at some point in all of this, Abby Abadondolo, the chief of security, and the Boise police officer who'd been called in along with support, had to talk to Dennis Massaros, and he'll testify here today. He was in charge of operations at the hospital. They told him they could no longer guarantee him that they could prevent that mob outside from breaching. So Dennis Massaros did the only thing he could do. He locked down the hospital. He locked down the hospital. And you'll hear testimony from Chris Roth and others who've been in the industry for the longest time. That is not something that happens. That is not something that happens, that a hospital locks down because it is a threat of being attacked by a mob outside. You'll hear everybody say how incredulous they were, but how threatened and how real that danger is. And then so lockdown, what does that mean when they went into lockdown? That meant emergency vehicles that come into St. Luke's, the biggest hospital in the state, having some of the most specialized care in the state, had to be sent away. You'll hear evidence that a man suffering a stroke had to be sent away. You'll hear testimony about what that means when minutes matter for a stroke patient to be sent away. You'll hear testimony about a mother, a soon-to-be mother with twins at only 24 weeks, a crucial time period because that's when the infant is potentially viable if it needs to be removed from the mother, was desperately in need to get to St. Luke's. She had to be diverted. You'll hear about a 24-month-old who had to be diverted. A long list of stories. And then you'll hear from Mr. Andrew Herrick, and he'll testify here today. He'll testify here in the trial, and he'll talk about that instance I mentioned before. He had a 5-year-old daughter who was at a pediatric clinic on the kind of the ring of the campus, but it was determined that her breathing problem during that visit necessitated her getting immediately to the emergency room. And he'll testify about sitting there with his 5-year-old when he couldn't get her to the emergency room. And you'll also hear others testify about what it was like to be inside the hospital, about what the level of fright and concern of the patients were, of the doctors. And you'll hear about the continuing effect that this has had on morale, stress, all of that associated with that. You had an entire hospital, people inside, patients, doctors, who were experiencing the stress that they could be stormed, that these loud noises and threats that they were hearing outside were going to come in and violence was going to ensue. And just to give you a sense of kind of the campus and what I talk about when it was surrounded, you're going to get a chance to get an explanation about how St. Luke's is set out, and you're going to see and hear through testimony how the mob that was there, sent by Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez, started to grow, and how the activity started to spin in many different directions. So if we then talk about what came next, because, again, through heroic actions by doctors and law enforcement, the infant who was in the hospital at the time was able to be moved with a distraction to the mob safely to another location. Again, despite being attacked, despite being defamed, law enforcement, St. Luke's put the infant first. So after the infant is no longer in St. Luke's care, it's not like Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez moved on to something else. They didn't. They perceived that they had a cash cow, something to feed that conflict machine that I talked about before. So what happened? They continued to harass, and I should say before I put this up, under the judge's admonition, you're going to see some evidence later on, and it's going to be a bit shocking. You're going to hear language about sexual violence in threats. You're going to hear anti-Semitic threats. You're going to hear more anti-gay slurs. But we're going to present them to you because part of your job, again, is assessing damages. And so we're going to be presenting you a pretty ugly picture with ugly sounds, messages of death threats, thousands of the calls that were flooding St. Luke's, shutting down their phone system. The St. Luke's phone system has been shut down repeatedly owing to these directives from Bundy and Rodriguez to disrupt the hospital. And the language used in the threats is horrific. You're going to hear testimony about anti-Semitic slurs thrown at Mr. Roth, indications that when, and this is an anti-Semitic term that we learned in the context of this, using the language DOTR, which to white supremacists means the day of the rope, when all traitors to the white race will be lynched. That's the type of language that's coming into St. Luke's, and because of this conspiracy theory, coming into the Meridian Police, coming into the Department of Health and Welfare, coming in, continuing to this day. And then you're also going to hear about how the infant was used to sell T-shirts by Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez to rally people around their cause. You're going to see a great number, certainly not all that are out there, but you're going to see a great number of pictures of the infant with Mr. Bundy, with Mr. Rodriguez. He's become a marketing event. He's become a name. They use his name. They have a hashtag for him. They use him today to rally folks to different causes. They have used him to rally folks to Mr. Bundy's campaign. They used him to rally folks to increase membership in PRN, continuing to exploit the infant to this day. And as a method of exploitation, to grow PRN, remember I talked about PRN, that organization of Mr. Bundy's, to grow the membership there, they've created a lie about what happened. They say that that infant was released back to the parents in only 6 days, and they say that that was because of the threats and the harassment that they lodged against St. Luke's, which they lodged against the judge in the protective hearing, which they lodged against others, and they use that lie as kind of a testimonial. Join PRN. We're the group that saved the baby. One of the big lies that you're going to hear among a seemingly endless series of big lies. And you're going to get a chance to understand the motivation about why they're working so hard to get PRN to grow. And that's because that's how the money flows. So when you go to when you'll hear evidence about how PRN solicits donations, you'll see that there's a couple of buckets that we can see that they go into. Again, because of the strategy of default by Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez, we didn't get access to financial records, so we had to do what we could with third parties and publicly looking. But what you'll see, based on what we were able to find, even with them abdicating this lawsuit, is that some donations are sent to Donna Custos, and you'll hear evidence about how that is a Wyoming corporation owned by Mr. Bundy. You'll see that some of the donations from the members go to Freedom Tabernacle, and that's that church that Mr. Rodriguez. And then you'll see that there's significant cryptocurrency donations that are being solicited to PRN that go into an account. Who knows where that goes? So there is a money trail that we can see. Now, we don't have all the details to provide you, but we don't have the details because of the strategic decision by Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez not to participate in this litigation. And then what you also see has occurred since that infant was released was that Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez have continued to attack the legal process. They've attacked the legal process in ads. They have, Mr. Bundy's gone on his video blogs. He's made a show of throwing the documents in this case into a dumpster. He's giggled with his online folks about not participating in this lawsuit. And then you'll also hear evidence which indicates a more frightening attack. And those are attacks directly on judges and others involved in the legal process relating to this case. Direct, intimidating threats upon judges and other participants, potential witnesses in this litigation, all to derail the process that you're here to address. And you'll hear about the types of efforts they made to avoid depositions, and you'll also hear about the fact that The prior judge on this case, issued a protective order to limit intimidation of witnesses and those involved in the lawsuit. And you'll see that there was a basis, the motion was made that was in violation. And then what you'll see in here is Mr. Bundy taking every step he could to avoid service of process. You'll see a video of which the deputies of Gem County finally are able to serve him with some process and how he reacts. And then you'll see that rather than address that intimidation and stop that they've been basically caught on, they accelerate it, they expand it, and they continue it up until present. And then you're going to hear from some expert witnesses. And those expert witnesses are going to be relevant to damages. You're going to hear evidence from those experts that include Dr. Wheaton. He's going to testify about the reality of what that infant was facing. And then you need to understand that is tied to what's at issue with this case. But so you're going to hear Dr. Wheaton refute some of the defamatory comments that were leveled at Dr. Erickson and Tracy Youngman. Because as part of this attack, the defamatory statements have been made, including a statement by Mr. Bundy that was on the first page of the Idaho Press. When you hear this, and let me pause there, because when you hear this evidence, put yourself in Dr. Erickson's shoes. It was a Saturday morning, she gets up, and Mr. Bundy has the ability to get on the front page. And so he got on the front page of one of our leading newspapers here, and the first line quoted of Mr. Bundy in that article was, Dr. Natasha Erickson committed malpractice regarding that infant that he said was perfectly healthy. Well, Dr. Wheaton will be there in part to explain that that was a malicious lie, that Dr. Erickson did everything right, St. Luke's did everything right, and you'll learn that Dr. Wheaton is the head of pediatrics at St. Alphonsus Hospital. You're also going to hear from Jessica Flynn. She's an expert regarding marketing. And the reason you're going to hear from an expert regarding marketing is because we believe it's important for you, when you judge the maliciousness of these actions, that someone pull back the curtain on this business strategy of those. That a marketing person like Jess Flynn will testify about how that marketing campaign worked, how it was coordinated, how it was thought out. It was far from an act of passion, the response to this. It was a calculated business strategy. And Jess Flynn will testify about that, and she'll also testify about the value of that, the value of Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez of getting that traffic driven to their websites, to getting that traffic driven to them personally, to raise their profile within this extremist ecosphere that's out there on the internet. And then you're going to hear from Spencer Fomby. He's a former SWAT commander. He handled crowd control in some major disturbances. And you're going to hear Officer Fomby testify about the fact that PRN and Bundy use the same playbook as Antifa. This is not a right or a left issue. This is a disruption issue. This is an anti-government attack strategy. And he'll testify about how that playbook was implemented by Bundy here, the different types of attack, the different types of directions, the threat posed by this paramilitary militia that Mr. Bundy is trying to grow in PRN. And he'll also testify about what I mentioned earlier, the ongoing threat of inciting a violent extremist to take action. You'll hear Officer Fomby testify about the model that's basically started out with a NATO model, monitoring extremism worldwide, which talks about the funnel effect, that if a large enough group, you just keep putting a large enough group into PRN or some other extremist network, and you continue to radicalize them with this ongoing defamation, that you're going to get to that little bottom bit where you've got 10 to 30% that they classify as violent extremists. Now, that doesn't mean that all of that last little bit will commit violence. But what it does mean is that there will be some percentage, most likely, just based on statistics, that could do something like attack Dr. Erickson and her family, because they believe that they have a religious duty and that she is satanic and she's participating in this child trafficking scheme to give them to homosexuals. That there could be some extremist who hears all this about St. Luke's and creates that breaches and creates a live gunfire situation in the hospital. It's that continuing threat that exists in that bottom little bit that Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez count on, because their business model counts on that intimidation being out there. So you'll learn that when Mr. Bundy talks about this, nobody's really worried that Mr. Bundy's going to come in. What they're worried about is this funnel that Mr. Bundy is building and that he's targeting, that there is going to be extremists in that group. They're going to attack St. Luke's. They're going to attack the Meridian Police Department. They're going to attack one of these targets that Mr. Bundy keeps directing animus towards. You're also going to hear, relevant to your assessment of damages relating to trauma and stress, from a forensic psychologist, Dr. Camille Lacroix. And she'll testify about PTSD, post-traumatic stress, and she'll testify about emotional distress, and she'll testify about what Tracy Youngman and Dr. Erickson are experiencing, have experienced, and will continue to experience. You'll also hear on the hard numbers side from Kate Fowler. Now, Kate is the chief financial officer at St. Luke's, so she's the one who calculates real costs, real liabilities, and all of that. And Ms. Fowler will testify about the real economic impact of this, even if you just look at that the week around that March 12th. She'll talk about increased security costs. She'll talk about millions lost in canceled appointments that were not made up, all revenue lost directly because of this attack and intervention, this attack incited by Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez. And she'll talk about the need for ongoing security costs. And finally, you're going to hear from Dennis Reinstein. He's a CPA, and he's going to put numbers to that bit of the damages that St. Luke's believes can be quantified, that will be presented to you for you to determine whether adequate showing has been made. But he'll put hard numbers on things like the present value of security costs going in the future. He'll put hard numbers on things like those lost appointments I talked about. He'll put hard numbers on there, and they're millions of dollars. And finally, you'll be asked to consider punitive damages. And the judge will give you the instructions as to how to make that decision at the end. But I ask, as you hear the evidence, that you're going to hear evidence about threats to others' safety. You're going to hear evidence about the intentional disruption of businesses, inciting followers, reckless false statements, the ongoing nature of the harm, and the defendant's gains and the defendant's motives. And I ask you to consider that evidence, and then when you're given the instruction, to have that evidence in your mind when you decide whether punitive damages are appropriate here. Next in this process is something that's going to be a bit unusual. And it's going to be done because of what I talked about at the outset, this strategy of default that Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez had followed. One of the consequences, as you've been told before, of that strategy is that the complaint St. Luke's and the other plaintiffs followed, the facts are to be considered as true. And the judge, that will be her province to direct you regarding that. But what we want to do so that you have the framework, admittedly, it's a long complaint. It's a long complaint that reflects a lot of work trying to address the framework of this business model that St. Luke's was being confronted with. But we ask you to listen and pay attention to the allegations. Those allegations are to be taken as true. And I would also mention, as you move forward, there is probably a sense of kind of disconnect or dissonance. You're being asked to take the allegations of the complaint as true, while St. Luke's and I are taking up time to present to you evidence that in some ways may overlap or touch upon the very same facts that you're being told to take as true. Well, that dissonance or disconnect is something that we ask you to consider in light of what's happened here. So there has been a default, and those facts are in place. But for you to make decisions about the amount of damages and potentially punitive damages, you need to understand the facts that, in addition to what's taken true in the complaint, indicate to you the level of maliciousness or the level of connection to hard damages. So the complaint, you need to bear in mind, the judge will instruct you as to how to deal with those allegations, but they are intended to be kept in your mind as true. While you're hearing the same evidence, it's not meant to undercut the truth of those matters. It's meant to provide you the flavor and the understanding of the maliciousness that goes behind those allegations that are taken as true. So I'd ask you to bear that in mind when we do read the complaint to you. And finally, you will hear a lot of evidence over the coming days. And as I mentioned before, some of it is jarring, some of it's loud, a lot of it has very hateful terms in it, and some of it will touch on a tragic medical condition of a very young child. We're going to do our best to try and protect, as best we can, the anonymity of that infant. You'll hear us use the initials CA or infant, and that's just to try and keep the record as clear as we can, to keep out of the record as much as we can that infant's name. And there is a disconnect that you'll see when you hear the evidence, because those men that are not here are throwing that infant's name around every which way they can. But we're going to do our best not to follow that suit while still providing you the very specific information that you need to have regarding that infant. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute recess, and then we'll begin with the evidence. During this recess and every recess until I tell you the case is submitted to you and you should begin your deliberations, no discussion about the case, no deliberating before the case is submitted to you at the end of the trial. That's very important that you follow that admonition. 15-minute recess.
All rise, please.
Please call the jury.
All rise, please.
Your Honor, your jury is present and accounted for.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Did anything happen over the recess to affect your qualifications? Seeing none. Plaintiffs may present their evidence.
Your Honor, we'd like to call in-house counsel for St. Luke's Aubrey Lyons to the stand to read the complaint.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, the factual allegations in the fourth amended complaint are deemed admitted and established as a matter of law. So that you understand what these allegations are, I will allow plaintiff's counsel to have read to you the relevant portions of the fourth amended complaint.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give this matter matters for the portion of the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Sir, could you please state your full name for the record?
Aubrey D. Lyon.
All right. And sir, do you agree to read this as much as possible without any inflection or other indications emphasizing any words?
I do.
All right. Do you have your exhibit, counsel?
Your Honor, can I approach the bench real quickly?
You may. I have my copy.
Your Honor, we'd like to put it up on the monitor if we could and allow Mr. Lyons to read it from there, if that's okay? So the jury could also follow along?
That's fine. It may be displayed.
We'll also get a copy for Mr. Lyons to read to you.
And so the record is clear. Count 6 has been dismissed, so I've redacted that from the complaint, and I've also redacted other portions that I do not feel are factual allegations. May I see that, please? Counsel, can you approach?
Sir.
This. Just to strike it. Will not be shown, and it will not be shown. No, we need to talk about this. This is how she gets it, and it will not be shown on the screen. Okay, and then this is out. All right, thank you. So that little device makes it so the court reporter can still get down what counsel and I are saying for the record so that you're not allowed to hear it. It's just to make a complete record. So plaintiffs are moving to admit plaintiff's trial exhibit 803, consistent with the court's redactions, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, 803 is admitted and may be read by the witness. Do you understand this without me?
Let's read this one. Your Honor, could I approach the bench?
You may.
Just so that we're on the same page as what was presented to the court this morning. This one does have that's what this reflects the lines we talked about in the redactions. So I think it's easier for you to read that one, just so we don't.
All right, can we mute, please, Rick? So this is easier for him to read, but it's not going to show right. I'll let you talk to your witness briefly. All right, I think we've handled the housekeeping. Sir, you may begin.
St. Luke's Health System Ltd., SLHS, St. Luke's Regional Medical Center Ltd., SLRMC, Chris Roth, Mr. Roth, Dr. Natasha D. Erickson, Dr. Erickson, and Tracy W. Youngman, NP, NP Youngman, collectively St. Luke's parties or plaintiffs, by and through their counsel, Holland and Hart, LLP, hereby bring this complaint against Ammon Bundy, Ammon Bundy for Governor, Bundy Campaign, Diego Rodriguez, Freedom Man Press, LLC, FMP, Freedom Man PAC, FMPAC, and the People's Rights Network, PRN, collectively defendants, and allege as follows. Nature of the case. Defendants engaged in a grift, recklessly exploiting the dire medical condition of an infant to gain money and publicity for themselves. Seeking to benefit financially, to enhance their standing among their followers, and to grow the membership of and revenues from PRN, Bundy, a former candidate for governor and founder and leader of the activist People's Rights Network, and Rodriguez, an aspiring political and religious figure, acolyte of Bundy, and consultant and spokesperson for the Bundy campaign, acted in concert with other defendants to launch a knowingly dishonest and smear campaign that claimed Idaho State employees, the judiciary, the police, primary care providers, and the St. Luke's parties engaged in widespread kidnapping, trafficking, sexual abuse, and killing of Idaho children. In furtherance of their smear campaign, defendants used slick marketing tactics and disinformation to launch a coordinated attack of defamation and organized business disruption against the St. Luke's parties. Defendants incited and agitated their followers with false conspiracy theories of kidnapping, trafficking, sexual abuse, and killing of children, purposefully creating the risk that their followers would threaten or actually commit acts of violence against the St. Luke's parties. Defendants made no effort to conceal their improper objectives. Indeed, they publicly declared that they wanted to subject the St. Luke's parties to unrelenting public shaming that would cause reputational damage and humiliation of such intensity that SLHS and SLRMC would be run out of business, and Mr. Roth, CEO of the SLHS, Dr. Erickson, a St. Luke's pediatric physician, and NP Youngman, a St. Luke's nurse practitioner, would lose their careers and be shunned by their friends, colleagues, neighbors, spouses, and children. As a premise for their wrongful actions, defendants mischaracterized the Idaho Department of Health and Welfare's, DHW, decision to intervene to ensure the health and safety of Rodriguez's infant relative, Bundy, Rodriguez, and the other defendants falsely claimed that DHW's intervention was wholly without basis and was an example of the widespread government conspiracy of kidnapping, trafficking, sexual abuse, and killing of children for financial gain. Defendants falsely stated that the St. Luke's parties were participants in this nefarious organized ring and had participated in the kidnapping and mistreatment of the infant. Among other things, defendants falsely stated that 1, the St. Luke's parties initiated and caused the state's intervention relating to the infant. 2, the infant had no need for medical care from the St. Luke's parties. 3, the St. Luke's parties provided unnecessary and improper medical treatment to drive up medical bills for the infant's parents. 4, the St. Luke's parties harmed the infant. 5, the St. Luke's parties had the authority to release the infant, but were illegally refusing to do so. And 6, that St. Luke's was conspiring with the Idaho Governor Brad Little, Bundy's political opponent, in targeting the infant. Defendants made these false statements and others relating to the St. Luke's parties while knowing the statements to be without factual basis or recklessly disregarding the truth. Bundy and Rodriguez coordinated the wrongful attacks to further a number of improper objectives, including 1, to harm the St. Luke's parties. 2, to subvert the authority and rulings of the judiciary through harassment. 3, to mislead and manipulate their followers. 4, to enhance their political reputations and personal brands. 5, to grow membership in PRN. 6, to drive traffic to defendants' websites. 7, to benefit themselves financially through financial contributions, donations, and fees paid to the Bundy campaign, Rodriguez's Political Action Committee, FMPAC, the PRN, a supposed charity benefiting Rodriguez's family, Bundy's entities Dono Custos, Inc., and Abish Hasbandi, Inc., and Rodriguez's entity Freedom Tabernacle, Incorporated, and Power Marketing Agency, LLC, and Power Marketing Consultants, LLC. The St. Luke's parties bring this lawsuit to protect patients and staff from further harm, defamation, harassment, and threats of violence to ensure that political bullying and defendants' grift do not prevent St. Luke's from furthering its mission to improve the health of people in the communities it serves. Parties, venue, and jurisdiction. At all times relevant hereto, Plaintiff SLHS was and is a not-for-profit corporation doing business in Idaho with its principal places of business in Ada County, Idaho. At all times relevant hereto, Plaintiff SLRMC was and is a not-for-profit corporation doing business in Idaho with its principal places of business in Ada County, Idaho. At all times relevant hereto, Plaintiff Mr. Roth was and is President and CEO of SLHS and a resident of Idaho. At all times relevant hereto, Plaintiff Dr. Erickson was and is a physician specializing in pediatric medicine. She is an employee of SLRMC and a resident of Idaho. At all times relevant hereto, Plaintiff N.P. Youngman was and is a nurse practitioner specializing in pediatrics. She is an employee of SLRMC and a resident of Idaho. At all times relevant hereto, Defendant Ammon Bundy was and is a resident of Idaho. Bundy controls the Bundy campaign and is the founder and leader of the PRN. Through his control of the PRN, Bundy effectively controls PRN's website, peoplesrights.org. Bundy generates money for his use and benefit by marketing himself as an anti-government, quasi-religious leader. Bundy owns and controls, or owned and controlled, at least 2 corporate entities, Dono Custos, Inc. and Abish Hasbandi, Inc., through which he generates revenues for himself from his campaign and leadership of PRN. Dono Custos receives money directly from members of PRN. Revenues received by Dono Custos are used to benefit Bundy. Abish Hasbandi received payments directly from the Bundy campaign, and those payments benefited Bundy personally. The potential revenue to Bundy is significant. If each member of PRN annually contributes just $50 to Bundy through Dono Custos, Bundy could pocket more than $3 million per year. Bundy directed tens of thousands of dollars contributed to the Bundy campaign to Abish Hasbandi. On information and belief, the corporate personalities of Dono Custos and Abish Hasbandi and Bundy are indistinguishable. Bundy exerts complete control over the entities and all decision-making by the entities, such that the entities operate as alter egos of Bundy. On information and belief, Abish Hasbandi and Dono Custos do not operate separately from Bundy, do not follow corporate formalities, and do not keep separate books. At all times relevant hereto, Defendant Bundy Campaign was and is an Idaho political organization formed for the ostensible purpose of raising money to support Bundy's effort to become governor of Idaho. Aaron Welling was the treasurer for the Bundy campaign. Welling resigned in late spring 2022. After Welling's resignation, Bundy took over and became treasurer. Monies received by the Bundy campaign were distributed to entities owned by Bundy and entities owned by Rodriguez. At all times relevant hereto, Defendant Rodriguez was a resident of Idaho. Rodriguez promotes himself as a world-renowned marketing consultant, motivational speaker, religious leader, author, and political activist. Rodriguez is a leader in the PRN, serves or served as a consultant to and spokesperson for the Bundy campaign, controls the FMP and the FMPAC, and writes political attack columns for FMP under the alias Gunner Steele. Rodriguez is financially entangled with the other defendants and seeks to benefit from the false conspiracy he manufactured. Rodriguez is the founder of Freedom Tabernacle Incorporated, which purports to be a church but is used as an entity to receive contributions, dues, or payments from members of PRN. Also, Rodriguez is financially motivated to grow Freedom Tabernacle as he mandates members to tithe 10% of their earnings. Rodriguez benefits from monies received by the Freedom Tabernacle and the growth of PRN. Rodriguez receives money from the Bundy campaign through at least one of his business entities, Power Marketing. Rodriguez uses his enhanced profile and the manufactured conspiracy relating to the infant to sell 3-day training courses through Power Marketing, for which he charges $15,000 per student. On information and belief, the corporate personalities of Freedom Tabernacle Incorporated, Power Marketing Agency LLC, and Power Marketing Consultants LLC are indistinguishable from Rodriguez. Rodriguez exerts complete control over the entities and all decision-making by the entities, such that the entities operate as alter egos of Rodriguez. On information and belief, Freedom Tabernacle, Power Marketing Agency, and Power Marketing Consultants do not operate separately from Rodriguez, do not follow corporate formalities, and do not keep separate books. To the extent that corporate entities have other individuals involved, they are the family members controlled by Rodriguez. Freedom Tabernacle, Power Marketing Agency, and Power Marketing Consultants are all alter egos of Rodriguez. At all times relevant hereto, and based on information on freedomman.org, defendant FMP held itself out as a limited liability company, which owns and controls freedomman.org, a website that specializes in political attacks and disinformation and advocates for the harassment of political opponents through doxing. FMP is not registered as an LLC in Idaho or registered to do business in Idaho. FMP, its website, and all content on the FMP website are controlled by Rodriguez. At all times relevant hereto, FMPAC is and was an Idaho registered political action committee formed by and controlled by Rodriguez. FMPAC works in coordination with FMP and is promoted as on freedomman.org. Founded and controlled by Bundy, defendant PRN is an unincorporated association of over 60,000 members. Like Bundy, PRN does not recognize the government's authority over a person's life, liberty, or justly acquired property. Rather, PRN operates based on Bundy's teachings that PRN members are divinely ordained to adjudicate supposed violations of rights and punish extrajudicially the wicked person through harassment, doxing, or the use of force. PRN owns and operates the peoplesright.org website. PRN markets itself as a network designed to defeat the government criminals who seek to take away rights and freedoms. In truth, PRN is an unincorporated association controlled by Bundy, which acts extrajudicially and uses doxing, harassment, economic disruption, and threats of violence to harass political enemies to enhance Bundy's personal power. At all times relevant hereto, PRN is controlled through Bundy's operations in Emmett, Idaho. Rodriguez is actively involved in PRN. Defendants actively market and promote PRN with the objective of increasing payments that members of PRN make to the entities Bundy and Rodriguez control, including Dono Custos and Freedom Tabernacle. This court has subject matter jurisdiction pursuant to Idaho Code Section 1-705 and personal jurisdiction over the defendants pursuant to Idaho Code 5-514. Venue is proper in this district pursuant to Idaho Code Sections 5-401 and 5-404. General allegations, role of the Idaho Department of Health and Welfare. Idaho's laws regarding child safety are primarily administered and implemented by DHW. Idaho law imposes mandatory reporting requirements on Idaho residents to report concerns about a child's safety. When a report is filed regarding child safety, DHW assesses the severity of the case. In high-danger cases, a social worker and possibly police visit the family to check on the child. Based on the visit and in consultation with the social and healthcare workers, police decide whether to declare the child in imminent danger. If the child is in imminent danger, police may place the child in temporary custody with DHW until a hearing can be held. The role of St. Luke's in child health. SLHS is the only Idaho-based not-for-profit healthcare system. SLRMC, a wholly owned subsidiary of SLHS, operates hospitals in Boise, St. Luke's Boise, and Meridian, St. Luke's Meridian. SLHS and SLRMC share the same mission, to improve the health of people in the communities they serve. St. Luke's parties are subject to state and federal law. If a child is determined to be in imminent danger because of health issues and is transported to a St. Luke's hospital, the St. Luke's parties will care for the child. However, SLHS and SLRMC are not agents of DHW or any other state or state of Idaho department. Mr. Roth is an employee of SLHS, and Dr. Erickson and NP Youngman are employees of SLRMC. They take no direction from DHW or any other state agency. St. Luke's care of the infant. On March 1, 2022, the parents took the infant to the St. Luke's Boise Emergency Room, ER, because the infant had reportedly been vomiting for weeks and had lost a significant amount of weight. A St. Luke's ER provider treated the infant for dehydration. Then, in consultation with the on-call pediatric specialist, plaintiff Dr. Natasha Erickson, the ER provider admitted the infant. The parents agreed to admission. Upon admission, St. Luke's began to treat the infant with IV fluids because the infant would not breastfeed or bottle feed. On March 2, 2022, a St. Luke's dietitian diagnosed the infant with chronic severe malnutrition because, among other things, the infant's weight was well below the first percentile and the infant showed signs of moderate fat and muscle wasting. Due to this severe life-threatening malnutrition, the dietitian and Dr. Erickson agreed on a plan to feed the infant via a nasal tube. The infant continued to struggle with oral feeding. Nevertheless, the parents repeatedly sought to take the infant home early despite the risk to the infant. On March 3, 2022, Dr. Erickson met with the infant's parents and explained that the infant needed to remain hospitalized to work on feeding and weight gain, and that, given the infant's condition, she would need to contact child welfare if the parents chose to take the infant home against medical advice. The parents agreed to let the infant stay at St. Luke's for another day. On March 4, 2022, the infant's oral feeding began to improve. Although Dr. Erickson recommended another night in the hospital, the infant's parents decided to take the infant home. Dr. Erickson agreed to discharge the infant at the parents' request with a nasal tube in place so the parents could feed the infant if oral feeding dropped off. Dr. Erickson explained that the infant would need continued nasal feeds and frequent follow-up monitoring by the infant's primary care physician after discharge. The parents were with the infant throughout the infant's hospitalization. They consented to all care at St. Luke's Boise Medical Center. Neither Dr. Erickson nor any St. Luke's employee initiated contact with child welfare or any other division of DHW regarding the infant's hospitalization. The infant's parents failed to attend follow-up appointments. Following discharge, St. Luke's tried to arrange a visit at the infant's home on March 5 and March 6, 2022. However, the infant's parents did not return their phone calls. On March 7, 2022, the infant's parents attended a follow-up appointment with the infant's new primary care provider, PCP, who is not affiliated with St. Luke's. The appointment revealed the infant had lost weight since being discharged from St. Luke's and that the nasal tube was no longer in place. A follow-up appointment was scheduled for March 10, 2022. The parents attended the March 10, 2022 appointment. Again, the appointment revealed the infant had lost weight. The PCP asked the infant's parents to bring the infant back for a weight check on March 11, 2022. The infant's parents failed to bring the infant to the scheduled weight check on the morning of March 11, 2022. When the family failed to appear for the weight check, the infant's PCP referred the situation to DHW. After hearing from the PCP, DHW determined that the infant was in immediate danger involving a life-threatening and/or emergency situation. DHW notified the Meridian Police Department in accordance with the DHW's standard practice. The Meridian PD began trying to locate the infant. Later on March 11, 2022, DHW reached out to NP Youngman, a nurse practitioner at St. Luke's Cares, Child at Risk Evaluation Services. The DHW safety assessor asked NP Youngman for a consult on the infant's Priority 1 referral. NP Youngman reviewed the medical records from the infant's initial admission, the Priority 1 referral, and the additional information provided from DHW to advise DHW and the Meridian PD that the infant be brought in for evaluation on March 11, 2022. She told DHW and the Meridian PD that if the family wanted to bring the infant to St. Luke's Cares voluntarily, she would stay late that afternoon to save the family another visit to the ER. NP Youngman did not medically diagnose the infant. The Meridian PD continued to try and get a response from the parents and tried to locate the infant. That afternoon, DHW spoke by phone to the infant's father, who said that the infant and the infant's mother were sleeping, but that they would come to Cares when they woke. Despite the representation from the infant's father, the infant was not brought to Cares. Police take custody of the infant. Later on March 11, 2022, Meridian Police went to the family's residence to check on the infant's safety. The family refused to cooperate, provide information, or let officers see the infant, forcing the police to get a warrant. Defendant Rodriguez stated he was present when the police visited the residence and was aware, at least by the time of the visit, that the police were looking for the infant out of a concern for the infant's health. Rodriguez took no steps to assist the police in obtaining information regarding the infant. When the police left the house to get a warrant, the infant and the infant's parents moved to another location. Believing the infant was at risk of imminent harm due to the infant's recent severe malnutrition, the parents' failure to follow medical advice, and the family's refusal to provide the police with information, the Meridian PD alerted its officers and that the infant was in danger and instructed them to look for the parents' vehicle. The police located the infant and the infant's parents late on the night of March 11, 2022 in Garden City. When the infant's parents refused to cooperate, the police took custody of the infant and transported the infant to St. Luke's Meridian in an ambulance. At the time the infant was taken into custody, the parents were informed that there would be a court hearing within 48 hours and that the ultimate objectives were to assure the safety of the infant and keep the family unit intact. The St. Luke's parties had no authority regarding, did not participate in, and played no role regarding how the infant was taken into custody. The infant recovers at St. Luke's Boise. In the early hours of Saturday, March 12, 2022, providers at St. Luke's Meridian evaluated the infant and quickly decided to transfer the infant to the pediatric floor of the St. Luke's Boise Medical Center for specialized care. When the 10-month-old infant was admitted to St. Luke's in Boise for a second time, the infant weighed a mere 13 pounds and 14 ounces. The infant had lost more than half a pound since being discharged 8 days earlier. The infant's feeding tube, which was in place when St. Luke's discharged the infant on March 4th, was no longer in place. The infant's lips were cracked and dry. The infant's ribs and spine were showing. The infant had low blood sugar and kidney and liver dysfunction consistent with acute dehydration. The infant's health had dramatically worsened under the parents' care from March 4 to March 11, 2022. Once again, St. Luke's cared for the infant through nasal feeding and rehydration. The infant's health improved. The infant began to gain weight. St. Luke's providers gave the infant's parents detailed updates on the infant's condition and plan of care. But despite the infant's concerning condition, the parents refused to provide medical information, including birth records, newborn screening, and prior medical records. The infant's parents stated that they were withholding the medical information on advice from their attorney. St. Luke's updated the infant's parents on the infant's status throughout the infant's treatment. The infant's parents consented to the infant's treatment plan. Contrary to defendant's statements, St. Luke's did not vaccinate the infant against the wishes of the parents. The St. Luke's parties did not harm the infant in irreparable ways, nor did they abuse the infant. As explained below, such statements were false and were intended to attract media attention, incite followers, collect donations, disrupt hospital operations, and defame the St. Luke's parties. The infant is discharged and returned to his family. Once again, the infant's condition improved significantly under the care of the St. Luke's team. On March 15, 2022, St. Luke's discharged the infant as the infant was medically stable, gaining weight, tolerating oral feeding, and healthy enough for outpatient care. St. Luke's decision to discharge the infant was purely based on the infant's medical condition, not the ongoing protests, pressure, or threats from defendants or their followers discussed below. The court proceedings relating to the infant are confidential. St. Luke's discharged the infant to DHW, which in turn released the infant to his parents on March 18, 2022. Defendants create a false narrative. As alleged above, St. Luke's doctors treated the infant's severe, life-threatening malnutrition and dehydration. The infant was returned to the parents. DHW acted to ensure the safety of the infant and pursued the goal of returning the infant to the parents. The confidential court proceedings provided for by statute occurred. Nevertheless, Bundy, Rodriguez, and the other defendants chose to exploit the events surrounding DHS's intervention and the infant's care to enhance their standing and to profit financially. Defendants' prestige, political influence, personal brands, business, and revenue all depend on defendants' ability to market themselves as leaders in the fight against governmental overreach. The size of the membership of PRN, and in turn, the amount of revenues flowing to the Bundy campaign, Bundy's Dono Custos and Abish Husbandi entities, and Rodriguez's Freedom Tabernacle all depend on defendants' efforts to market themselves as champions fighting against government conspiracies. Likewise, the more Rodriguez is able to raise his profile among his target market, the better chance he has to sell his followers services through power marketing. Defendants perceived the events surrounding DHW's intervention as an opportunity to spread their lies and further their agendas. They realized that the facts surrounding DHW's intervention could be mischaracterized as a governmental conspiracy to kidnap, traffic, and kill children. Then, in turn, defendants realized they could establish themselves as crusaders against their falsely manufactured governmental conspiracy. To that end, defendants worked together to manufacture a false narrative of a state-sponsored child kidnapping and trafficking ring that included DHW, the police, the Idaho judiciary, the governor of Idaho, the infant's PCP, and the St. Luke's parties. In support of their wrongful objectives, defendants defamed the supposed members of the kidnapping and child trafficking ring, and then incited their followers by stating that countless children, like the infant, would be kidnapped, trafficked, and potentially killed unless immediate action was taken to destroy the St. Luke's parties and others. Defendants acted in concert to disseminate this false narrative. Evidence indicates that Bundy, Rodriguez, and the other defendants coordinated talking points and the timing of demonstrations and provided the same directions to followers regarding how to disrupt the St. Luke's parties. They told their followers to target the same individuals for doxing and harassment. Defendants mirrored false statements across the websites and social media they controlled. Defendants operated as a single enterprise to defame and harm the St. Luke's parties and others. Defendants knowingly harmed the St. Luke's parties. Defendants were aware of the likely impact of their joint actions. When they developed their plan, Bundy, Rodriguez, and the other defendants knew that spreading their false claims would result in damages to the St. Luke's parties, including death threats, business interruption, trespass, reputational damage, menacing crowds, and potentially mob violence. Despite foreseeing the consequences, Bundy, Rodriguez, and the other defendants acted to maximize harm and damage. As Rodriguez bragged publicly, defendants wanted to harass and shame the St. Luke's parties with claims of child kidnapping and murder, such that St. Luke's employees would be shunned by their families and lose their careers, while St. Luke's itself would be run out of business. Bundy, Rodriguez, PRN, and the other defendants intended or acted recklessly to inflame followers so there would be violence, or at least a real threat of violence against the St. Luke's parties. Bundy, Rodriguez, and the other defendants knew that a legal process existed to address the custody and welfare of the infant. Bundy and Rodriguez were involved in and kept informed of all legal proceedings relating to the infant. Defendants knew their harassment and threats of violence they generated would not deter those targeted from doing what was best for the infant. They knew that the judge would not be cowed into changing how she would rule in the case. They knew that DHW would not act contrary to what it believed was in the best interest of the infant. They knew the St. Luke's parties would not discharge the infant until the infant was medically ready for discharge. And they knew the St. Luke's parties did not have the authority to determine whether the infant would be discharged home or to a foster family. Despite knowing that DHW, the trial court, and the St. Luke's parties would not be threatened into abandoning the law or the infant's best interests, defendants engaged in their coordinated false statements and wrongful acts. Defendants did so because their wrongful acts were motivated by other goals. The facts and circumstances indicate that defendants' motives in creating and disseminating the false kidnapping and child trafficking narrative included, but are not limited to, the following goals. 1. Generating support for the Bundy campaign. 2. Raising and monetizing the political profiles and personal brands of Bundy and Rodriguez, especially within the People's Rights Network and other political groups. 3. Driving web traffic to sites controlled by defendants. 4. Solidifying control over their followers. 5. Creating financial gain in the form of payments to and donations to Bundy's campaign, PRN, Rodriguez's PAC, and a fund that was established for Rodriguez's family. 6. Generating more revenue to Rodriguez's power marketing entities and his Freedom Tabernacle Incorporated. And 7. Generating more money for Bundy's entities, including Dono Custos and Abish Husbandi. False narrative regarding DHW's intervention. Understanding the need to create a narrative that served a larger conspiracy theory, Rodriguez misrepresented the circumstances that led to DHW's intervention regarding the infant. Among other things, Rodriguez, with assistance from the other defendants, falsely asserted that the infant was not at risk and had a 100% clean bill of health when taken into custody, that the parents had only missed a single medical appointment, and that Dr. Erickson had reported the parents and infant to DHW. In truth, Rodriguez knew or should have known that the infant was not well and faced significant health risks. Rodriguez knew the parents had failed to follow several steps needed to ensure the infant was receiving needed medical care and failed to respond to those properly seeking information regarding the health of the infant. Rodriguez further understood that he had no factual basis to assert that Dr. Erickson had contacted DHW. Dr. Erickson never contacted DHW regarding the infant. Bundy trespass at St. Luke's Meridian to generate publicity and contributions. Bundy has a history of forcing confrontation with police to generate publicity for himself and his political agenda in order to make money for himself. Shortly after the police took the infant into custody, Bundy was made aware and took action to garner publicity and, in turn, make money for himself. When Bundy learned that police had transported the infant to St. Luke's in Meridian, Bundy and a group of his followers traveled to the hospital for the purpose of initiating a conflict with police and potentially getting arrested. He knew that by orchestrating a protest and arrest at the hospital, that he would win media attention, enhance his brand, and likely generate financial contributions for himself and the Bundy campaign. On Saturday, March 12, 2022, at around 1:30 a.m., Bundy and his followers entered the ambulance bay at St. Luke's in Meridian, a primary access point for medical emergencies. Once there, the group yelled and cursed at hospital staff and uniformed police officers. As Bundy planned, his followers were prepared with their cameras and immediately shared the confrontation Bundy manufactured on social media. St. Luke's security guards recognized Bundy, based on his actions and direction of the crowd, as the catalyst and aggressor in the group. Hospital staff explained to Bundy and his followers that the group was blocking emergency access to the ambulance bay and asked them to move to a nearby area where they would not block patient access. Following Bundy's lead, the group refused to move and continued to harass hospital staff. Hospital staff told Bundy and his followers that they would be trespassing if they stayed in the ambulance bay. Once again, the group refused to leave. Recognizing that Bundy's followers were growing more numerous and menacing, a hospital supervisor tried to reason with Bundy and de-escalate the situation. For the benefit of those there to film him, Bundy responded by accusing the supervisor of kidnapping and then demanding that he give Bundy the infant. Bundy knew full well he had no legal authority to make that demand because he had no parental rights over the infant and because the infant had been taken into protective custody pursuant to Idaho law. Bundy knew that St. Luke's would not and could not, as a matter of law, release the infant into Bundy's custody. Hospital staff repeatedly warned Bundy and his followers to clear the ambulance bay. Bundy heard and refused to heed the warnings on at least 3 occasions. Bundy knew the police had no option but to arrest him for trespass. As Bundy intended, the police arrested him just before 2 a.m. on March 12, 2022. Bundy was on the way to getting the publicity he craved. Bundy's followers recorded his arrest for social media and then dispersed. The police released Bundy a few hours after his trespass. Upon his release, Bundy immediately began to publicize his arrest. In accordance with the messaging campaign developed by Rodriguez, a paid marketing consultant for the Bundy campaign, Bundy mischaracterized the infant as having been in good health, falsely stated the infant had been kidnapped from his parents because a single appointment was missed, indicated the infant's health was at risk in the hospital, falsely stated that he had been arrested for trespass without warning or justification, and directed his followers to the freedomman.org website, which already contained messaging supporting the false kidnapping and child trafficking narrative. Shortly thereafter, the Bundy campaign and PRN likewise began to publish the same false narrative regarding the infant's care at St. Luke's and regarding Bundy's arrest at St. Luke's in Meridian. Concerted effort to disrupt St. Luke's business. To further their false narrative, defendants made false statements regarding the infant's care and repeatedly defamed the St. Luke's parties. In addition, defendants repeatedly told their followers that the St. Luke's parties needed to be punished and directed their followers on how to shame the St. Luke's parties and disrupt St. Luke's operations. Defendants intended to incite or acted recklessly to incite followers and the public to threaten violence and to commit violence against the St. Luke's parties. In particular, Bundy knew he had cultivated a personal following that was conditioned to see him as a leader and quasi-religious figure, and that his participation in and endorsement of this false narrative would inspire threats of violence and likely real violence against the St. Luke's parties by his followers. Defendants incited their followers by publishing patently untrue statements and providing direction to cause harm, including falsely stating the following. A. St. Luke's parties were participating in a conspiracy to kidnap, traffic, sexually abuse, and kill children. B. St. Luke's parties were running a child trafficking ring in order to profit from tax dollars. C. St. Luke's parties were abusing and harming the infant in irreparable ways. D. St. Luke's parties harmed and killed babies all the time. E. St. Luke's parties kidnapped the infant and other children. F. St. Luke's parties were moronic imbeciles who neglected the infant. G. St. Luke's parties stole the infant. H. St. Luke's changed the infant into someone who is unrecognizable, lethargic, and unresponsive. I. St. Luke's failed to keep the infant clean. J. St. Luke's caused the infant suspicious bruising. K. St. Luke's lied about the infant's treatment. I'm going to stop reading the L's and K's. St. Luke's parties vaccinated the infant against the family's wishes. St. Luke's parties were medically negligent. St. Luke's was world famous for mistreating people, killing people, and stealing babies from their parents. St. Luke's forced the infant to take toxic poison, which was then allowed to stay in the infant's body for days. St. Luke's parties changed and falsified information in the medical records to protect themselves. Mr. Roth was guilty of criminal accessory of child abduction and deprivation of rights under color of law. Mr. Roth personally profited from the pandemic. Dr. Erickson was responsible for the infant's kidnapping. Dr. Erickson participated in kidnapping hundreds of children with the help of a judge. The infant possibly could lose his life because of the decisions of people at St. Luke's who don't even care about the infant. The hospital made the infant more sickly. Followers should put physical pressure on those that are causing the problem. Followers should disrupt St. Luke's operations by protesting, calling in, donating money, making noise, and giving the hospital hell. God should crush the necks of those that are evil. Defendants caused disruption to St. Luke's operations, harmed staff and patients, and impaired patient care inside the hospital. Between March 12 and March 17, 2022, defendants Bundy, Rodriguez, PRN, and the other defendants called on their followers to protest at St. Luke's in Boise, to demand the return of the infant, and to prevent transfer of the infant from the hospital into foster care. In response, crowds, many of whom carried firearms, began to join Bundy and Rodriguez at the hospital in a concerted effort to disrupt the hospital's operations and intimidate hospital staff and patients. Rodriguez became a daily presence at the hospital. Rodriguez conducted defamatory press conferences outside the St. Luke's Boise Hospital. Incited by defendants, the crowd of followers harassed patients and staff and disrupted patient care. Patients reported feeling anxious and fearful because of the defendants' noisy and menacing protests. On March 15, 2022, defendants went so far as to cause St. Luke's to go into lockdown for more than an hour. During this time, nurses, doctors, and other employees could not enter or exit the building. St. Luke's directed patients to other facilities and rerouted ambulances to other sites. Defendants also organized a campaign of technological disruption. They encouraged their followers to flood St. Luke's phone lines and email inboxes in an effort to shut down St. Luke's operations. Defendants' followers jammed phone lines with menacing calls, including death threats, sent threatening emails, and sent spam emails to disrupt servers. Using his notoriety, Bundy repeatedly directed his followers to disrupt St. Luke's operations. Solicitations for donations to Rodriguez's family. Concurrently, while acting to harm the St. Luke's parties, Rodriguez, with help from the other defendants, solicited money on false representations relating to the infant, the circumstances leading to DHW's intervention, and the parent's financial condition, and the St. Luke's parties. A centerpiece in almost every one of Rodriguez's media appearances was a solicitation for donations to his family members, the parents of the infant. Likewise, the solicitation for donations was advertised on peoplesrights.org and freedomman.org. These solicitations for charitable contributions were made based on the defamatory statements about the St. Luke's parties and others kidnapping, trafficking, and killing children. The solicitations were also premised on false statements regarding the parents' liability for the medical care provided by SLHS, SLRMC, and Dr. Erickson. Rodriguez repeatedly stated that the St. Luke's parties were performing unnecessary medical tests and treatments on the infant, unnecessarily extending the infant's time at the hospital to increase costs, and extorting the infant's parents. These statements were false. As Rodriguez knew or recklessly failed to learn, the parents did not have significant financial liability relating to the infant's care. While the infant's serious medical condition did require significant care and the parents were uninsured, governmental assistance and St. Luke's policies alleviated any significant financial burden. While the infant was receiving care, the infant's parents were made aware that significant costs were being covered by governmental assistance. St. Luke's also took steps to assist the parents in minimizing the financial impact of the health care provided to the infant. For example, when the infant's parents expressed concerns about paying for the hospital stay during the infant's first admission, a St. Luke's employee screened the family and informed them that they likely qualified for Medicaid assistance. A patient care coordinator passed their concerns along to a patient financial advocate, PFA, and the PFA spoke with the infant's mother on March 2, 2022, to discuss financial assistance options. The PFA screened the family for Medicaid and advised the infant's mother that, given their reported family income, the infant qualified for Children's Health Insurance Plan, CHIP, under Medicaid. The employee later tried to call the infant's parents on March 3, 2022 and March 8, 2022 to offer further assistance, but the parents did not answer or return the calls. Medicaid covered the infant's medical bills for both ER visits and admissions. Despite absence of insurance, the infant's family does not have any outstanding balance due to St. Luke's. The infant's family never paid anything for and owe nothing for the care the infant received at St. Luke's, including the care received during the hospital stay March 1 to 4, 2022, which was initiated by the infant's parents. Despite knowing that the infant's parents had not incurred significant liability for the medical care received at SLRMC, Rodriguez, assisted by the other defendants, continued to solicit donations and received more than $115,000 based on misrepresentations that the St. Luke's parties had engaged in wrongdoing and that St. Luke's had created huge financial liability for Rodriguez's family. Defendants used the false narrative to market PRN and other business ventures. Defendants used their false narrative regarding the infant to market PRN. Defendants repeatedly misrepresented that the infant was released to the infant's parents based on the fact that PRN had acted to disrupt the operations of the St. Luke's parties and acted to intimidate and threaten the St. Luke's parties. Defendants made these false statements knowing that the infant was released in accordance with the judicial proceedings because St. Luke's was able to stabilize the infant's medical condition and because protections were put in place to protect the infant's health going forward. Defendants knew that PRN and the other defendants did not assist with or accelerate the release of the infant to the parents. Defendants knew that their actions had actually slowed and complicated the process of returning the infant to the parents. Nevertheless, Bundy and Rodriguez and the other defendants committed to selling the false narrative to grow membership in PRN and to make money off members who were directed to make payments to Rodriguez's Freedom Tabernacle entity and or Bundy's Dono Custos entity. In fact, even after the infant was returned to the infant's parents, Rodriguez and Bundy have continued to exploit the infant by incessantly marketing the infant and his likeness through social media and alternative media to promote PRN, Bundy in campaign advertising, and Rodriguez and his multiplicity of sales schemes. Defendants continue to defame and call for harassment. Defendants' efforts to disrupt and dismantle St. Luke's and defame plaintiffs did not stop when the infant was discharged. Seeking to continue to benefit politically and financially from the false conspiracy defendants manufactured, Rodriguez recently created a group, People Against Child Trafficking. On March 26, 2022, Bundy and Rodriguez organized a rally on property owned by one of Bundy's companies. The rally was heavily advertised by defendants and was exploited as a fundraising event by the Bundy campaign. During the March 26, 2022 rally, defendants continued to make false, defamatory statements about the St. Luke's parties, including the following. Defendant Rodriguez stated Dr. Erickson kept the infant in the hospital to rack up the bill while displaying defamatory images of Dr. Erickson on a large movie screen. Defendant Rodriguez stated the St. Luke's parties engaged in kidnapping and child trafficking for money. Defendant Rodriguez indicated that the St. Luke's parties were taking part in the greatest child trafficking ring in the history of the world. And Defendant Bundy described the St. Luke's parties as equivalent to rapists, comparing the St. Luke's parties to feudal lords practicing prima noctis. At the March 26, 2022 rally on the Bundy property, Rodriguez bragged about shutting down St. Luke's phones system such that St. Luke's couldn't even operate. At the March 26, 2022 rally, defendants used defamatory speech to incite people to join PRN and to take the fight against the St. Luke's parties and other supposed kidnappers and child traffickers all the way to the end. The defamatory statements made at the March 26, 2022 rally were streamed, and the video was later posted to social media sites and to websites controlled by defendants. Defendants continued to defame the St. Luke's parties, including but not limited to publishing or making the following false, misleading, and defamatory statements. Defendant Bundy falsely and publicly reaffirmed that all of his prior public statements about plaintiffs were true. Defendant Bundy falsely and publicly accused St. Luke's of taking the infant. Defendant Bundy falsely and publicly accused St. Luke's of taking other people's children. Defendant Rodriguez falsely and publicly accused St. Luke's of being involved in a child trafficking network and kidnapping children. Defendant Rodriguez falsely and publicly accused St. Luke's of profiting off of the false kidnapping of the infant. Defendant Rodriguez falsely stated in emails in support of a website he is creating that St. Luke's is corrupt and wicked and is involved in extortion harming Idahoans every day. Defendant Rodriguez falsely stated in a website of his creation that St. Luke's and its CEO, Mr. Roth, are corrupt, wicked, and commit extortion every day. Defendant Rodriguez, Bundy, and PRN have repeatedly made the false statements that plaintiffs participated in a conspiracy with DHW and Governor Little to kidnap and traffic the infant in retaliation for Bundy's political opposition to government actions taken to mitigate the COVID-19 pandemic. In a video that he produced and promoted widely on the internet on or about February 10, 2023, Bundy falsely stated that Dr. Erickson misdiagnosed the infant and called CPS. In a video that he produced and promoted widely on the internet on or about February 10, 2023, Bundy falsely stated that Chris Roth was an accessory to child abduction. In a news article published in the Idaho Press on or about February 10, 2023, Bundy falsely stated that Dr. Erickson misdiagnosed the infant. In an interview on or about January 27, 2023, which was posted and promoted on the internet, Bundy falsely stated that St. Luke's misdiagnosed the infant multiple times, 3 times while in the hospital's care. On or about January 17, 2023, Bundy published Come no more upon me, a warning letter from Ammon Bundy, quote unquote, come no more threat, on the PRN website and on other websites, which contains a number of false statements, including but not limited to false statements that 1, the infant was taken into protective custody as part of a conspiracy involving St. Luke's and government officials which targeted Bundy, and 2, that he was forced to sell his home because St. Luke's put a lien on the property. Further, Bundy and PRN updated the come no more threat numerous times between January 17, 2023 and February 10, 2023 to make additional threats and false statements, including but not limited to 1, that the senior executives at St. Luke's are getting away with committing horrible crimes against children in Idaho, and 2, that St. Luke's negotiated with him regarding his criminal trespass. Defendant Bundy made numerous false public statements that the infant was neglected while in St. Luke's care. Among other places, Bundy made these false statements on or around February 9, 2023, on the internet video blog entitled The Pete Santilli Show. Defendant Rodriguez has repeatedly used hate speech directed at the LGBTQ+ community while making false statements in widely disseminated interviews that St. Luke's participates in a conspiracy to kidnap babies from godly Christian families in order to traffic the babies to homos who are likely to abuse or kill the stolen babies. Defendant Rodriguez falsely stated St. Luke's is involved in a child trafficking and in any number of wicked and heinous offenses against society and people of faith specifically.
Can you stop for a second, sir?
Yes.
I want to check on my court reporter. Do you need a break, Madam Reporter?
I could grab a drink of water.
There's water here if you need water.
Okay.
But I'm more concerned about the court reporter's fingers. All right, do you want to take a break? Maybe 10 more pages. Do you want a break? All right, we're just going to take a 10-minute break and then come back to this point. Again, no deliberations. You may step down to the jury room. Thank you. Please be seated. Did anything happen over the recess to affect your qualifications? Seeing none. You may proceed. Madam Court Reporter, are you ready to go?
Count 1, defamation, libel, and slander, all plaintiffs against all defendants. Plaintiffs incorporate the foregoing allegations as if fully set forth herein. Defendants have published false, misleading, and defamatory statements about plaintiffs directed to third parties, including but not limited to. Defendant Rodriguez falsely and publicly accused St. Luke's of being world famous for mistreating people, killing people, and stealing babies from their parents. Defendant Rodriguez falsely and publicly accused St. Luke's of forcing the infant to take toxic poison. Defendant Rodriguez falsely and publicly accused plaintiffs of participating in an organized crime ring and harming the infant. Defendants falsely and publicly accused plaintiffs of kidnapping children. Defendants repeatedly told their followers and supporters to disrupt St. Luke's operations by protesting, calling in, donating money, and making noise. Followers heeded these commands, resulting in serious threats to plaintiffs. Defendant PRN published a wanted poster featuring a headshot of Mr. Roth with the caption, "Wanted, Chris Roth, President CEO of St. Luke's." Under the headshot, the website falsely accused Mr. Roth of criminal accessory of child abduction and deprivation of rights under color of law. Defendants encouraged protesters to make signs using this image. Defendant FMP published a list of pictures under the heading, "Main people responsible for baby Cyrus's kidnapping." Dr. Erickson's picture was the first on the list. FMP then falsely stated that Dr. Erickson was the first to call CPS and accused her of being the initial trigger that got everything started. FMP later added NP Youngman to the list. Defendant Rodriguez falsely and publicly stated that Dr. Erickson had a panic attack and literally sent a CPS worker or social worker to Rodriguez's daughter's hospital room to interview her. Defendant Rodriguez falsely and publicly stated that Dr. Erickson is incompetent at her profession, stating the hospital doesn't understand even the basic common sense things that anybody understands. Defendants FMP and Rodriguez published the false statements that experts at St. Luke's harm and kill babies all the time. This false accusation is intended to defame doctors at St. Luke's, including Dr. Erickson. Defendant Bundy falsely and publicly accused Judge Fortier of taking hundreds of children with this Dr. Natasha D. Erickson. Defendants FMP and Rodriguez published the false statements that NP Youngman personally financially benefited from this child trafficking, and that she takes innocent little children that have just been ripped from their families and starts looking at and asking them about their privates. Defendants FMP and Rodriguez published a false statement implying that NP Youngman committed medical malpractice. Defendant Rodriguez falsely stated that St. Luke's was involved in kidnapping the infant for a profit. Defendant Rodriguez stated that St. Luke's is connected to a medical mafia. Defendant Bundy falsely stated that Dr. Erickson misdiagnosed the infant. Defendant Bundy falsely stated that Chris Roth and Dr. Erickson are the ones who took the infant from his parents. Defendant Bundy falsely stated that St. Luke's misdiagnosed the infant multiple times. Defendant Bundy falsely states that St. Luke's mistreated and neglected the infant while the infant was in their care. Defendant Bundy falsely stated that St. Luke's targeted the infant for kidnapping because of Bundy's opposition to COVID corruption. Defendant Rodriguez falsely stated St. Luke's is involved in child trafficking and in any number of wicked and heinous offenses against people of faith specifically. These statements are false. At the time defendants made the statements, they knew the statements were false, or made the statements with reckless disregard for their truth, and made made such statements with malice. Defendant's statements were not subject to privilege or justified communications. Defendants made or published the statements with the purpose of defaming or disparaging plaintiffs in an effort to injure plaintiffs' business and reputation. Defendants make false statements in an effort to benefit themselves financially. Defendants' statements involved false allegations of criminal activity and/or involve matters incompatible with business, trade, profession, or office. In particular, Defendant Bundy made false...
Excuse me.
Yes.
I think there's something changed on this.
Okay.
All right. A portion was redacted there. You may continue.
In particular, Defendant Bundy made false statements directed at Dr. Erickson, which involve matters incompatible with business, trade, profession, or office, and are defamatory per se. Defendants made false statements that plaintiffs were committing crimes and wrongful acts against Christians or people of faith, intending that those false statements would increase the likelihood of their followers or other members of the public would harass and/or commit violence against plaintiffs. Defendants Rodriguez and Defendant FMP used hate speech directed at the LGBTQ plus community in their false statements against plaintiffs, intending that those false statements would increase the likelihood that their followers or other members of the public would harass and/or commit violence against plaintiffs. As a direct and proximate result of defendants' publication of such statements, plaintiffs have suffered economic and non-economic harm in an amount to be proven at trial. Because defendants' statements were made knowingly, intentionally, willfully, and/or maliciously, plaintiffs seek punitive damages in an amount to be proven at trial. Count 2, invasion of privacy, Mr. Roth, Dr. Erickson, and N.P. Youngman against all defendants. Plaintiffs Mr. Roth, Dr. Erickson, and N.P. Youngman incorporate the foregoing allegations as if fully set forth herein. Through their actions described above, defendants have published materially false statements concerning Mr. Roth, Dr. Erickson, N.P. Youngman to third parties. These statements were false. These statements place Mr. Roth, Dr. Erickson, and N.P. Youngman in a false light in the public eye. At the time defendants made the statements, they knew the statements were false or made the statements with reckless disregard for their truth and made such statements with malice. Defendants' statements were not subject to privilege or justified communications. As a direct and proximate result of defendants' publication of such statements, Mr. Roth, Dr. Erickson, and N.P. Youngman have suffered damages in an amount to be proven at trial. Because defendants' actions were done knowingly, intentionally, willfully, and/or maliciously, Mr. Roth, Dr. Erickson, and N.P. Youngman seek punitive damages in an amount to be proven at trial. Count 3, intentional infliction of emotional distress, Mr. Roth, Dr. Erickson, and N.P. Youngman against all defendants. Plaintiffs Mr. Roth, Dr. Erickson, and N.P. Youngman incorporate the foregoing allegations as if fully set forth herein. Through their actions described above, defendants engaged in extreme and outrageous conduct that went beyond all possible bounds of decency in a civilized society. Defendants' conduct was intentional or reckless. As an actual or proximate result of defendants' wrongful conduct, Mr. Roth, Dr. Erickson, and N.P. Youngman suffered the requisite injuries. As a direct and proximate result of defendants' wrongful conduct, Mr. Roth, Dr. Erickson, and N.P. Youngman have suffered damages in an amount to be proven at trial. Because defendants' actions were done knowingly, intentionally, willfully, and/or maliciously, Mr. Roth, Dr. Erickson, and N.P. Youngman seek punitive damages in an amount to be proven at trial. Count 5, trespass, SLHS and SLRMC against Bundy and Rodriguez, common law. Plaintiffs SLHS and SLRMC incorporate the foregoing allegations as if set forth fully herein. Defendant Bundy entered the ambulance bay at St. Luke's Meridian property on Saturday, March 12, 2022. Defendant Bundy did not have permission to be in the ambulance bay at St. Luke's Meridian property. Defendant Bundy remained in the ambulance bay at St. Luke's Meridian property after being instructed to leave and blocked access to the ambulance bay. The ambulance bay at St. Luke's Meridian property is restricted to authorized medical and emergency personnel. Defendant Bundy's presence in the ambulance bay at St. Luke's Meridian property interfered with St. Luke's ability to provide medical care to patients and conduct its business. Defendants Bundy and Rodriguez entered St. Luke's Boise property on Tuesday, March 15, 2022, while leading a large group for the express purposes of disrupting hospital operations and generating publicity for a political cause that benefited defendants and generating revenue for defendants. Defendants Bundy and Rodriguez did not have permission to enter or remain on St. Luke's property, remain on St. Luke's Boise property because they were not seeking medical care or treatment and were not authorized visitors. Defendants Bundy and Rodriguez interfered with hospital staff, blocked public access to the hospital, and disrupted hospital operations. Defendants Bundy and Rodriguez's presence at St. Luke's Boise property interfered with St. Luke's ability to provide medical care to patients and conduct its business. As a direct and proximate result of defendants Bundy and Rodriguez's actions, plaintiff St. Luke's has suffered damages in an amount to be proven at trial. Count 5, trespass, SLHS, and SLRMC against Bundy and Rodriguez, statutory trespass pursuant to Idaho Code 6202. Plaintiffs SLHS and SLRMC incorporate the foregoing allegations as if fully set forth herein. Defendant Bundy entered the ambulance bay at St. Luke's Meridian property on Saturday, March 12, 2022. Defendant Bundy did not have permission to be in the ambulance bay at St. Luke's Meridian property. Defendant Bundy acted intentionally and willfully when he entered and remained in the ambulance bay at St. Luke's Meridian property. Defendant Bundy remained in the ambulance bay at St. Luke's Meridian property after being instructed to leave and blocked access to the ambulance bay. The ambulance bay at St. Luke's Meridian property is not open to the public and is not accessible by the public. Entry into the ambulance bay is restricted to authorized medical personnel, emergency responders, and patients seeking emergency care. Defendant Bundy's presence in the ambulance bay at St. Luke's Meridian property interfered with St. Luke's ability to provide medical care to patients and conduct its business. Bundy took this action for an improper purpose. Defendants Bundy and Rodriguez entered St. Luke's Boise property on Tuesday, March 15, 2022, as protesters. Bundy and Rodriguez took these actions for improper purposes. Defendants Bundy and Rodriguez acted intentionally and willfully when they entered and remained present at St. Luke's Boise property. St. Luke's Boise property is open to the public who are actively seeking medical care or treatment. St. Luke's lawfully restricts access to its Boise property to patients and authorized visitors only. Defendants Bundy and Rodriguez did not have permission to enter or remain in St. Luke's Boise property because they were not seeking medical care or treatment and were not authorized visitors.
I'm just clarifying a redaction. The court is ordering to this next page. You may proceed.
Defendants Bundy and Rodriguez interfered with hospital staff and patients, blocked public access to the hospital, and disrupted hospital operations. Defendants Bundy and Rodriguez's presence at St. Luke's Boise property interfered with St. Luke's ability to provide medical care to patients and conduct its business. As a direct and proximate result of defendants Bundy and Rodriguez's actions, Plaintiff St. Luke's has suffered damages in an amount to be proven at trial. Count 7. Idaho Charitable Solicitation Act. All plaintiffs against defendants Rodriguez and FMP. Plaintiffs incorporate by reference each of the following allegations as if set forth fully herein. Defendants Rodriguez and FMP engaged in the solicitation of charitable contributions to the Save Baby Cyrus from Medical Kidnapping campaign. https://givesendgo.com/Baby Cyrus. Defendants Rodriguez and FMP solicited charitable contributions based on false statements regarding supposed medical bills owed to SLHS and SLRMC. In truth, the parents of the infant never made any payments to SLHS or SLRMC for medical services and owe no money to SLHS or SLRMC for medical services, as the medical services were covered by government programs. Defendant Rodriguez and FMP planned, conducted, and executed solicitations for charitable contributions by utilizing unfair, false, deceptive, misleading, or unconscionable acts and practices. In soliciting for charitable contributions, Rodriguez and FMP engaged in methods, acts, and practices unlawful under Idaho Code Title 48, Chapter 12, including but not limited to falsely disparaging the business and professional reputation of the St. Luke's parties, manufacturing a false conspiracy of kidnapping, trafficking, and killing of children involving the St. Luke's parties, and falsely representing the amount of liability incurred relating to medical expenses associated with the treatment of the infant. SLHS and SLRMC are not-for-profit companies which provide medical services in Idaho that were disparaged as part of the charitable solicitation. Mr. Roth is the CEO and president of SLHS, who was disparaged and part of the charitable solicitation. Dr. Erickson is a physician employed by SLRMC, who was disparaged as part of the charitable solicitation. NP Youngman is a nurse practitioner employed by SLRMC, who was disparaged as part of the charitable solicitation. Rodriguez and FMP knew, or in the exercise of due care should have known, that they engaged in unconscionable methods, acts, or practices in the conduct of trade or commerce, as provided by Idaho Code Section 48603C, standards incorporated into the Idaho Charitable Solicitations Act. The actions and practices of Rodriguez and FMP relating to the solicitation of the charitable contributions were and continue to be misleading, false, or deceptive. Rodriguez's and FMP's conduct and the pattern of conduct are outrageous and offensive to the public conscience. As a direct result of these wrongful acts, Rodriguez and FMP caused more than $115,000 to be donated wrongfully. As a direct result of these wrongful acts and practices, the St. Luke's parties have been damaged, owing to the false and defamatory statements to generate donations. As a direct result of these wrongful acts and practices, the public has been misled. Rodriguez and FMP should be assessed damages and attorney fees pursuant to Idaho Code Sections 48608, 481205 in an amount to be proven at trial pursuant to the purposes of the Idaho Charitable Solicitations Act. Count 8. Civil conspiracy to commit defamation, invasion of privacy, intentional infliction of emotional distress, trespass, unfair business practices, and
Excuse me, that's struck. Reread the caption, please.
Count 8, civil conspiracy to commit defamation, invasion of privacy, intentional infliction of emotional distress, trespass, wrongful charitable solicitations, all plaintiffs against all defendants. Plaintiffs incorporate the foregoing allegations as if fully set forth herein. Defendants each willfully, intentionally, and knowingly agreed and conspired with each other to publish false, misleading, and defamatory statements about plaintiffs directed to third parties, as described above. Defendants Rodriguez and Bundy further agreed and conspired to lawfully trespass on St. Luke's property. In furtherance of this conspiracy, defendants defamed all plaintiffs, invaded the privacy of Mr. Roth, Dr. Erickson, and N.P. Youngman, intentionally inflicted emotional distress on Mr. Roth, Dr. Erickson, and N.P. Youngman, unlawfully trespassed onto plaintiff St. Luke's property, and defamed all plaintiffs in furtherance of a conspiracy to violate the Idaho Charitable Solicitations Act. As a direct and proximate cause of defendants' wrongful conduct, plaintiffs have suffered damages in an amount to be proven at trial. By virtue of the formation and operation of this conspiracy, defendants as participants in the conspiracy are liable as joint tortfeasors for each other's misconduct. Request for jury trial. Pursuant to Idaho Rule of Civil Procedure 38, plaintiffs hereby request trial by jury as to all issues that are properly so tried.
Just that last one.
Okay. Dated this third day of March 2023, Holland and Hart LLP, signed by Eric Stidham and Jen Jensen, counsel for plaintiffs.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Plaintiffs are directed to inform Exhibit 803, consistent with the court's redactions, before it would be submitted to the jury for deliberations. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 12:15. We're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. Lunch is being provided for you. I would like to start again at 1 o'clock, which would be a 45-minute break. Is that acceptable to all jurors? During the lunch break, it's free for you to communicate as far as if you need to check in with work or something like that. You cannot discuss the case. You cannot do any research about the case on your phone or any other electronic device. And again, no deliberations about the case. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll start again at 1 p.m. Thank you very much.
All rise.
Please be seated. Just to make the record clear where that portion is redacted, just put bracketed, redacted, and try and keep the page numbers exactly as they are in the fourth amended complaint, please.
Understood, Your Honor.
Who do the plaintiffs intend to call this afternoon?
Chris Roth, Your Honor.
Is that the only witness you
No,
anticipate?
Your Honor, we have Chris Roth and then Devin Burkhart and perhaps, and hopefully Dave Jepson also.
All right, so potentially you have Mr. Roth, Mr. Burkhart, and Mr. Jepson.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Very good, and Mr. Clerk, we're cleared through 5, correct? Okay, that sounds like a yes to me. All right, 45-minute break.
All rise, please.
All rise. Calendar jury is present and accounted for.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, did anything happen over the lunch recess to affect your qualifications? Seeing none, plans may call their, put on their next evidence.
Your Honor, we would call Chris Roth to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about the testimony you give is the whole truth?
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
My name's Chris Roth, last name R-O-T-H.
Very good. Counsel, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Roth, who is your current employer?
My current employer, St. Luke's Health System.
And how long have you been employed at St. Luke's?
Just over 16 years.
And what is your current role at St. Luke's?
I currently serve as president and CEO of the health system.
And what are at a high level, what are your duties as president and CEO of St. Luke's?
I provide overall leadership for the organization, ensure our systems are in place, and that our doctors, nurses, and team members have the resources they need to do their job.
And how long have you been in that current role as president and CEO?
Since February of 2020.
So you were president and CEO at the time of the events that lead to this lawsuit. Is that fair?
Yes.
And Mr. Roth, I'm going to be asking you some questions about the events that lead to why we're here today. But if we could we just back up and let me ask you a couple questions about your background, if I could.
Sure.
So, Mr. Roth, where'd you attend college?
I attended undergraduate at Utah State University.
And what'd you major in?
I received a BS in biology.
And did you work after you graduated?
I did.
Where'd you work?
I worked for a home health infusion company and a local hospital in Huntsville, Alabama.
And was that your first job in healthcare?
It was not.
What was your first job in healthcare?
My first job was as a pharmacy technician, starting when I was 19 years old.
So when did you first become interested in healthcare?
Really early on.
And what triggered that?
I was really inspired by my mom, who I'm the oldest of 4, and I remember when I was 13, she decided to change careers from being an architect to studying for nursing, and it was really just burned into my mind, the intensity of her training, She eventually became an emergency room nurse, worked in a cath lab, and really exposed me to the world of healthcare.
And let me get back to maybe I appreciate that. To get back to kind of the timeline in your professional career, after you worked at that hospital in Alabama, what was the next step in your professional career?
I was accepted to the University of Minnesota in their healthcare administration program.
And did you pursue a degree there?
I did. I received a master's degree.
And what was that master's in?
Healthcare administration.
Okay. And just so we can keep the time frames here, about when was that you graduated with your graduate degree from the University of Minnesota?
It was the spring of 1997.
And what was the next step after that in your professional career?
I was accepted to a administrative fellowship at Ochsner Health System in New Orleans, Louisiana.
And I understand the place Ochsner has in the medical community, but could you perhaps just explain to the jury what Ochsner is?
I had that same question when I joined Ochsner. The way it was best described to me was kind of like the Mayo Clinic of the South, or the Cleveland Clinic in the South, the preeminent healthcare organization in the state of Louisiana.
And was that a competitive fellowship that you obtained to go to Ochsner?
Very.
And what did you do after your fellowship?
The fellowship was supposed to be a year, but after 6 months, they offered me a position to serve as a practice administrator for multiple specialty practices.
And how long were you at Ochsner in that role?
About 2.5 years.
And then after Ochsner, where did your career progress?
My career took me to Seattle, Washington, where my wife is from, and I worked at Northwest Hospital and Medical Center there.
And what was your role there?
I had a couple of roles, but my primary role was serving as chief operating officer for the hospital.
And how long was that? Just so I can keep the timeline in mind, how long were you at the Northwest Hospital?
Just about 10 years.
10 years. And what was the next progression after your 10 years at the Northwest Hospital?
After Northwest Hospital, I joined St. Luke's in 2007.
2007. And what was it that brought you to St. Luke's?
Well, a lot of factors, but I think primarily 3 things: reputation, mission, and community.
You mentioned reputation. What do you mean by that in this context?
I didn't know St. Luke's particularly well at the time, but I did work with physicians who trained at St. Luke's. There's a program between the University of Utah and University of Washington where physicians will train. So I kind of word of mouth from them, and they would describe the reputation, the outcomes, and said St. Luke's had the best doctors and best nurses.
And I think you also indicated you were attracted by the mission of St. Luke's. Is that correct?
Yes.
What was it about the mission that attracted you?
It was important for me to be part of a nonprofit healthcare organization. I believe strongly in that. And the mission was inspiring to me to improve the health of people in the communities we serve.
And finally, I think you mentioned community. What did you mean by a community attracting you to St. Luke's?
Well, we had 2 girls at the time. We were looking for a place to relocate. I grew up in the West, my wife in the Northwest, and we kind of circled Boise a little bit. And then we also have some family ties. My father-in-law was born and raised in Boise, my mother-in-law in Burley. So the attraction to really build our family, and our next 2 kids, our 2 boys were born here, so it kind of all came together.
All right. And understand you've been at St. Luke's for about 16 years now. Could you just give the jury an overview of the titles you've held during your time at St. Luke's?
Yes. I joined in 2007. I was hired as the Chief Operating Officer for St. Luke's Regional Medical Center, so our downtown Boise hospital and related entities. And then in 2011, I was asked to serve as Chief Executive Officer for our Treasure Valley region, which is Boise, Meridian, and broader area. Then in 2014, I was asked to serve as Chief Operating Officer for the health system. And then in February of 2020, CEO of the health system.
Thanks. And Mr. Roth, as I'd indicated in the opening, I think it's important for the jury to get a sense for kind of St. Luke's history and its place in the community. So you mentioned you were attracted by the mission of St. Luke's. Can you give us just a brief overview of St. Luke's history in the community?
Sure. St. Luke's was founded in Boise in 1902 by the Episcopal Church. And in 1971, the Episcopal Diocese gave the assets of the church effectively to the community. So I consider St. Luke's a community asset. At that point, they established St. Luke's as a community nonprofit, and the rest is history.
Okay. And how many hospitals and clinics are now part of the St. Luke's health system?
We have approximately 8 hospitals, including Idaho's only children's hospital, and over 300 clinics.
Okay. And Mr. Roth, the jury's had the complaint read. Could you give some clarification as to the distinction between St. Luke's Health System and St. Luke's Regional Medical Center?
Yes.
So what is the distinction between those two entities?
Both entities are nonprofit. St. Luke's Health System is the umbrella company, if you will, and St. Luke's Regional Medical Center is a wholly owned subsidiary.
And you'd mentioned 8 hospitals and more than 300 clinics. How many employees work in the St. Luke's Health System?
We have over 15,000 team members who work with St. Luke's.
And to get a sense for the reach of the medical services in the community, how does let me get an understanding as to the appropriate metrics. How does St. Luke's measure visits by individuals and how many different individuals are served by St. Luke's in a year?
In recent years, and each year the numbers keep growing, we see approximately 600,000 unique individuals, individuals. And those 600,000 individuals comprise over 4 million encounters per year. Could be a lab test, could be an MRI, could be an admission.
Okay. And also, you'd mentioned in your testimony your attraction to St. Luke's being a nonprofit. Is that correct?
Correct.
So what does it mean to be a nonprofit in this context?
Well, I mentioned community asset, and if I could unpack that.
Sure. Thank you. What do you mean by community asset?
It's important as a nonprofit. We are ultimately the people who have responsibility for the assets of St. Luke's, and all of that we do are volunteers, unpaid volunteers who live and work and are part of this community. And every decision they make is made in their judgment in the best interest of the community, and that's important to me.
And also that nonprofit status, what does that mean as it relates to St. Luke's finances?
Unlike for-profit organizations that might have stockholders or individual shareholders, a nonprofit doesn't have an individual shareholder or stockholder, whether it's me or anybody else. And to the extent that our revenues exceed our expenses, 100% of that difference is reinvested back into our mission and the community, and that's the responsibility ultimately of the board I mentioned.
Okay. And The jury's heard the complaint read and the references to false statements made regarding you individually profiting off COVID. To follow up on your explanation there and something you mentioned, do you receive profits, you receive some share of the profits at the end of the year, given your position as CEO or president?
No, and no one does.
No one. So we've talked about being a nonprofit, but one of the issues the jury's going to address is economic impact to St. Luke's. So does being a nonprofit mean that St. Luke's doesn't need to pay attention to the bottom line?
We absolutely need to pay attention to the bottom line.
And why do you need to pay attention to the bottom line?
To the extent we are more efficient and effective and good stewards of our resources, the more we can reinvest in our community for additional services, programs, all of those things.
Does that include hiring more doctors,
Yes.
putting more clinics in rural places in Idaho?
Yes.
Increasing specialties in Boise, is that part of what what excess revenues are used for?
Yes.
So is it important, given what you've just explained, that St. Luke's be economically efficient?
Yes, it's very important.
And what types of steps at the CEO level do you oversee to ensure that St. Luke's is economically efficient?
Well, overall, I and my team and the board ensure we're good stewards of the resources, that we invest wisely and conservatively in programs, technology, capital, that we don't, I mentioned being conservative. Ultimately, we're entrusted to protect a community asset. And our decision-making and where we choose to make those investments, we need to be thinking of for the long term, so that asset is here to serve generations.
And Mr. Roth, if I could, since you're our first witness, there was reference in the complaint to Ms. Youngman and the fact that she works at CARES. Can you explain to the jury what CARES is?
Yes. CARES stands for Children at Risk Evaluation Services. And it is a clinic with highly trained professionals who evaluate children at risk or children who have been abused.
And what types of abuse does CARES help address?
Physical abuse, mental abuse, medical neglect.
Are there any other entities or clinics like CARES in Boise?
Not in Boise and not in the state of Idaho.
So to maybe put in context or help put CARES in context of your earlier response relating to nonprofit status and economic efficiency, how does the St. Luke's nonprofit model work when you extend it to a service like CARES?
I think CARES is a perfect example of what a nonprofit, in this case hospital, does, because to the extent that insurance doesn't cover any costs for the 1,700 individuals per year that we see, 100% of the difference is made up by St. Luke's, and that's what nonprofits do.
And Mr. Roth, as indicated in the complaint that was read to the jurors, CARES was under attack in some of the events that led to this lawsuit. Is that correct?
Correct.
Let me just ask you point blank, are you proud of the work CARES does?
I'm incredibly proud. I've had the chance to go through CARES and talk with our team members. I don't know how they do what they do, but incredibly proud, and it's inspiring.
So let's talk a bit, if we could, Mr. Roth, about those events that have led to this lawsuit. Let me put you back to March 12th, 2022. Okay?
Okay.
When did you first become aware of the events that occurred at the St. Luke's Meridian facility?
I remember clearly it was early morning on March 12th, about 7:30, when I received a call from our Chief Operating Officer, Sandy Gerke.
And do you usually get calls at 7:30 on a Saturday from Ms. Gerke?
I think this was the first.
And so what did that indicate to you when you saw that Ms. Gerke was reaching out at that hour?
That it wasn't good news.
And did you, in fact, get a chance to talk with Ms. Gerke that morning?
I did.
And what do you recall regarding that early morning call with Ms. Gerke on March 12th?
She informed me of a series of events that we received a infant at the Meridian Emergency Department that was in the custody of Child Protective Services and brought in by law enforcement and ambulance, that we proceeded to provide care for the infant, that while providing care, Mr. Bundy and his followers showed up at our emergency department, blocked the ambulance bay, that we successfully transferred the infant to Boise, where the Children's Hospital is located, and that subsequently Mr. Bundy was arrested.
Did you get any more?
Counsel, I'm going to stop you there. Could you please approach?
Certainly.
So my problem is clearly asking for hearsay there, and then he's saying she there's a defendant there, so I think we'd be objecting to hearsay. As a court, I can't sit here and allow you to admit evidence that isn't allowed under the rules of evidence. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a witness cannot generally testify as to statements made by another individual, and that's what we call as hearsay. I've advised counsel that I'm not going to allow hearsay. I will allow the witness's statements to stand, as I find that they're foundational and have somewhat been addressed in the Fourth Amended complaint. But the witness needs to testify from his personal knowledge and not recite what other individuals informed him. So, counsel so instructed. You may proceed.
Sure, Your Honor. And did you receive any additional information beyond that phone call with Ms. Gerke?
I did.
And again, we're early in the morning on March 12th, correct?
Correct.
What other information did you receive early that morning?
It was a short time after that call with Ms. Gerke that I saw a video that Mr. Bundy had put out. Somebody had texted me the link.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'd like to pull up, if we could, Exhibit 166. It's previously been authenticated through declaration.
Let me get the right witness list or exhibit list. And you're saying it's been authenticated pursuant to Rule 902 of the Rules of Evidence?
It has, Your Honor.
Supported by?
A declaration that was filed June 28th from Mr. McCraney, paragraph 30.
The court has previously reviewed that declaration, and Exhibit 106 may be admitted
Okay.
and published.
Okay. So, Mr. Roth, if we could just maybe pull up Mr. Bollinger what is Exhibit 66 and let Mr. Roth perhaps just see the beginning of it. Mr. Roth,
Wait, what was the number again? 66 or 106?
166, Your Honor.
166. I misspoke. 166 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yep. And Mr. Roth, does this look to be the video that you viewed during that early morning of March 12th?
Yes.
And Your Honor, the video is very long, so we'll be playing just some clips from the exhibit. Mr. Bollinger, could you play CR2?
Are you asking for the entire exhibit to be admitted or only the clips you're playing, counsel?
We're asking for the entire exhibit to be admitted, Your Honor, but we would be playing just a clip.
All right. So the clip is, can you identify it for me again?
It's identified, we have an identifier, Your Honor, of CR2, and we'd be happy to provide the court at a close exactly where that is within the clip.
You may proceed.
Oh, man. I know I gotta get my thoughts out here, but I'm having a hard time here. But I got to let you know what's going on to help this little family. Demanding that they release that baby. They arrested my Wendy, my campaign manager, but more importantly, my friend. Roughed her up pretty good. And it's just wickedness. It's just wickedness. I don't know how we fix it. I don't know how we fix this. These people believe that they have the authority to take our little babies. They are wicked. They always will follow orders and do what the institutions or the bureaucrats or, tell them to do. That's what they'll do first, and they don't care about the people at all. The people are their enemies. I've never seen such wickedness as here in Idaho. So, anyway, I just gotta get these things out, let you know what's happening. Tomorrow we'll be gathering at the hospital. I'll send information out. Diego will send information out. We'll start to put a lot of pressure on these people. We need your help. We're going to need your help to make phone calls to the hospitals, to wherever, CPS, or wherever we can get it so we can. So we're going to have to put a lot of pressure on them to let that little baby go. And we're going to need hundreds of people at the hospital. We can't let up on this. We'll be active tomorrow, trying to put pressure on the people that have caused this. And it is people that have caused it. And shame on Meridian Police Department for enforcing this. Terrible. So, good night.
So, when you saw this video, of which we've seen some clips, what was your reaction?
Counsel, I'm going to interrupt you. I think you need to lay foundation as to the date that this occurred. It's going to be impossible to follow
Sure.
without further foundation.
So, Mr. Roth, did you first see this on March 12th in the morning?
Yes, it was about 8 a.m.
Okay. So is it fair to say I think you indicated that you'd been forwarded this clip by a colleague?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you access this clip?
I believe I watched it on my phone.
And again, you saw it at around 8 o'clock in the morning on March 12th?
Correct.
Okay. So when you saw this on March 12th, what was your reaction?
I was pretty shocked and extremely concerned.
Why were you concerned?
Well, I knew of Mr. Bundy. I had heard of the events of the previous morning at the Meridian Hospital. When Mr. Bundy calls followers and people to show up, they show up. They did at Meridian, and I was convinced they would at Boise and perhaps other locations.
And let me just take a quick step back, because there's some reference in that video to the infant being in custody or protective care, correct?
Correct.
So would you explain to the jury your understanding as to how that process works in this regard? Does St. Luke's ever have custody or protective care of infants that are brought to its facility for medical care by the Department of Health and Welfare or law enforcement?
No.
Does St. Luke's have the ability to release an infant to anyone based on its own decision making while that infant is in the care of law enforcement or the Department of Health and Welfare?
No.
So, Mr. Roth, just to get back into the timeline, it's early in the morning on the 12th. You've seen that video. You testified as to your reaction. What steps did you take, if any, after seeing that video?
I took a couple of steps.
And what were those, sir?
The first one was asking for assurance that we had established what we call incident command at our Boise hospital.
And what is incident command at the Boise hospital?
Incident command is a standard structure of organization and decision-making and communication, standard across the industry, that is put in place in responding to critical events or a crisis of some sort. It's put in place for rapid response and clear identification of roles and responsibilities.
And you mentioned you took a number, I think you said a couple of steps. What other steps did you take?
I asked for the establishment and appointed our chief operating officer to put the same structure in place at the system level.
Okay. So what was your level of concern?
Extreme.
So what was reported to you as to what was occurring on March 12th as events unfolded? Let's keep this kind of compartmentalized. What was reported to you regarding what was going on at St. Luke's in that morning of March 12th?
I was part of that system incident command structure, and the things that were reported to me and the team were things like the number of people showing up to demonstrate or protest, potential security threats or concerns, certainly the status of the infant, broad status in terms of is the infant getting the care needed and resources needed. We were monitoring social media activity through our threat assessment team, and we were receiving rapid, ongoing updates from we have a threat assessment team, so our threat assessment reports were coming in on a regular basis.
Okay. And were you getting any written threat assessments?
We did.
Okay. And were you reviewing those at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And eventually, was there any type of report that was put together relating to these incidents?
Yes.
And what was that report?
I believe it was called our threat assessment report.
Okay. And did you review that?
Yes.
Okay. And were you one of the individuals who that report was prepared for?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to introduce, if we could, Exhibit 42, and that was authenticated, Your Honor, we believe, in conformance with Rule 902, and that was a July 6th declaration of Mr. Aubrey Lyon.
Exhibit 42 is admitted and may be published.
Mr. Bollinger, would you pull up Exhibit 42? Do you recognize that document, Mr. Roth?
Yes.
And is that the threat assessment report that you were describing a few moments ago?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell me who, to your understanding, compiled this report for your review, yours and the other management to review?
Yeah, our threat assessment team.
And who are the individuals, and you don't need to mention them by name, but can you describe the roles and functions of the individuals who are within the threat assessment team?
Well, primary leadership is through our head of security, Abby Dolwindal. I can never say his last name. Abby, as well as other clinical professionals and security who have deep experience in response crisis situations, as well as expertise in social media and all of the other things that need to be monitored as we look at threats.
So, Mr. Bollinger, if you could take us to what is a page 4 of Exhibit 42. And if you could, Mr. Bollinger, just expand perhaps the top half of that page so it's easier for the jury and Mr. Roth to see. So, Mr. Roth, I'd direct your attention to this portion of page 4 of Exhibit 42. Did you review this threat assessment at around the time it was sent out?
Yes.
And I understand this is a compilation, but were you, just want to make sure my understanding is clear, were you getting these daily threat assessment reports that are compiled here?
Yes.
Okay. And so is it at some point on March 12th, did you receive this information that's captured here on page 4 of Exhibit 42?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say you were provided this picture that depicted that purported to depict Mr. Bundy at the Meridian campus?
Yes.
Okay. And then also, Mr. Bollinger, if we could expand the well, let me go back just so the jury can follow. Could you go back to page 3, Mr. Bollinger? And just so we're keeping track within this document, Mr. Roth, this looks to be the daily summary of Saturday, March 12th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Bollinger, if we could move forward to page 4, and if you could expand that middle paragraph for Mr. Roth and the jury. So, Mr. Roth, could you read the first 2 lines of that paragraph out for the jury?
Yes. Protests were organized for 1,300 hours at both the Boise and Meridian hospitals. Prior to the protests, the Federal Bureau of Investigation advised that threats against the Boise hospital had been noted on social media, resulting in the facility being placed into partial lockdown.
And was the facility placed into partial lockdown on the 12th?
Yes, it was.
And what does partial lockdown mean in this context?
It's significantly enhancing security measures, limiting access to the facility, fewer entry points, beefing up our, as people come into the facility, screening and we call our information station. All of those protocols were put in place.
Okay. And then if we could continue to look at this paragraph, there's an indication, you see that statement, an estimated 150 people?
Yes.
Okay. Were you receiving reports at around the 12th regarding the number of individuals who were protesting at the Boise hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And does this reflect the reports you were receiving at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And then Just one additional comment with regard to that paragraph. You see after, in that middle sentence that begins an estimated 150 people, you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then later on in that sentence, there's a reference to additional security officers
Yes.
and also a reference to the Boise Police Department.
Yes.
Was it reported to you on March 12th that your security officials were taking the steps to add additional security and were in contact with the Boise Police Department?
Yes.
If we could take a look, Mr. Bullinger, if you could expand just that bottom paragraph. And just so we're clear, Mr. Roth, we're still within the threat assessment report you're receiving on March 12th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, Mr. Roth, if I could just point your attention to that first sentence.
Yes.
Would you read that sentence to the jury?
The 3/12/22 protest was live streamed by Misty Carfelt.
And then beyond that, the next sentence?
In the video, a demonstrator is observed handing out wanted posters of the involved nurse practitioner, Aaron Dykstra, from Functional Medicine of Idaho, MPD detectives, and the CPS social worker.
So, based on that sentence, is it fair to say that you were receiving reports as early as 3/12/22 that the folks disrupting St. Luke's campus in Boise were targeting individuals?
Yes.
Mr. Bullinger, could we continue on to page 5? And take a look at page 5. Is this also part of a threat assessment report you received on March 12th?
Yes.
Okay. And what did this indicate to you?
Well, it confirmed what I feared from the beginning, that people would follow Mr. Bundy's call to action, and it indicates people were armed.
So let's move ahead to the end of the day on Saturday, March 12th. What's the status of things from your perspective at the end of the day on March 12th at the hospital?
That things were going to escalate.
And why was it your belief or anticipation that things were going to escalate?
Well, they had been escalating throughout the day, and as I mentioned earlier, I'm familiar with Mr. Bundy. I don't know him personally, but his past practices and confrontations he's been involved in the past have a pattern of escalation.
Okay. So if we could move Mr. Bullinger to the next page, and if you could expand for Mr. Roth and the jury that first paragraph under daily summary. So, Mr. Roth, continuing through this compilation of the threat assessment reports, does this reflect the threat assessment you were receiving on or around, in the morning, or I guess I should say on Sunday, March 13th?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And if you take a look at the threat assessment report, did it indicate to you that there were protesters who were continuing to come to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And were you also getting reports regarding your security team monitoring social media regarding this?
Yes.
And to your understanding, was your security team and the incident response team monitoring social media?
Yes.
And what was getting reported back to you around, just this second day of events regarding what your folks were telling you they saw when they were monitoring social media?
Broadly, they were communicating to me and our incident command team concern of increasing escalation, increased activity on social media, and increased presence at the Boise campus in particular.
Okay. And then if I could direct your attention, Mr. Roth, to a statement here within the threat assessment that relates to, there's a phrase in there, overwhelmed by phone calls from protesters. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something that was being reported to you that St. Luke's was experiencing?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what was being reported to you regarding these phone disruptions?
What was being reported is that we were receiving hundreds of phone calls to our main switchboard and other call centers of individuals who were threatening, harassing, bombarding the telephone lines, and preventing the people on the other end who were answering the phones from getting to other calls.
And when we talk about phone disruption, I just want to make sure we're clear. We're not talking about St. Luke's turning off the phone system, are we?
No.
What can you describe? I mean, when you say that it's clogged, or what actually happens to your understanding?
Well, it could be our main hospital switchboard, where people are calling in to find out about a loved one or what have you. Could be somebody calling into our nurse line or to make an appointment, or our children's specialty center. Those were the main areas where people were calling in, and to the extent they're clogged up, it prevents others from accessing whatever information they're looking for.
Okay. And then also, again, looking at this same section, Mr. Bollinger, could you expand just that portion that reflects members of the Patriot Militia and a couple sentences down from that? So, Mr. Roth, again, helping understand what information you were receiving at around this time, there's a reference there of members of a Patriot Militia group being en route. Do you see that?
Yes.
And there's also a mention in the same section, I believe, regarding, if we've got the correct part, the Idaho Criminal Intelligence Center?
Yes.
Okay. Were you receiving reports that there were indications that militia groups might be coming to St. Luke's, and were you receiving information that the Idaho Criminal Intelligence Center was starting to investigate the matter?
Yes.
Okay. Then if we could go down perhaps to the balance of that paragraph, Mr. Bollinger. There's a reference in the threat assessment report, a fear of doxing led to the threat assessment team requesting that the local FBI field office, ICC, and SLHS cybersecurity monitor for posts relating to the child's care team. Did you receive that information?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your understanding of that term doxing? What is your understanding as to what that means?
My understanding is it's essentially putting personal and private information out online and social media, so people can do whatever they want with that, but it's primarily intended to use for harassment.
Okay. And when you receive that threat assessment relating to the child's care team, what to your understanding are they referring to as the child's care team?
My interpretation of that would be the direct caregivers, doctors, nurses, social workers, pharmacists, whomever, all the people who were involved in the direct care of the infant.
Okay. And again, I understand we're just kind of marching through the days, but at the end of that in effect, second day, March 13, what was your perception as CEO and president of what the situation was?
My interpretation was, unfortunately, it was escalating not as I anticipated. This was a very dynamic situation. On one hand, I wasn't surprised. On the other hand, I was blown away that we were in this situation and it was only going to get worse. And
you talked about putting in play incident response or incident command. Did you testify to that?
Yes.
And is that a group or a group or a system that you have in place?
Yes.
Have you ever had to call up incident command for a situation like this, an outside threat to the hospital security?
No.
What typically do you need to call up incident response and command for?
We train quite a bit for incidents such as cybersecurity attacks, natural disasters, mass casualty events, could be active shooter, internal disasters, flooding, those types of things that may occur from time to time.
But is it fair to say nothing like this?
No.
Okay. So if we could just move ahead in the chronology, if we could, Mr. Roth. Mr. Bollinger, could you move us to the next page, page 7? And if you could expand that first paragraph under the picture, Mr. Bollinger, for Mr. Roth and the jury. And Mr. Roth, if I could ask you to read the first 3 sentences.
The protests at the Boise Hospital began to become noticeably more aggressive, including complaints to security that incoming staff and patients were being harassed by the protesters. One patient complained that a protester had used a bullhorn to shout in his ear as he entered the building. Other patients voiced concerns that they cannot access medical care due to the protests.
Okay. And was that the type of reports you were receiving?
Yes.
Okay. In addition to these threat assessments you were receiving, were you hearing from anyone else regarding what the atmosphere was like with the crowds and patients and staff trying to get to the hospital at or around this March 14th time period?
I did hear from others.
What types of things were you hearing was being reported to you as CEO? What types of things were being reported to you as a CEO in that regard? Just so you can clear, it's appropriate for you to respond to what is being told to you. I just need to not phrase the question so you're indicating what the individual thought. Okay? So what was being told to you?
What was by individuals or
just do you have any incidents in mind where you were approached by an individual who was reporting to you what they were experiencing or what patients were, to their understanding, experiencing at this time?
In addition to the reports that we're going through in the threat assessment team, I recall a couple of examples. I'll share at least one, unless you want more. One of our emergency room physicians who happened to train in New Orleans when I was there, so we go back a little ways, called me and we had a discussion about what was going on. And this is a person who trained in inner city New Orleans. He responds to all sorts of situations and emergencies and is put in tough positions given his profession. And he shared with me that this was a time in his career where he was most concerned about his safety at work, his personal safety at work. And
how did he express that to you?
Well, that's what he told me. And he was concerned. I remember him stating that, and he just wanted me to know. We're friends. We go back quite a ways.
So if we could,
Again, the manner in which he's answering the question is he is stating what someone else told him, and that by definition is hearsay.
but Your Honor, it's going to his understanding of the events at the time. So I don't.
That's not how he's testifying, counsel. He's testifying as to what another person told him. Specifically, he stated. So you need to make sure your witness is answering the questions, not to be in violation of the hearsay rule.
Understood, Your Honor. And Mr. Roth, let's turn back to the report. You'll see here, there's also a reference in the section that's been expanded to Little Luke's facility requested a security presence due to the protests and concerns about the children's safety. Was that being reported to you?
Yes.
What is the Little Luke's facility?
Little Luke's is our on-site daycare for employees of St. Luke's who have little ones who are in school.
And were you informed that additional security presence was being put in place at that area?
Yes.
So if we could, Mr. Bollinger, if we could expand a different portion of the document, that lower half, Mr. Bollinger, if you could expand that. And were you, if you take a look at what's been expanded, were you also informed of this as part of the threat assessment?
Yes.
And what was your understanding when you reviewed this?
Well, that individuals were being targeted, and in particular, Dr. Erickson.
Thank you. And what, if any, concerns did that raise to you when you were hearing these reports regarding individuals being targeted, including a reference to Dr. Erickson being targeted?
It's one thing to target an organization. It's another thing to target individuals, and my level of concern for the safety of individuals who were being called out and targeted and things posted about them on social media and doxed raised the level of concern even higher.
Okay. And before we move on to the next day, March 15th, just so the jury has a sense of it, what systems do you have in place now at or around March 14th to address the situation? What if any additional systems or manpower have you put in place by March 14th?
Well, this is an incredibly dynamic situation. There wasn't a playbook for this. We were constantly increasing our level of security, increasing manpower. We were in coordination with Boise Police and the FBI and other law enforcement. We were, as I mentioned, closing down access to our facilities, on high alert relative to monitoring of our cyber teams, social media, really just an increased escalation of tightening our overall security as kind of as tight as it could be.
And Mr. Roth, as CEO, were you monitoring how much of the hospital's management resources and security resources were needing to be devoted to this effort?
Yes.
And I assume this is at a relatively high level, correct? Or let me ask this: what were you seeing as far as additional resources and manpower in terms of hours and personnel that were being devoted to address this growing disruption?
At the Boise Hospital, that incident command and leadership, it was all-consuming, all hands on deck, all the time. All other priorities were dropped, and this was the focus. at the system level, of course, we're looking at hospitals across the area and looking at potential threats and how this could expand. But it was also all hands on deck. In a little different way, we were looking beyond the Boise Hospital out of concern that we could see what was happening there grow.
So if we could move Mr. Bollinger to page 8 of the threat assessment report. And if you could expand that paragraph, Mr. Bollinger, under the daily summary, Tuesday, March 15th. Is this again reflect, Mr. Roth, a threat assessment report you were receiving on March 15th?
Yes.
Okay. And if I take a look at that first sentence, could you remove that? Excuse me, could you read that for the jury?
The first sentence?
Yes.
The threat assessment team received information from the FBI and ICIC that credible human intelligence indicated that some protesters were intending to storm the hospital and forcibly remove the child.
And were you made aware of that in real time?
Yes.
And what steps in reaction to that did St. Luke's take, to your understanding?
Well, we locked down the Boise campus.
Okay. And what does that mean when you lock down the Boise campus?
That nobody's coming in and people aren't getting out. That the ambulance who are en route to the Boise hospital will be directed elsewhere, whether it's air or ground. That people who want to need to show up for emergency services will be redirected. That anybody coming in for a delivery will be redirected. It was a total lockdown.
Okay. And if we could step back to this threat assessment report you were getting on the 15th, can you read the second sentence, actually the next two sentences that begin, Bundy appeared to the jury?
Bundy appeared to be aware of this threat when he published the, quote, call to action, baby, now or never, end quote, video on YouTube that morning. At 1 minute, 39 seconds into the video, Bundy tells viewers, quote, now I have to say I'm not okay with any of this, to be honest with you. If justice was to be served, we would go into the hospital, take that baby, and we'd give it back to their mother. And then if we were further to administrate justice, we would find those that were accountable and we would prosecute them and, make them pay for the damages that they caused to this family and ensure that this never happens again. That's what should happen. And I will say this, that I'm not alone in those feelings, but we also have had to suppress those thoughts and actions because we are trying to give the people that are making the decisions, that are doing this thing to them, give them a chance to correct this issue so we don't have to do it for them.
Okay. And then, and you were receiving real-time information from threat assessment regarding that?
Yes.
Did, in fact, you have a chance to look at the video that is being referenced here on March 15th?
Yes.
Okay. And so you saw it through your own eyes?
Yes.
And what was your reaction when you saw that video?
Shock.
Why were you shocked?
Mr. Bundy was very clear that he was calling to action his followers to show up at the Boise hospital and take matters into their own hands.
No.
Let the witness finish.
I didn't understand. Go ahead.
I felt like we were going to be under attack.
And that's early in the morning on the 15th?
It was after I saw that video.
Okay. And then what happened next after that? I know we talked about the lockdown. Now I'm stepping back, kind of the events that led to that. So after you received this information, Are we in the morning of March 15th? The morning time period?
Which information?
That video that we just discussed?
I don't recall the time.
Okay. Do you recall what, if any, steps after seeing that video that you took?
I recall steps that the organization took and our incident command and our security teams took to escalate our response and eventually lock down the facility.
And then, Mr. Bollinger, if we could pull up just the last paragraph on that page and expand it for Mr. Roth and the jury. And Mr. Roth, the first sentence there reads, a large group of protesters arrived at the hospital shortly after 1300 hours. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And were you receiving information in real time at around 1 o'clock regarding that?
Yes.
Okay. And who was providing you the updates?
Our threat assessment team.
Okay. And could you continue on to the next sentence regarding the threat assessment that was reported to you? That begins at unlike. So we're in that same bottom paragraph. Mr. Bollinger just needs to expand it, Mr. Roth.
I can read from this if you'd like.
Let's just give Mr. Bollinger a second. I think he's got it up now. Okay, that sentence that begins unlike.
All right, trying to find it. Oh, there we go. Unlike the previous protests, the group strayed from their usual location of Bannock Street and Avenue B and began to encircle the hospital at all four corners.
Okay. And was that being, again, was this something that was being relayed to you in real time?
Yes.
And does that accurately reflect what was being relayed to you?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any distinction or difference, or maybe the better word is escalation, that this indicated to you, that information regarding encircling the hospital?
Yes.
What's the distinction to you when you receive information that the hospital is being encircled?
When combined with the concerns about taking matters into their own hands, showing up in mass, at greater mass at the Boise Hospital, enclosing the perimeter of the facility, information we had received from law enforcement of the potential of a stormed or of an armed mob, all things pointed to the need to lock down.
Okay. And then at around 1 o'clock, were you informed that Mr. Bundy had posted another video?
Yes.
Okay. And, Your Honor, and did you watch that video?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd like to introduce Exhibit 175 that was authenticated through a declaration on June 28th of Mr. McCraney, paragraph 30. In conformance with Rule 902.
Exhibit 175 is admitted.
And Mr.
Published.
And Mr. Bollinger, could you pull up 175 CRA?
And this is a clip.
It is,
correct?
Your Honor.
Thank you.
Could you pause it there, Mr.
To be
Bollinger?
honest with you,
So before we get into the actual video, I think I might have misspoken. Does this look to be the video that you saw in the morning on March 15th?
I believe this is the video in the afternoon.
Okay. So if we go ahead and play the video, I've got some questions for you after it.
if justice was to be served, we would go into the hospital, take that baby, and we'd give it back to their mother. And then if we were further to administrate justice, we would find those that were accountable and we would prosecute them and make them pay. I know that there are groups, patriot groups, that have wanted to come and just do what needs to be done. And I have been kind of holding the floodgates from that happening, trying to, make sure you guys don't do that yet. Because I believe that we have a chance here today to get this straightened out. And if not, then, I can't hold you back for what you're going to do.
And is that, again, one of the videos you saw before the lockdown on March 15th?
That was, I'm pretty sure that was the morning video because the other one occurred here in the building.
Okay, thank you. So let's move, if we could, to that next video now that we've seen the one from the morning. Could we move to Exhibit 174? Your Honor, Exhibit 174 was authenticated pursuant in conformance with Rule 902, and it was addressed in a June 28th declaration of Mr. McCraney at page 30.
Paragraph 30.
Yes, Your Honor.
Exhibit 174 is admitted and may be published.
Okay, and Mr. Bollinger, would you pause that? So, is this the video that you saw in the afternoon before the lockdown?
Yes, this is the afternoon video.
Okay. And Mr. Bollinger, would you go ahead and play that?
CPS is going to take Cyrus while we're gone over to the courtroom, while the protesters are gone to the courtroom, and they're going to transport him to a foster home away from the hospital. So the concern is, and what the family wants to do, is go and everybody go back to the hospital. And begin, making noise, and I don't know, we're going to have to straighten this out, but we need to go back there and get this straightened out, so.
And was anything reported to you after this video regarding the crowds growing at St. Luke's?
Yes.
Okay. And were you getting real-time information regarding crowd size at St. Luke's on March 15th?
Yes.
Okay. And what information were you receiving regarding both the size and the actions that were being taken by the group? And again, just what was being told to you?
I was hearing that the group size was increasing, hundreds and hundreds of individuals, and that they were beginning to surround the facility.
Were you receiving any reports of folks informing you of harassment that was occurring as the crowd grew?
Yes.
What types of reports were you receiving?
Reports like patients or visitors being harassed. We spoke to some of those earlier.
Okay. And did you receive any, and just so we're clear, I'm using that term reports. So the jury understands kind of how the chain of command was working regarding decisions on the ground. Were you making those actual on-the-ground decisions?
No.
Why not?
A core principle in an incident command structure is to ensure that the decision makers closest to the situation we're dealing with are empowered to make those decisions. Those decisions were occurring at that Boise hospital. That incident commander and our director of security, who were part of that team, were also part of the system incident command. So we were connected to that local decision making, but they were empowered to make the decisions in their best judgment.
Okay. And you were monitoring this the entire time?
Yes.
From your perspective, how was your incident command and your local decision makers, how were they performing?
I felt they were performing exceptionally well under circumstances none of us had ever been through before.
And as the jury is aware from the reading of the complaint, the infant was moved from the hospital, discharged from the hospital on March 15th, correct?
Correct.
And were you informed that that occurred while the crowd was outside?
Yeah, we were in real-time monitoring of what was going on.
So you're receiving real-time information regarding the lockdown and the efforts to move the infant to safety. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And what real-time information were you receiving as to what efforts were underway to move that infant to safety? And let me back up. This was all occurring during the lockdown, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So again, what information were you receiving and monitoring relating to efforts to move that infant to safety?
I was receiving reports of how our security team was working with law enforcement and others to safely discharge the infant from care, which was a very complex operation. I was made aware of safety and security concerns they were dealing with, that the protesters Mr. Bundy and his followers were trying to find what door or what exit the infant would go to, what car. There was a lot of speculation, and I was made aware of the multiple ways and eventually decoys needed to safely discharge the infant from our care and take the child to safety.
And was the infant, in fact, moved to a safe location?
Yes.
Okay. And after the infant was moved to a safe location, did the crowd dissipate?
No.
Okay. Eventually, was the crowd outside informed that the infant had in fact been discharged?
I believe so.
Okay. And were you monitoring social media through Incident Command at around this time?
Yes.
Okay. Anything you recall, what were you seeing appearing on these reports regarding social media at or around after that time period that the infant had been safely transferred from the hospital?
On March 15th?
On March 15th.
I was frankly seeing more of the same. Targeting of individuals, the claims that we were part of a conspiracy of child kidnapping, further calls to action, more of the same.
So if we could, let me ask you this. Did the threat assessments team continue to have to deal with the situation and provide you with reports after the 15th, after the infant had been discharged?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Bollinger, if we could go back to the incident report. Exhibit 42. Could you move to the entry for March 16th? Seventh page. Oh, excuse me. I meant to say the ninth page. So if we look at the entry for March 16th, I'd like to direct your attention to the sentence there in the middle that refers to harassing phone calls.
Yes.
Would you read that sentence for the jury?
Harassing phone calls continued to be received, including Dr. Erickson's work phone number.
And then could you continue on the next sentence?
Overnight, the doctor's photo was published as a kidnapper on the freedomman.org site.
Okay. Also, if you look in that that section, there's a reference to another statement from Mr. Bundy. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's a reference. It truly is good being called evil and evil being called good. Did you see that?
Yes.
And so were you receiving real-time assessments that Mr. Bundy was continuing to make incendiary posts relating to St. Luke's on March 16th, even after the infant had been discharged?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could go down to the middle section of that page, Mr. Bollinger. And again, this is part of the incident threat assessment you were receiving on March 16th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if you take a look at some of those pictures there, those again reflect information you were being provided real time on March 16th.
Yes.
And just let me maybe ask this: was the incident response team still standing up on March 16th?
Yes.
Okay. And if you take a look at that picture to the right, do you know who that's a picture of?
Dr. Erickson.
And so were you receiving real-time information on March 16th that Dr. Erickson was being targeted?
Yes.
Did that cause you concern?
Yes.
And what, if any, steps were being taken under your authority by the security team to ensure the safety of Dr. Erickson?
By this time, in addition to Dr. Erickson, I had also been targeted as well. I spoke with Abby, who's our head of security, asked Abby to instruct our threat assessment team to focus on the individuals being targeted, reach out to them, be a resource in terms of thinking about personal security and consulting with them on the steps they needed to take given they were being threatened.
And Mr. Roth, I did want to get to that, the threats that were being directed at you. Mr. Bollinger, can we step back a page to page 9? Hey, would you expand the lower half of that document for Mr. Roth and the jury? And would you read again, just for the jury, that the first two sentences there in the threat assessment report?
Despite social media chatter indicating that some of the protesters were aware of the discharge, the protests continued.
And then below that, there's a picture, correctly? Is that correct?
A picture of
you.
me, yes.
And were you made aware of this picture?
I was.
And were you made aware, there's a date on there of 3/15, were you made aware at or around 3/15 on 2022?
I was made aware of it that day.
Okay. And then, and were you made aware, as indicated there, that that was a posting that was on the peoplesrights.org website?
Yes.
Okay. And let me pause and just ask some, to be blunt, kind of personal questions about what was going on. So we talked about your role as CEO overseeing what was going on. When you received notice that you were being personally targeted, or being subject of a post that indicated that you were a criminal accessory to child abduction, what did you do?
When I saw it,
Yeah.
it was a lot to take in. I remember exactly where I was standing when I received, somebody texted me, hey, this is on Mr. Bundy's social media sites. We had just, we were dealing with an assault on our hospital, and all of the things we just walked through. It was the most intense day I can recall in my career, and it kind of popped up in my phone, and it was like almost kind of disbelief. See your picture on a wanted poster, and then child abduction. On one hand, laughable, but on the other hand, immediate concern.
Immediate concern for what?
Well, certainly it's directed at me, but immediate concern for my family.
And did you connect with your wife or anybody else in your family?
Yes, immediately.
Immediately. And what did you tell your wife?
I texted her the screenshot and called her immediately, and because I didn't want her to see it in some other format, and she was shocked, and she was scared. And we discussed that we needed to have a family meeting that evening.
Okay. And again, I've jumped around a little bit on the timeline, but so the jury knows where we are. Did you see, you saw this at or around, you saw this on March 15th, the day of the lockdown, correct?
It was the afternoon of the 15th.
Okay. So again, back in that atmosphere where the lockdown has just occurred, when did you make it home so that you could have that family meeting?
It was later at night, around 8 p.m. that I made it home.
Did you in fact have that family meeting?
We did.
Who was present at that family meeting?
Myself, my wife, my second oldest daughter, my oldest wasn't home, and my two boys, as well as my brother-in-law.
And why was your brother-in-law there?
My brother-in-law is in law enforcement. I actually called him right after I talked with my wife, and he has particular experience in this type of work and guidance, and was an immediate resource who could help us as a family work through what we were seeing.
So when you had that meeting on the evening, sometime around 8 o'clock on the day that the lockdown had occurred, can you tell the jury how that meeting went, that family meeting went?
I know it was at 9:30 at night, because that's about when my youngest son, who was 11 at the time, we put him to bed, or we asked him to get ready, and we kind of delayed that. It was a difficult meeting because I have not been discussing the events of the last few days with my kids. My wife knew broadly. My daughter, who was 18, is pretty attuned, and we would talk about things, but my boys were kind of oblivious. So they were coming in to a situation just cold. For all they knew, things were normal. So starting a conversation was difficult.
And how did that conversation, once you did initiate it, go? I mean, what did you tell your boys and your family?
It was a delicate balance. I did share with them the poster, or the posting. We tried to balance, on one hand, raising the level of concern. And the purpose of the meeting was to talk about steps that we as a family and they as individuals needed to take going forward. And on the other hand, not creating such a fearful environment that we were over-exaggerating or creating a level of concern that was paralyzing for them. And that's where my brother-in-law really was able to help a lot.
And what was your brother-in-law able to do or instruct the family regarding?
He provided I think, the assurance, but also the advice of the steps that we could take and should take to just be on guard and be alert. It was, kids were in school, one in elementary, one in high school, one in middle school. They're all different routes and different ways to get to school. So just giving them and me and my wife practical tips on security, situational awareness, all the steps that we could take, which was incredibly helpful.
Okay. And were there any steps that you did in fact need to take based on this? And
there were.
And what were those steps?
Well, there were a lot of them. Everything from how to answer the door or not answer the door, what to look outside, particularly for our kids who were going to school in the morning, to look for anything that was out of place or different. He urged strongly that we accelerate the acquisition of a security system, which we had, but cameras and all those things, which we initiated. He advised that I acquire a firearm.
And did you acquire a firearm?
Yes.
And you hadn't had a firearm before this?
No.
And when you acquired the firearm, where did you keep it?
Under the bed.
Did you discuss anything relating to how the family needed to protect itself if in fact there was a threat inside the house?
We did.
And what did you discuss in that regard?
My brother-in-law has served on SWAT teams and things like that, so he takes security incredibly seriously. So he did not the whole family. He started with my wife and I. We walked around the house. He advised us to identify a safe room. He helped us identify a safe room. I remember when he said to me, when he looked at the stairs and said, if something happens, you need to assemble in this room, in this corner, because if people shoot up the stairs, you can't, the angle of attack won't get to you in the corner. And I was like, really? I mean, this is where we are. We did not have that conversation with our kids.
So during these discussions with the kids, I mean, you're their father, what was your perception as to how they were taking it in?
Well, I remember what my son told me.
What did your son tell you?
My 11-year-old, he essentially said, Dad, I don't get it. You work at a hospital. And it was in response to that photo and we're having a discussion around personal safety and risk, and something's happened and you're on a wanted poster, but you work at a hospital. There wasn't really more than that. It was just confusion.
So were you able to implement, in addition to the firearm that you placed under your bed, were you able to implement the other security measures and training that your brother-in-law instructed you on?
Yes.
So I'd like to step back from the personal back into kind of your role as CEO. So we've talked a little bit about the testimony you can provide regarding the threat assessment and incident command continuing on after the infant was discharged on the 16th. At any point at or around those days after the infant had been discharged, did you make a decision to communicate to the employees of the company?
Yes.
And how did you communicate?
I wrote a letter and sent it via email.
Your Honor, we'd like to introduce Exhibit 71. It has been authenticated as a business record in a July 6th declaration of Aubrey Lyon.
Pursuant to 902, it's been authenticated. Exhibit 71 is admitted and may be published.
Mr. Bollinger, could you pull up Exhibit 71? And just so that, and this, could you tell us what Exhibit 71 is? Is that the email you had just referred to?
Yes, it's an email I sent on March 17th, 2020.
Okay. And Mr. Bollinger, if you could pull back, because I am going to ask Mr. Roth to read this and perhaps just size that so the jury can see it and follow along. And Mr. Roth, you just testified this is what you sent out to your employees.
Yes.
Could you read this? I know it's lengthy, but I would like the jury to hear it. Would you mind reading this document?
Sure. I'm going to read from this.
That's certainly fine.
Subject, Reflections on the Week. Good afternoon. First, I'd like to say that you're all on my mind. That's often the case, of course, but this has been a troubling and very difficult week, and I know that many of you have shared that sense as well. Earlier this week, security threats generated by the actions of a small, extremely disruptive group of people forced our Boise hospital into lockdown, causing us to have to divert patients in need of care to other facilities and locations among the many steps we needed to take. For a brief time, emergency medical services were redirected elsewhere. All of this followed multiple days of noisy and hazardous crowds on the grounds of the Boise hospital. These threats and related activities have caused undue stress and anxiety for our patients, their families, many of you and others having legitimate business and needs at and around the hospital. This was not just disruptive to us, bad as that was. These situations have also strained the resources of our community's first responders. Multiple agencies have been involved to ensure public safety, safe passage for healthcare users, and other needs. The disruption has spilled over into our phone lines, tying up resources, complicating services, and preventing people in need of reaching their caregivers, staff members, and others. Our team members have been subjected to harassment and profanity-laced calls. Despite this incredible difficulty and duress, our team members have continued to perform at the highest levels, providing care to those we need. And because, as you would expect, we monitor across all platforms and track threats in multiple forms, we are well aware of the people and the practices that involve violations of private information, including alarming threats on social media and violations of our policies having to do with organizational information. You have my commitment that we will pursue every legal course of action against those who engage in these tactics. Please know that in all of our dealings as an organization with respect to the actions of this past week, we have adhered to both the letter and the spirit of the law. The same cannot be said of the participants in many of these engagements and activities. I want you to know that St. Luke's leadership and the protections afforded through your appropriate association with our organization can give you assurance that you will be kept as safe as possible. We will and we must always draw the line when safety is at risk. Together with our healthcare, public safety, and other civic colleagues, we exist to protect and serve and to improve the health of people in our communities. Thank you, all of you, for your commitment to serving those in need and for showing the community what we are all about, people caring for people. The work you do each day never ceases to amaze. With appreciation.
And Mr. Roth, why did you decide to send out that message at that time?
The preceding days were a whirlwind for our organization. We were focused first and foremost on ensuring the infant in our care was getting the best care, and also protecting our team members and visitors and all those individuals, particularly around that Boise campus vicinity. This was really the first time and the opportunity to communicate to all 15,000 plus team members and to state for them how we were processing, reacting, and thinking about those steps, and also to recognize that even in the face of intense threat and harassment and adversity, that our teams rose to the occasion, and that's why I wanted to send it.
Council, can you make a note of where you're at? And
Certainly, Your Honor.
go ahead and take our afternoon break. During this break, no discussion, no deliberation about the case. We'll take a break until 3 p.m.
All rise, please.
Very good.
All rise. Trial and jury, President County Court.
Thank you. Please be seated. Did anything happen over the afternoon break to affect your qualifications? Seeing none. The witness remains subject to the oath previously taken. Counsel, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Roth, I'd like to pick up where we left off before the break, and just to put us back in kind of time, I was talking with you about that time period around March 17th after you'd written the letter that you read to the audience, okay? Or read to the jury, excuse me. At around that time period of 3 or 4 days after the infant had been discharged from St. Luke's, were you receiving any information regarding any continuing activities by Mr. Bundy and his followers?
Yes.
What types of information were you receiving?
Well, although we were able to discharge the infant from our care, and there were fewer people out at the Boise Hospital, there had been a migration to Department of Health and Welfare. We continued to monitor phone calls, and our threat assessment process was going on. And we continued to hear reports of individuals being targeted.
So in addition to those ongoing disruptions, did you start to receive any information regarding the defamation that had been directed at St. Luke's and you being used by Mr. Bundy or his followers as a point of rallying?
Yes.
What information did you receive in that regard?
Well, I recall an event that was held by Mr. Bundy, a rally of sorts, to use this incident to further campaign and causes, those types of things.
So, Your Honor, if we could introduce Exhibit 364 in accordance with Rule 902, June 28 declaration for Mr. McCraney at paragraph 36 authenticates the document.
Exhibit 364 is admitted and may be published.
And my first question to you, Mr. Roth, did you see this posting at around that March 17th or 18th period?
I don't recall if it was 17th or 18th, but I definitely saw this.
Okay. And what was your reaction when you saw it?
Sadly not surprised. This is kind of par for the course, using what we had been accused of, the organization, individuals, me, our providers, to have a rally and promote their causes.
And there's an address there. Based on information you're receiving from your threat assessment team and others, did you have any understanding as to that 800 East Locust Street address in Emmett?
Yes.
What was your understanding regarding that address?
That it's a warehouse owned by Mr. Bundy.
We can take that exhibit down, Mr. Bollinger. So I'd like to kind of expand the time frame now, Mr. Roth. Talk about that time period from March, but let's go for brevity, next 6 months or so. What's happening in the next 6 months as far as any threats that are being brought to your attention relating to Mr. Bundy, Mr. Rodriguez, and PRN?
I would characterize those next 6 months as we were not in that incident command mode that I described. We were not getting daily updates from the threat assessment team, but our teams were continuing to monitor and keep us informed on a regular basis. And what I was receiving updates on and seeing in some cases myself, an ongoing drumbeat of content that was being released. Dr. Erickson's name would come up, my name would come up, the child trafficking would come up, Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez would go out and do the podcasts and interviews. That continued and hasn't stopped. But that next 6 months, there was the intensity of that week leading up to March 15th was like at peak intensity, and I characterize it as a constant drumbeat, but not with the intensity of the threat, if that makes sense.
Understanding that, have there been any understanding there's your statement kind of more of a constant threat level? Even within that, were there ever any times when there would be a pop-up in disruptions?
Yes.
And based on the information the threat assessment team was providing you, what would those pop-ups in disturbances relate to?
Letters, emails, a phone call or phone calls. We weren't, to my recollection, having phone call campaigns that shut us down during that time, but some pretty significant threats or concerning comments or actions that we would be made aware of that would rise to the top.
Okay. And then again, let's move to a period that's kind of after that 6 months, which would put us in about September of last year, to September to present, basically this last year. Have there been continuing threats that you've been apprised of?
Yes.
And I understand that you still get information from your your threat assessment team regarding when Mr. Bundy may go on a spree of appearances on extremist media. You still get those assessments?
Yes.
And is there any movement with regard to the disturbances when Mr. Bundy makes a number of high-profile extremist appearances on video?
Yeah, there's movement.
And have you personally watched some of those appearances that Mr. Bundy has made in the last year or so? At least clips of them?
I have. They're too numerous to count, but I have watched some.
And the ones you watch, the ones that you're apprised of, and the ones you watch, they continue to espouse the same defamatory conspiracy theories regarding you, Dr. Erickson, Tracy Youngman, and St. Luke's?
Yes.
And from the information you're receiving from threat assessment, has Mr. Bundy escalated the personal attacks on you?
Yes.
And to your understanding, does that relate to the filing of this lawsuit?
Yes.
So let me ask you about one of those periods you testified about when there's a crescendo in the disturbances because of one of Mr. Bundy's appearances on extremist media. Do those typically result in phone calls at or around the time of those appearances to the hospital?
Yes.
And have you listened to audio transcripts of any of those phone calls?
Yes.
And does your threat assessment team track the number of phone calls that come in?
Yes.
And we'll be hearing later from Mr. Abendondolo in your security regarding exactly those numbers, what those exact numbers are. I just want to get your impression based on what you've heard. How would you describe the content of those audio and phone threats that St. Luke's receives when Mr. Bundy goes on extremist media and talks about St. Luke's?
I would say many of them are sickening and they're vile. And it's shocking that people choose to speak to people the way that you'll hear. It's just sickening.
And we talked about the fact that some of the incoming messages, emails, phone calls name you directly. Is that fair?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to bring up, if I could, Exhibit 78. It was 788.
Exhibit 788.
And I believe that has been authenticated, Your Honor, with a declaration filed by Aubrey Lyon on July 6th.
What paragraph?
I believe it's paragraph 12, Your Honor.
Exhibit 788 has been authenticated pursuant to 902 and may be admitted and published.
And just to be fair to the jury, some people might find this offensive. Would you expand the text there, Mr. Bullinger? And so, Mr. Roth, that email reads, Chris Roth, you slimy Jew. Chris Roth, the slimy Jew, is getting strung up along with everyone else who is complacent in the medical tyranny. DOTR is coming, faggots. Is this reflective of the type of messages that you were referring to when you said vile?
Yes.
So, can you identify the date on that?
I don't believe there's a date on that,
Okay.
unless there's a timestamp.
Well, I'll represent to you, Mr. Roth, that this, as authenticated by Mr. Lyon, this came sometime in the spring of this year, okay? And do you recall the spring of this year being one of those upticks in disturbances?
Yes.
Okay. And when you read this email during one of those crescendos in disruptions, what did you do?
Well, this was sent to me by a colleague. And of course I read it, and then I wondered what DOTR meant.
And just to be clear, it was forwarded to you by a colleague who'd seen it. Correct?
Yes. Yes.
And you indicated that you saw that reference to DOTR.
Yes.
And did you understand what that meant?
I did not.
Did you look up and investigate what that phrase means?
Yes.
And what was the conclusion after you did some research?
My understanding, it stands for Day of the Rope.
And based on your research and understanding, what does Day of the Rope refer to?
It's a day at some point where traitors to the white race will be executed.
And what did it indicate to you that this threat was tied to that reference, medical tyranny?
Medical tyranny was the constant theme, that drumbeat I was referencing earlier, that theme that Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez and all related organizations have been beating since all of this began, and it hasn't stopped.
So again, when you saw this, at around the time of this crescendo in recent times, did you take any additional steps regarding the safety of your family?
Yes.
And what steps did you take?
We had another family meeting,
And who was involved in this family meeting?
same group of people.
And what happened at that family meeting?
I would characterize this one as a little bit more intense and a little bit more
I
serious.
apologize for interrupting you, but could you tell us what you mean by intense in that context?
Yes. This happened in the spring, and Mr. Bundy had put out a fair amount of content targeting me specifically, calling me out by name, and just really directed at me. My level of concern, that combined with this, and our phones got bombarded again, my level of personal concern was at a new level from even where it was back in March. And my concern for our family was at a new level. So we had another meeting. We had another reminder of the precautions and the safety measures. We did an evaluation of security again. There were some things that maybe we were a little bit let our guard down or attention. During that period of that constant drumbeat, I did choose to remove the firearm. It came back in spring. And we as a family talked about the level of seriousness had just increased to another level. I suppose if there's any, good news, that's the wrong term to use, is that this was not new to my family at this point, so they weren't coming into the conversation cold.
So, Mr. Roth, just to follow up on that, I mean, we've been talking about the time frames. My understanding is when we keep referring to the spring, we're talking in effect about over a year since that March 2022 incident occurred, correct?
Yes, spring of this year.
So just as far as your perspective and the stress it placed on you, I mean, how did it feel more than a year from the incident and events that formed the starting point of this lawsuit, that you're still being targeted by Mr. Bundy and his followers?
How did it feel? It didn't feel good. It felt wrong, still feels wrong. And it feels like Mr. Bundy and Rodriguez need to be held accountable, and that the behavior has to stop.
So you talked about accountability for Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez. I want to jump back, if we could, in time a little bit. I know we were just talking about spring of this year, but you're talking about accountability, so maybe we could go back to when you decided to file this lawsuit. Were you involved in the decision to file this lawsuit?
I was.
Okay. And in effect, well, tell me how, just at a high level, that process worked for an institution like St. Luke's and you as a CEO to make a decision to file a lawsuit like this.
One of the actions I took in very early days, likely around March 14th or 15th, is I asked our general counsel to make sure we were recording and documenting everything that was happening and putting all the steps necessary to prepare for the possibility of litigation. Then between that time and when we filed, we continued to really assess the situation. There was a lot that was going on. We had to take our time to really understand the breadth of all of the things, even beyond what was happening with that infant and on the campus. And the culmination of all that, ultimately, it took a couple months, and then we elected, and I made the decision in consultation with our board to file the lawsuit.
You mentioned that it took a while to assess the breadth. Can you tell me what you meant by assessing the breadth as part of that decision to file a lawsuit?
As I've read through the complaint, and we read it this morning, the web that's been created, People's Rights Network, Freedom Man, Bundy for Governor, individuals, money, marketing, greed, intentional lying, organized targeting, harassing, doxing. We didn't see all of that in between March 12th and March 15th. We were focused on an infant and the safety of our team members. Once we had some time to step back, it gave us some perspective, and not that we weren't committed before, but gave us even more resolve to fight back against the lies and the falsities, and hold Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez and their entities accountable.
So you also made a decision to join this lawsuit as an individual, did you not?
I did.
What went into that decision process for you?
Well, I think a couple of things. Number one, I was personally attacked and targeted, and Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez said their goal was to destroy my career and have my friends, neighbors, family shun me, and extended that goal to others of our team, including Dr. Erickson and Tracy Youngman. And so that was one reason. Secondly, it takes a lot of courage to stand up as an individual. Yes, St. Luke's is named. We're a large organization, 15,000 plus strong. But when Tracy and Natasha chose to take the step of standing up as individuals, I wasn't going to stand behind them. I wanted to stand with them.
So we referenced a letter that you wrote at around the time of the discharge of the infant. Could we go, Mr. Bollinger, to Exhibit 72? And Your Honor, authentication of Exhibit 72 was submitted pursuant to a July 6th declaration from Aubrey Lyon relating based on the St. Luke's business record, it being a St. Luke's business record.
You're offering that this.
I am, Your Honor. I'd ask it to be admitted.
Thank you. Exhibit 72 is admitted and may be published.
So, Mr. Roth, again, to make sure the jury understands the time frame, I've been asking you about that decision to file the lawsuit. And that lawsuit was filed in May of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So this exhibit we're looking at, Exhibit 72, can you tell the jury what this is?
72.
Yes.
This is a letter I wrote to all of our team members, providers, and others, community members and leaders within our community.
And can I ask you, Mr. Roth, what prompted you to write this particular letter?
We wanted to communicate that we had taken action to file the lawsuit and why.
And who did you distribute this letter to?
So all employees, team members, providers, the St. Luke's family, volunteers, as well as local community leaders, business leaders, individuals who we work closely with, or organizations we work closely with every day.
Okay. And Mr. Roth, I'd like to impose upon you again to read this letter that you wrote to the jury, Exhibit 72.
Good afternoon. I often speak of the importance of living St. Luke's mission and values. The spirit of care and service is central to who we are, and our people are the heart of St. Luke's. There are moments that challenge these fundamentals, time when we must turn words into action and stand up for what we believe is right. And of course, acting oftentimes takes courage. You will recall that in March, after multiple days of demonstrations and intimidation, mounting security threats forced our Boise Medical Center into lockdown, interfering with our ability to provide care. We had to divert patients and ambulances to other facilities. The outrageous actions of the people who incited these protesters put our team members, patients, their families, and everyone else on site and in the vicinity at risk. As I stated at the time, we respect the right of community members to peacefully demonstrate, but we must always draw a line when safety is at risk. Safety is our true north, and these actions cross that line, disrupting care and stoking fear. Earlier today, St. Luke's filed a lawsuit in state court based on the harmful activities surrounding the well-publicized Child Protective Services case that resulted in a coordinated campaign of intimidation and harassment against St. Luke's and our team members. You can find a copy of the complaint here, redacted to protect patient privacy. The defendants named in the lawsuit are the individuals and entities responsible for these actions, including Ammon Bundy, Diego Rodriguez, Freedom Man Press, and related entities. It is important that we stand up to the bullying, intimidation, and disruption, and the self-servicing and menacing actions of these individuals and entities for the protection of our employees and patients and to ensure our ability to serve our community. Inaction would signal that this type of behavior is acceptable to our community. It is not. Pursuing legal action is not something we take lightly. Over the past several weeks, we have conducted a thorough review of the events and actions that unfolded. We've gathered facts and analyzed the harmful effects these events have had on our team and those seeking medical care. For us, shining a light on the truth matters. The aim of the lawsuit is to stop the defendants from their ongoing harassment and to destroy and to remove defamatory and false material they have posted and shared online and through other platforms. St. Luke's has not been the only target of these individuals, and no one should be subject to this abuse. The suit also seeks monetary damages, not for financial benefit, but to help.
And remember, stop at the future.
What's that?
And there's a point that's been redacted. I just wanted to make sure.
Oh,
you
okay, I
understand.
didn't know that. So
Yes.
do I stop there?
It's fine. You can move to that very last paragraph.
Okay. It starts with wow?
Yes, and that redaction was just to protect privacy. So if you could move on to that, just that last paragraph.
While this has been a particularly challenging time for us to navigate, especially considering a 2-year battle with COVID-19, your commitment to care for our patients and each other has never wavered. Thanks to each of you for your service and for living our mission and values with respect.
So for you, was that another important letter to send out?
Very important.
And let me ask you this. I mean, we've talked about what's you've experienced personally. You've talked about placing a gun under your bed and then go and placing it under your bed again. Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez have refused to participate in this litigation. All that's occurred up till today, do you still feel like this lawsuit was the right thing to file for St. Luke's?
Without question.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. The witness may step down. Plaintiff may call their next witness.
The plaintiffs would call Devin Burkhart, Your Honor.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about the witness tonight will be truthful? I do. Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Devin Burghart, Devin Burghart.
Counsel, you may inquire.
And Your Honor, Mr. Burkhart is an expert witness. He'll be testifying as an expert witness.
Lay your foundation.
We will. I just wanted to make sure that Your Honor was aware of his capacity. Mr. Burkhart, you tell the jury where you're employed?
I work for the Institute for Research and Education on Human Rights.
And what is the Institute?
The Institute for Research and Education on Human Rights, or the Institute, is a national nonprofit civil rights organization dedicated to defending democracy and human rights.
And what type of research and monitoring does the Institute do?
Our primary focus at the Institute is, number one, to research and monitor extremism, and secondly, to work with communities to help them build effective barriers against bigotry.
And what is your title at the Institute?
I'm the board president and the executive director of the Institute.
And Mr. Burkhart, what are your duties as president and executive director?
I wear a lot of hats at the Institute. My primary responsibilities include fundraising for the organization, maintaining our mission and our focus, as well as leading our research and organizing teams.
You mentioned that you were involved in research. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long have you been professionally engaged in researching, investigating, and writing about extremism?
30 years.
And have you been retained by St. Luke's to serve as an expert in this case?
Yes, I have.
And are you here to testify as an expert?
Yes.
And what, again, is your area of expertise?
My area of expertise is in extremism.
And what were you retained to do for this particular engagement with St. Luke's?
In this particular instance, I was engaged to review the materials involving Ammon Bundy, Diego Rodriguez, and the People's Rights Network, and most specifically share my expertise relating to the People's Rights Network, Ammon Bundy, and his network of affiliated organizations.
As part of that, were you retained as an expert to explain to a jury what the political objectives of Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Bundy and People's Rights Networks are, especially with regard to what they refer to as defensive rights?
Yes.
Also included with the scope of what you described, were you retained as an expert to testify regarding the playbooks or tactics for intimidation that have been employed by PRN and Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez in the past?
Yes.
And also, were you retained as part of that scope to testify and provide an opinion regarding PRN and Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez and what your research and the Institute's research has determined regarding the financial operations and financial connections between those entities and other extremist groups?
Yes.
Were you also within the scope of that testimony, were you retained to provide expert testimony regarding the tactics that are used to market and grow the membership within PRN?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And let me ask you a little bit about your professional career. You've indicated that you've been working professionally, I think, for about 30 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd like to touch on that. But before I do, let me ask again about those opinions. Did you, in fact, arrive at opinions that you're prepared here to testify about?
Yes.
Okay. And were those opinions that you researched and arrived at specific to this case?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, talking a little bit about both your background and expertise, and just a little bit more broadly about how you got involved in this area. Let me ask you, Mr. Burkhart, where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Spokane.
Okay, and when did you first get involved in, or develop an interest in this line of work?
I first became concerned and involved in this line of work when I was about 13, when a neo-Nazi by the name of Robert Matthews came to protest in downtown Spokane. At that event, I heard some of the most vile things I could possibly imagine, and it reminded me of the sacrifice that people like my Uncle Pete made when he stormed the beaches at Normandy trying to fight and defeat fascism. Ever since then, I've been dedicated to researching and monitoring that kind of extremism.
And you said you indicated you grew up in the Northwest in Spokane, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you attend college in the Northwest?
Yes, I attended Western Washington University.
And after attending Western Washington University, what was your first, I guess, professional job in the industry that you're in now?
My first professional job was as a research analyst for a group called the Coalition for Human Dignity.
And when did you start working there?
I started working there in 1993.
And what was your role at that institution?
At that time, my primary responsibility was to conduct research and monitoring of extremist activity in the Pacific Northwest.
And while you were at the coalition, are there any professional relationships that you developed that are relevant to your training and experience?
Yes.
And what would those be?
I had the fortunate opportunity to work with Bill Wasmith, a former Catholic priest who at the time ran a group called the Northwest Coalition Against Malicious Harassment. In fact, his door was right across the hall from mine. Bill was a long-time dedicated human rights activist dealing with the Aryan Nations presence here in the state of Idaho, and his wisdom and compassion in this area is something that's stuck with me ever since.
So you received mentoring and training from Mr. Wasmith?
That's correct.
And is that the same Wasmith whose name is on the Civil Rights Center here in Boise and the Anne Frank Memorial?
One and the same.
And how long were you working as a research analyst at the coalition?
I worked with the coalition until 1997.
And what did you do after that?
After that, I was brought on board as a program director at the Center for New Community in Chicago to do similar work in the Midwest.
Okay. And what about after that? How did your professional career advance after that in this area?
After 11 years at the center, I decided it was time to come back to the Northwest and move back to Seattle and took a role with the Institute.
The Institute you're at here today?
Yes.
Okay. And when you first joined the Institute, I'm trying to keep track of the time frame. Would that be around 2008?
Yeah, late 2008.
And what was your role then?
My initial role was to be research director.
And what did that research involve?
That was researching extremism across the United States.
Okay. And am I correct in understanding you've been at the Institute for Research and Education regarding human rights since that time?
That's correct.
And have your responsibilities at the Institute changed over time?
Yes, I've moved from research director to executive director.
And you talked about one of your roles, your roles being relating to research and publishing of information regarding extremist groups. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as part of that, do you conduct interviews, research, provide opinions and training to others?
Yes.
To get a sense of some of the training that you provide based on your expertise, can you give us just an overview of the types of training you provide?
In addition to working with hundreds and hundreds of human and civil rights groups around the country, I've conducted trainings for everyone from the Chicago Police Department to the Pacific Licensed Tax and Fraud Association to the Great Lakes Naval Training Center in Chicago to the Ontario Provincial Police and many other organizations.
And when you talk about the training to these law enforcement related agencies, what type of training are you providing to them based on your expertise?
Depends on the situation, but generally it's helping them have expert research and analysis on how to identify the signs and symbols of extremism.
And if we can talk just about your research and publishing production, how many articles relating to extremism have you been the author or co-author on in your career?
Today, I would say it's close to 1,000.
And how many times have you spoke based on your expertise to different organizations or governmental entities?
Don't know an exact number, but it would be in the many hundreds. That includes everything from speaking to both the German and British parliaments. It would include speaking before Congress. It would include a number of situations like that, as well as hundreds of others.
So we talked about the information that your expertise would provide to law enforcement, and you just mentioned some governmental institutions. What type of information research are you called upon to provide to those political institutions?
At the Institute, we believe that it's essential to engage in academic rigor while applying the latest data science and data collection techniques along with old school shoe leather reporting. And those sources often rely upon the data and information that we collect to give them the best picture of what's happening on the ground related to extremism.
So let's talk about that and perhaps in a little bit more detail. You've talked about research regarding extremist groups, and to the extent that you haven't already covered it in that last answer, can you just kind of perhaps lay out for the jury the type of work that goes into your research and writing relating to these extremist groups?
These days, the amount of work that we have to do is extensive. It includes monitoring of online streaming traffic. It includes monitoring of social media activities. It includes on-the-ground reporting and field reports gathered by our staff. It includes managing and archiving publications of the varieties of different groups. It includes going through news clippings and a whole variety of different things. My main job and the main task at hand these days is the collection and dissemination of that information into something that is usable and makes sense to people, that gives them the tools to see what things are really happening in as close to real time as possible.
And prior to this case, we'll talk about those opinions that you were retained to provide here today in a bit, but prior to being retained by St. Luke's in this matter, had you investigated, had you and the Institute conducted any investigating and research into Ammon Bundy and PRN?
Yes.
And what were the most significant pieces of research relating to Mr. Bundy and PRN, and I guess I should add Diego Rodriguez, that the Institute has been involved in?
The two most significant pieces of research that we've done related to Ammon Bundy, Diego Rodriguez, and the People's Rights Network are first and foremost the report we published in October of 2020 called Ammon's Army Inside the People's Rights Network. It's a nearly 100-page document that includes examination of the size, scope, and nature of the organization, their leaders, and their tactics. It also it is heavily referenced with nearly 250 footnotes and a thorough accounting for the organization's activity up to then. The second of the important reports is an update to that we published in late 2021 called Ammon's Army Marches On. It's an update on the data regarding the membership and composition of the People's Rights Network and their activities between the publication of Ammon's Army and the update.
Your Honor, I'd like to have Mr. Burkhart look at Exhibit 611 and identify it. It is that article. It should be that article that he just referred to, but I'd like to establish foundation and authenticate that with the intent of introducing it as an exhibit. So, Mr. Burkhart, could you look at, you should have Exhibit 611 in the binder next to you. I know there's a number of binders up there. I should have tagged it for you earlier.
That's all right.
Thank you, Mr. Burkhart. So if you take a look at Exhibit 611, Mr. Burkhart, just tell me when you're there.
Yes.
Is that the article you're referring to as Ammon's Army?
Yes, it is.
And does that look to be a true and correct copy?
Yes.
And also, just so we can get both perhaps out of the way, would you also take a quick look for Exhibit 750? And Mr. Burkhart, keep that other exhibit, though, if you wouldn't, close by, because I anticipate asking you some questions about it.
Got it.
It is Exhibit 750. Does that look to be a correct copy of what you referred to as the article you wrote, Ammon Marches On?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd like to move for Exhibit 611 and Exhibit 750 to be admitted.
Did this witness write 611?
He did. Well, let me ask, Your Honor. Mr. Burkhart, were you the author of Exhibit 611?
Yes, I was the lead author on the piece.
Exhibit 611 and Exhibit 750 are admitted.
And Mr. Bullinger, would you mind putting up just the first page of Exhibit 611 for the jury, if you would? So you'd mentioned that one of the more significant articles that you and the Institute had authored relating to Mr. Bundy and the People's Rights Network is Ammon's Army. Is that the first page on that document?
Yes, it is.
And can you estimate how many hours of research, well, who was involved, who did you oversee, I should say, in the development of this article?
On this report, we had a team of 5, in addition, 3 additional interns from our staff. We also involved the Montana Human Rights Network and their staff, which I think at the time had 3 or 4 researchers all involved in processing the report.
And I did misspeak when I called it an article. It is quite lengthy, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And about how many, and again, I'm just asking for an estimate. About how many authorities are referenced and citations are referenced in this report?
As I recall, there are a couple hundred, maybe around 250 total.
And can you estimate for the jury about how many man hours, including your own, went into developing this report?
We estimate that somewhere between 3,500 and 4,000 hours of staff time went into preparing and publishing this report.
Okay. And
It was virtually all we did for the months between August and October of the publication date.
And Mr. Bullinger, could you put up for the jury the first page of Exhibit 750? And Mr. Burkhart, could you identify for the jury what Exhibit 750 is?
This is the follow-up report Ammon's Army marches on.
And when was this report finished?
In late October 2021.
And has the Institute and yourself continued to devote significant resources and research to Mr. Bundy and PRN?
Yes, we have.
And why is it that the Institute is dedicated significant research and man-hours to investigating and monitoring Mr. Bundy and PRN?
At the Institute, we maintain what we call a threat matrix. It examines extremist groups around the country on a variety of different categories, and based on the combination of size, scope, and militancy, Ammon Bundy's People's Rights Network is at the top of our threat matrix.
So it's the focus of, is it fair to say it's the focus of your research and monitoring efforts?
The focus of very much of it, yes.
So I would like to focus now a little bit more on what you did exactly for this case. Did you rely on the knowledge and research that you and the Institute had accumulated regarding Mr. Bundy and PRN and Mr. Rodriguez when you undertook this work?
I did.
Did you undertake additional work specific to this matter to reach your opinions in this case?
Yes.
Did you rely on or deploy any resources within the Institute to conduct research relating to St. Luke's and the matter and the expert work you've been engaged to do in for this lawsuit?
Yes, we did.
All right. Your Honor, I'd ask that Mr. Burkhart be qualified as an expert.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Burkhart, did you develop and reach well, first let me back up. We touched on it a little bit before, but could you define or explain to the jury what the scope of your engagement relating to this lawsuit was at a broad level?
At its broadest level, my engagement with this lawsuit has been to examine the size, structure, and scope of the People's Rights Network, its affiliated organizations, including the Freedom Tabernacle, the Bundy for Governor campaign, as well as examining the activities of Diego Rodriguez and Ammon Bundy.
And within that scope, did you develop and reach some opinions that you're prepared to testify here to today?
Yes, I am.
And Mr. Burkhart, as part of the process of you serving as an expert in this case, did you prepare information relating to a disclosure of your expert opinions in this case?
Yes.
And then, Mr. Burkhart, I believe it's there, but would you take a look at the binder for Exhibit 790? And within 790, Mr. Burkhart, I direct your attention to pages 5 through 10.
Yes, I see them.
And does Exhibit 790 at pages 5 through 10 reflect information regarding your background that you disclosed as part of the expert process, but in addition to that, the opinions that you're here to testify regarding?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, we would move to admit Exhibit 790. It is the expert disclosure, Your Honor.
Is he testifying? Does the expert disclosure need to be admitted? Or
It-
is he,
It would be fine, Your Honor, if we would just refer to it so he could track his opinions. So we'd like to could we publish it for that purpose on the monitor, but perhaps not enter it into it as an exhibit?
I'm going to reserve whether or not it will be admitted as an exhibit, but, I mean, he can reference it. I don't know that it needs to be published.
Fair enough, Your Honor. So taking a look at exhibit the exhibit in front of you, 790, does that lay out the opinions that you're prepared to testify to here today?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And we have prepared a slide regarding the first of your opinions. Can we put that up, Mr. Bullinger? So, Mr. Burkhart, would you read that for the jury and confirm that that's one of the opinions that you're here to provide today?
Certainly. Opinion 1. Ammon Bundy founded and built PRN into a nationwide network that they assert has over 60,000 members. PRN's growth has been spurred by a fusion of Bundy's core of far-right paramilitary supporters, built up over years of armed standoffs, with a mass base of new activists radicalized in protest over COVID-19 health directives.
So, Mr. Burkhart, I've got a few questions to ask you regarding that opinion to expand on it. And my focus in those questions is to help us understand how that opinion that you're reaching there relates to and perhaps leads to what occurred here that brought us to the lawsuit, okay?
Sure.
So in that regard, Mr. Bundy has chosen not to be here. Can you give us an overview of understanding when Mr. Bundy's first became involved such that he popped up on your radar when you were monitoring and reviewing extremists?
Sure. Ammon Bundy first came to our attention in 2014 when a conflict that began over his father's fight with the Bureau of Land Management and his refusal to pay grazing fees led to an armed standoff in Bunkerville, Nevada.
And what was the next event that popped up on the screen relating to Mr. Bundy's, I guess, trajectory?
Well, at Bunkerville, Ammon first gained national notoriety for while sniper rifles were aimed at BLM officials from the hills and from an overpass. Ammon himself led an armed group of several hundred marchers who marched on the Bureau of Land Management, and at that event said that we've finally created enough ruckus that people will now start paying attention to us. That became important later when he again popped up on our radar screen when he invaded the Malheur Wildlife Refuge in 2016 in rural Oregon.
And what was Mr. Bundy's role at Malheur?
Again, Mr. Bundy took a front-facing leadership role, even helping begin the standoff, a standoff that began over colleagues of Mr. Bundy who had been convicted of arson for setting fire to grazing lands. Ammon Bundy viewed the opportunity to engage in a conflict in the region. He called it his tip of the spear, that he would use this as an opportunity to ratchet up conflict and awareness about his particular political cause.
And so we can, again, perhaps understand the trajectory of Mr. Bundy as it relates to our case and the threats posed. Did that Malheur event involve arms?
Yes, it did. It was a heavily armed standoff.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Did it involve arms?
Yes. Yes, it did.
What kind of arms?
heavy weapons, lots of ammunition, and while there, not only were they peacefully sitting there, but they did millions of dollars in damage to the wildlife refuge, damaged Native American artifacts, many priceless, and generally created havoc in the region.
And what about violence? Did the Malheur event that Mr. Bundy led, did that result in any violence?
It did, sadly. Towards the end of the protest, a number of individuals, rather than being arrested, decided that they were going to flee. They ran through several roadblocks. After the last time doing that, a group of Bundy supporters drove off into the snow, fled their vehicle, and engaged in a firefight with law enforcement where one of Bundy's supporters was killed.
And again, understanding the trajectory of Mr. Bundy as it relates to why we're here today, was there anything about the Malheur insurrection relating to how Mr. Bundy communicated with the media that relates to our case here today?
Absolutely.
And what is that?
Mr. Bundy first developed as a test model this kind of conflict in Bunkerville. He perfected it in Malheur, and he effectively used both communication with local and national media sources, as well as regular live streaming broadcasts to his followers as a way to raise his visibility and to gain new recruits and supporters.
And is it fair to say that since Malheur, these types of videos and posts have become a staple of Mr. Bundy's tactics?
Very much so, yes.
So moving ahead, again, understanding the trajectory that leads us to what we're here about today, when did Mr. Bundy first come to Idaho?
It appears Mr. Bundy first came to Idaho after being released from prison in relationship to the Bunkerville and Malheur standoffs sometime around 2018.
And when, again, in the context of what you're reviewing through the Institute regarding extremism, when after 2018, if at all, did Mr. Bundy become a focus of the Institute's research?
Mr. Bundy really became a focus once again when he started ratcheting up activities at the beginning of the pandemic. Starting in March of 2020, he began holding meetings and organizing events to try to kind of increase militancy and push back against COVID-19 health directives. And it was out of those meetings that he birthed what became the People's Rights Network.
And I'd like to ask you some questions about the People's Rights Network. And I know we'll spend more time on it later, but could you describe at a high level for the jury what PRN is?
The People's Rights Network is an organization founded and created by Ammon Bundy. It is a network of a range of extremists who have been attracted to the organization because of its militant and confrontational posture.
And what about the growth of PRN? Can you talk to us about the growth of PRN since it was founded by Mr. Bundy in 2020?
Yes, I can.
And is that something I should say that the Institute has been monitoring?
Yes, we've monitored it very closely.
And how has the Institute been monitoring that growth?
We do a regular examination of the People's Rights Network's web portal, which provides accounting of every member in every area in every part of the country.
And as maybe to set a benchmark, does Mr. Bundy make any claims regarding the size of the PRN network?
Yes, he does.
And what does Mr. Bundy claim to be the size of the PRN network?
His latest claim is that the network has somewhere between 65,000 and 70,000 people.
And you mentioned that the Institute independently monitors the size of PRN?
Yes, that's correct.
And I'd like you to take a look at what's been marked as Exhibit 755, Mr. Burkhart, page 2. Well, and let me back up and ask some foundational questions, Mr. Burkhart. Taking a look at Exhibit 755, can you identify what that is?
Yes, that's the People's Rights Network website.
And is that something that you regularly monitor?
Yes, it is.
And were you involved in or in pulling that portion of the PRN website to make it an exhibit in aid of your expert testimony?
Yes, I was.
And does that reflect a true and correct copy of what you downloaded from the PRN website to use for your report?
Yes, yes, it was.
Your Honor, could we admit Exhibit 755?
Foundation as to time?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burkhart, can you identify when you downloaded that, participated in the downloading of that?
Certainly, it would have been in roughly September 2020.
Your Honor, we'd move for admission.
Relevance?
It's going to be used for him to reference the size of the PRN network.
From 2020? Is that what he said?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, Your Honor, we can move on to their own count if that would make things more efficient. Mr.
Just a second, counsel.
Certainly.
I don't understand how something in 2020 establishes a fact today that he just testified to. So you can lay further foundation. If this is a document he printed off in 2020, I'm confused where this document comes from.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. It was 2023. I'm sorry.
So if you want to lay a further foundation, you can attempt to do so, but it's not tracking for relevance.
Understood, Your Honor. I think I'd need to ask a clarifying question. Mr. Burkhart, would you review Exhibit 755 again?
Yes, sorry.
And take a look at the download date. And again, with reference to the fact that you have been retained recently for the matter in St. Luke's, I just want to give you an opportunity to indicate whether you misspoke when you provided the year regarding in which you downloaded that.
I did. I apologize. It was in 2023.
And does that reflect the current statement that's published by PRN regarding the size of its members?
Yes, it does.
We'd move to admit, Your Honor.
Does that identify the website you pulled it from, sir?
Yes, it does. At the top, People's Rights.
The website, the internet, how you got there.
From the URL specifically?
I'm just asking. Is it on there?
It is not.
Your testimony is that you downloaded it in 2023 from the PRN website.
Yes, yes it is.
Exhibit 755 is admitted and may be published.
And just for clarity on the record, do you know what the PRN website is?
Yes, it's peoplesrights.org.
Okay. So, Mr. Burkhart, again, referencing what's published by PRN as its membership dates, does that exhibit reflect the membership size that PRN contends it has?
Yes, it states in here that it's over 65,000 people.
Okay. And then I'd like to move to a demonstrative, Exhibit D10, Mr. Bullinger. And is this a demonstrative you prepared just to assist in your testimony to the jury?
Yes, it is.
Can you explain to the jury what you've set out here and what it indicates of relevance to your opinion?
These are the latest numbers we've been able to verify on the People's Rights Network website. It includes that the number of PRN nationwide members we've been able to identify is a total of 40,682. It also includes 415 PRN area and field assistants. Those are their local leaders. Within the state of Idaho, we've identified 4,066 members of the People's Rights Network, including 39 area and field assistants. Nationally, that ranks Idaho third overall, first in per capita in terms of the number of PRN members.
And has the Institute and you all also made an effort to identify the number of PRN disruptions that have occurred?
Yes, we have.
And let me back up, and perhaps you can explain to the jury how you define disruptions for purpose of this type of monitoring.
When we're talking about disruptions, it's not just rallies or demonstrations or protests. We're talking about events that are organized, participated in, or advertised by the People's Rights Network, specifically designed to inhibit normal function of businesses, governmental agencies, or people's lives.
And did you prepare a demonstrative cataloging the number of disturbances relating to PRN?
Yes, I did.
And did you prepare it to assist you in your testimony here today?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd put up exhibit, what we've marked as Exhibit 79, only as a demonstrative.
It may be shown, it's not admitted.
Understood, Your Honor. 789. Well, first, let's talk about what's there. That as we've talked about the number of disturbances. First, maybe to provide some context, have you identified the number of extremist media outlets that Mr. Bundy and PRN have engaged with relating to the St. Luke's matter?
Yes.
And is this demonstrative prepared by you to help illustrate that?
Yes.
And can you explain your findings as it relates to PRN and Mr. Bundy's involvement with other extremist media outlets relating to the matter we're here in the lawsuit?
Mr. Bundy, Mr. Rodriguez, and members of the People's Rights Network rely on extremist media and extremist influencers to spread their message and to rally their forces. Since we began monitoring this activity, those individuals have appeared on these programs as well as more than 90 others.
All relating to St. Luke's and the defamation that we're here to discuss?
That's correct.
If we go to the next page in that exhibit, Mr. Bulger. Did you also prepare this exhibit to assist in your testimony?
Yes, I did.
And what is reflected in this exhibit that relates to your opinion?
As we documented in Ammon's Army, one of the important elements of the People's Rights Network is that it's really an umbrella that's brought together a whole range of different extremist organizations, from militia and 3%er far-right paramilitary type organizations, to street fighting groups like the Proud Boys and Patriot Prayer, to other paramilitary groups like the Oath Keepers, the insurrectionists like the Oath Keepers, and brought them all under one umbrella, working for a common cause and working under a common structure.
Is this exhibit part of 789?
Yes, Your Honor, it's just more of the demonstrative.
Thank you.
If we go on to I believe there's another page, Mr. Bullinger. We can hold on that one, Mr. Bullinger. We'll go to another exhibit if you'd withdraw that one. And I'd like to direct your attention to this page, which is also part of that same demonstrative. Can you explain to the jury what this reflects?
Yes, this you see here featured is a spreadsheet of the 273 different disruptions that the People's Rights Network, Ammon Bundy, and Diego Rodriguez were either involved in directly, helped organize, or helped advertise. And amongst this list, I think that among the notable things we found were that there were 54 of those events targeting public and governmental facilities. That includes things like courthouses and state capitals. In fact, 2 members of the People's Rights Network have been convicted for their involvement in the January 6th insurrection. Many others have been experienced arrest or because of these disruptions. Another 38 of them have occurred at hospitals and public facilities. In fact, the incident at St. Luke's wasn't the first time that they forced a hospital into lockdown. It was the 3rd time they'd done it. First, in June of 2020, in Olympia, Washington, a large group of PRN supporters showed up at the hospital, forced the hospital into lockdown over the issue around vaccination status of a child. That incident became a celebration moment for the People's Rights Network and really became a model for them to use. Then again, in January of 2020, although they had a smaller crowd in attendance, they escalated the level of violence at a hospital in Vancouver, Washington, where that small group tried to break into the hospital, forcing it into lockdown. The incident was captured on film to where more than 20 police officers were positioned to keep them from breaking down the glass doors, and in fact pepper spray had to be deployed to keep them out of the hospital. We documented another 35 similar disruptions, not as graphic, but many other attacks on hospitals and public facilities. 33, more than 30 of these events were targeted at disrupting schools and school boards. And probably most disturbingly, 33 of them were targeted at the homes of public officials.
I appreciate that overview, Mr. Burkhardt. If I could, I'd like to ask you some questions to kind of bring it closer home here to Treasure Valley.
Sure.
The Treasure Valley. So let me just ask you quickly, is Mr. Bundy particularly active in the disturbances that occur in the Treasure Valley?
Yes.
What's his role, based on the Institute's research, in either coordinating or overseeing or directing the disturbances in the Treasure Valley?
Mr. Bundy often plays a hands-on role in orchestrating and amplifying the events. He also plays a behind-the-scenes coordinating events. He also plays a public relations role in terms of trying to garner additional support and raise funds around these events.
Thank you. And how many of these events have occurred within what you're monitoring here? How many of these events occurred in the Treasure Valley?
More than 50. It's the highest concentration of activity of anywhere in the country where we've seen this level of disruption.
And I'd like to ask you about an exhibit, 780, and Mr. Bullinger, hold off on putting it up yet. As part of your preparation for your testimony regarding the activities of PRN in the Treasure Valley, did you download any videos relating to disruptions at the homes of individuals?
Yes, many.
Okay. And then I'd like to ask you some questions about what's been marked, again, as Exhibit 780, which is a video regarding disruption at the home of Judge Manweiler. Did you download that video?
I'm going to need you to approach and explain relevance to me.
Certainly.
How is this about relevance to these images? When did this occur with Judge Manuel?
Months before we heard while Mr. Manning was playing a role in trespasses. It's a serious response to Mr. Trespass.
So I think you've established that there's been a number of disturbances. Whether or not you get to go into each and every disturbance in the Treasure Valley, it becomes cumulative at some point.
I appreciate the direction. And we do have videos of this and other disturbances that happen in the past.
I just don't think we need to.
Understood. I appreciate the direction.
Okay. You may proceed.
So in the interest of time, Mr. Burkhart, could you just describe the types of disruptions that were occurring specifically in the Treasure Valley, specifically relating to Mr. Bundy and any court appearances he might be having that were occurring in the months or half year leading up to the incidents at the hospital?
Yes, I'd be happy to.
Could you describe those?
Certainly. At the home at several different homes after or during trials for trespass and other related disturbance-related incidences, Ammon Bundy and his followers of the People's Rights Network often targeted the homes of judges, law enforcement officers, and other public officials engaged in those cases, at which time they would show up at the homes, protest, disrupt, often for hours, sometimes honking horns, sometimes distributing literature to neighborhoods, calling the people participating pedophiles and child traffickers, and creating scenes at the homes of these local public officials.
Thank you, Mr. Burkhart. I'd like to move on to what you've identified as the second opinion that you're offering. Mr. Bollinger, if we could go to that demonstrative. Could you read that, Mr. Burkhart, to the jury?
Certainly. Opinion 2. PRN's objectives are to take over the government, to impose its radical far-right vision on people. PRN declares a desire for governmental power to be used to protect the righteous against the wicked. PRN seeks to establish a type of armed, enclave-style neighborhood nationalism, where righteous neighbors stand against the wicked. PRN defines the wicked using far-right conspiracism, racism, anti-Semitism, anti-indigenous, and anti-transgender sentiment.
And Your Honor, we have an exhibit 776 that was authenticated in the second declaration of Mr. McCraney at paragraph 17.
Relevance. How is this exhibit relevant?
It's relevant, Your Honor, in that it's an example of Mr. Bundy engaging in the type of activity that Mr. Burkhart just described.
Time period.
The time period, Your Honor, is at or around the founding of PRN, but it references, well, Mr. Burkhart, to aid Your Honor, what does the exhibit 776, what we refer to as a whiteboard video, what does that relate to?
It relates to the structure and tactics of the People's Rights Network and Ammon Bundy at or near the founding of the organization.
Mr. Bundy is in the video?
Yes, Your Honor.
And when can you refresh my recollection on the founding of PRN?
March of 2020.
Exhibit
Is 776, Your Honor.
776 may be admitted and is admitted and may be published.
Mr. Bulger, would you pull up 776 DBB, which is a clip from Exhibit 776?
Medical, so on and so forth. We're going to get equipped. And to start training with each other. We're going to start training on how to secure a home, how to secure an area, how to defend an area, how to clear an area, how to travel, how to communicate. All of these things that need to be done, we're going to be training on that. We're going to be working on it. So that, let's say we go a couple times a month, and maybe we're working on our communication. We might have radios, we know what frequencies, we might have earpieces, and so that we can equip or communicate with each other in an action type scenario. We've got our weapons, we've got plenty of ammunitions, we've got medical supplies and training, and we're doing this so that we can become an actual unit, organized units of defense. And our job is to basically, when needed, to become a team of defense. And it might be simply helping somebody clean out their basement because there was a flood. Or it might be actually standing and surrounding a neighbor's home in physical, defense with our arms and hands.
So, Mr. Burkhart, can you explain to the jury why you believe that video and what's set out there is relevant to the threat that existed, that was posed by PRN and Mr. Bundy to St. Luke's at the time of the disruption at the hospital?
Certainly. In the video, you saw Mr. Bundy refer to both the NOD system, or the Neighborhood Organized Defense System, and the so-called SOUND system, or which was their system of getting people to rapidly and in a coordinated fashion show up armed in protest and to disrupt or to quote-unquote defend. It bears all the tactics of a militia-style paramilitary organization in terms of the focus and the nature of the training, and it bears all of the other trappings of similar extremist organizations. What it also shows is a willingness to engage in those activities in a quick, rapid, successive manner.
And based on the Institute's monitoring and your monitoring of PRN, at the time that the disruptions occurred at St. Luke's in March of 2002, had Mr. Bundy had in place some of the systems for armed response that are referenced in that video?
Yes.
And is it your opinion that the organizations that were described there in Mr. Bundy that were in fact in place at the time of the disruption posed a significant risk to St. Luke's and the plaintiffs here?
Yes, very much so.
And does that system that's in place now, given the context of what's being stated continually by Mr. Bundy and PRN, does that system continue to pose a risk to St. Luke's and the plaintiffs?
Yes, I believe so.
In fact, a risk beyond St. Luke's and the plaintiffs?
Yes.
I'd like to move on to what was identified as your third opinion in this matter, Mr. Burkhart. Mr. Bulger, can you bring up opinion 3? And Mr. Burkhart, could you read your third opinion relating to this matter to the jury?
I'd be happy to. Opinion 3. Bundy controls PRN. The organization is a fairly typically structured extremist group. Bundy sits atop the hierarchy, though in an unnamed, unspecified position. He is the main spokesperson for the group, and it appears he has complete access to all the individual member information. Bundy is the network's leader and directs and promotes the network. Bundy oversees state and area assistance. those charged with coordinating activities and controlling access to information. PRN has a substantial and active Idaho chapter that Ammon Bundy leads and oversees.
So could you explain to the jury, well, first, let me just get some clarification on one component of that. You state that Mr. Bundy controls PRN. With reference to what we're here about today, what has your research and the Institute's research, what does it indicate regarding Mr. Bundy's control of PRN at or around the time of the disturbances at St. Luke's?
It indicates several things. First and foremost, Ammon Bundy and Ammon Bundy alone would have been the only one able to send out a number of the alerts to get People's Rights Network followers to St. Luke's. Secondly, Ammon Bundy and Ammon Bundy alone was the person who has the literal keys to the access of their text messaging system, which is the way they communicate with members. So he would have been the only one able to send out those text alerts to encourage that rapid response of what they call their nod system. And thirdly, Ammon Bundy was the most vocal spokesperson, using his YouTube channel and using other media outlets to try to gain a heightened level of awareness and agitation around this event.
Thank you. And if we could just move quickly, Mr. Bullinger, to a demonstrative that is D110. Or excuse me, yeah, D10. And is this a demonstrative you prepared?
Yes.
And again, I know we've put this up before, but perhaps with reference to this, can you explain the significance of some of those points based on the opinion you just expressed?
In particular, of importance of immediacy are the nearly over 4,000 members that the People's Rights Network has in Idaho who were mobilized around the St. Luke's siege. Moreover, they send out that broadcast. Unlike the vast majority of alerts, this one went out nationally to all of their members, all more than 40,000 members nationwide, to converge on St. Luke's. It was a call to arms. It was an attempt to bring out as many individuals as they could to disrupt the hospital and its processing of the infant.
And you've been, I've asked you some questions relating to, Mr. Bundy's role and control of PRN and their size as it relates to that lockdown at St. Luke's. But let me ask it more broadly. We've heard, and what is established as a fact in a complaint, and we heard in Mr. Roth's testimony about the phone calls that flooded the system, causing the St. Luke's system to overload. What is your understanding of Mr. Bundy's ability to control, through these same devices you're talking about, disturbances and attacks like that?
During the course of this activity, we witnessed Mr. Bundy put out calls on his YouTube channel, as well as text messages to flood the system at St. Luke's and to come to the facility, so both of them.
And is it your conclusion and the Institute's conclusion that the flooding of the phone lines at St. Luke's were likely associated by directives that came directly from Mr. Bundy?
Yes.
Can we move on to Mr. Bulger to opinion number 4? Mr. Burkhart, could you read to the jury your 4th opinion?
Certainly. Before I do, could I get some water?
Of course.
Is there none in the picture, sir?
I think it's empty.
You may.
Appreciate it.
You can hand that to me, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You had a chance to get a drink, Mr. Burkhart?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So again, with reference to the 4th opinion you're offering here, could you read that to the jury, sir?
Certainly. Opinion 4. Diego Rodriguez is a key figure in PRN. He's a frequent speaker at PRN events, including early meetings that gave rise to the organization. Rodriguez is an active member in PRN, facilitates the network's growth, and coordinates PRN's messaging and communications with Bundy. While having less authority than Bundy, Rodriguez speaks for the network and acts on the network's behalf.
And Mr. Bullinger, could you bring up what is demonstrative, or excuse me, what is Exhibit 611 that's previously been admitted at page 59? And if I've got this correct, Mr. Burkhart, this is part of your report, is it not? The Institute's report?
Yeah, that's correct.
And with reference to the opinion that you're offering regarding Mr. Rodriguez's influence and role in PRN, would you identify for the jury what's reflected on there and what this is within the context of the report you prepared on Ammon's Army?
What you see there is a profile of Diego Rodriguez. In the report, we profiled about a dozen different high-profile key leaders within the organization. This was Mr. Rodriguez's.
So is it fair to say, just so we can put the chain of events in place, before the St. Luke's incident, your institute was already monitoring and identifying Mr. Rodriguez as a key member in this extremist group?
Yes.
And again, to place that opinion, if we could go back to opinion 4, Mr. Bullinger. To tie that opinion 4 to why we're here today, what's the significance, or why did you develop this opinion as it relates to addressing this particular issue that we're here for today?
In this instance, Diego Rodriguez operates essentially as the second in command of the People's Rights Network. He and Ammon Bundy work extremely close together, both at the People's Rights Network as well as through the Ammon Bundy for Governor campaign and many other operations. They have a long history over the last 3 years of being closely intertwined and connected, and Rodriguez is one of the most influential figures inside the network.
And as it relates, and to be clear, was your group, even before being retained by St. Luke's, was monitoring the activities of Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez as it related to the disruptions at St. Luke's?
Yes.
And based on that monitoring that you were seeing and in the context of this opinion, did you see the type of coordination that you previously referenced and the role Mr. Rodriguez plays within PRN playing out in the disruptions at St. Luke's?
In fact, we saw a higher level and degree of coordination between Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Bundy's messaging than we'd ever seen before.
Could we move on to opinion number 5? And this is a long one, Mr. Burkhart. And perhaps if you just want to make use of that demonstrative to reflect your opinion or summarize your opinion as it relates to the events we're here for.
Certainly. Diego Rodriguez is the founder of the Freedom Tabernacle Church in Boise, Idaho, a church that promotes Christian dominion, described as taking a duty of taking dominion over the earth, an objective to impose a version of Christianity overall. Mr. Rodriguez has used the trappings and tenets of Christianity to mask his political agenda and to use it to guide much of the activities of his organization as well as many of the others listed in this case.
Thanks. And the types of, you make reference in this opinion to, some of these theories or tenets that Mr. Rodriguez espouses. Did you see those playing out in the attacks and disruptions at St. Luke's?
Yes, much of the language used in this opinion were rhetorical flourishes used by Rodriguez during the siege at St. Luke's, including the use of the kind of conspiracism around the LGBTQ community, the language around the wicked and the righteous, and most specifically, you saw the kind of anti-LGBTQ bigotry on display in a lot of these instances, something that Mr. Rodriguez has written quite extensively and spoken quite extensively on.
But to tie that to why we're here today, were you here for the portion of Mr. Roth's testimony that played the email, or excuse me, that put the email threat regarding DOTR up on the screen?
Yes.
So with reference to that, and also in that same exhibit, there was a reference to, I apologize for this, faggot. So if we take this in context with your opinion, did you see the use of anti-gay hate speech and this Christian dominionism play out in the messaging of Mr. Rodriguez and PRN as it was directed at St. Luke's and other individuals targeted?
Yes, extensively.
And why, especially again, placing it in the context of St. Luke's and the disruptions that were occurring, the targeting of individuals, why is it that Mr. Rodriguez, based on your research and the Institute's perspective, why does he use that hate speech? What purpose does it have with relating to his objectives?
That sort of rhetoric serves a couple of different purposes. One is it identifies an other. It provides them targets of attack to dehumanize and to degrade. Secondly, it allows him to further animate his base of followers. I think both of those things were on display throughout the St. Luke siege.
Thank you. So we can move on to opinion 6. Could you read opinion 6 to the jury?
I'd be happy to. Opinion 6. Rodriguez has a long history of self-promotion, seeking financial gain, and has desperately sought political relevance. He advertises himself as a skilled marketer and frequently uses his family to promote himself, his personal brand, and his various financial schemes.
Okay. And that opinion that you've stated there, attaching the relevance to what we saw at St. Luke's and the attacks against the plaintiffs and others, can you tell me what the tie is between this and what you and your group saw playing out and what you've seen in the research relating to the St. Luke's disturbance that you reviewed since?
Certainly. In the St. Luke's situation, you have to remember that it was at a time when COVID-19 was on the decline, as was the animosity towards COVID-19 health restrictions, and Ammon Bundy was looking for new ways to animate his followers. As a skilled marketer, he realized that he could move from issues around the pandemic to issues around children, specifically around child trafficking, as a way to not only animate his current followers and get them to continue to support his work, but also to find new supporters as well. So using his marketing skills, he used, in this case, both those skills and his family as a way to pivot his work and the work of the People's Rights Network away from COVID to child trafficking and the kind of conspiracies that go along with the stealing of children and pedophilia, et cetera.
And now that I appreciate that context, and so we can get did you prepare some demonstratives to give the jury a better sense of Mr. Rodriguez's background?
Yes.
Mr. Bullinger, could you put up demonstrative exhibit 789 at page 3? And can you, again, in the context of what you referred to regarding Mr. Rodriguez's marketing efforts, can you explain to the jury what this reflects regarding Mr. Rodriguez's background?
These are several of the different properties or web properties that Mr. Rodriguez controls, including something called Power Marketing Agency, his political group Freedom Man and Freedom Man Press, another power marketing outfit called Pantheon, his church called Freedom Tabernacle, and his publication arm called Dominion Books.
And again, tying it to what we saw play out against St. Luke's based on your research regarding that event after the event had occurred, did Mr. Rodriguez make use of these resources with regard to the attacks on St. Luke's and the plaintiffs here?
Yes.
Can you give just an example to the jury of how he used some of the resources that he had that you posted up there to target St. Luke's and the plaintiffs?
Freedom Man Press, for instance, became a source where some of the most defamatory information regarding the individuals at St. Luke was published, including a lot of information doxing of nurses and practitioners and others at the hospital.
Thank you. Could we move on to the next opinion, if we could, Mr. Bullinger? And Mr. Burkhart, again, could I ask you to read, well, first, does this accurately reflect one of the opinions that you've arrived at in this case?
It does.
And so could you read that to the jury?
I'm happy to. Opinion 7. In addition to PRN, Bundy and Rodriguez worked together on the Bundy for Governor campaign. PRN was intertwined with the Bundy for Governor campaign, as was Rodriguez's Freedom Man website.
And can you give specific examples of how that played out in the context of the attacks against St. Luke's and the plaintiffs?
Yes.
Would you please identify perhaps a couple of what you believe are the best examples of that type of integration? And Mr. Bowler, you can leave that up if you would.
Yeah, the intertwined nature was important. You saw emails go out from the Bundy for Governor campaign referencing both Freedom Man and the People's Rights Network, specifically regarding calls to action around the infant. You saw them also continuing to use the People's Rights Network website to promote the more defamatory pieces on Freedom Man, and you saw the Bundy for Governor campaign also being referenced by both Freedom Man and PRN, and them using PRN and Freedom Man events also as campaign stops for the organization.
So if I could just perhaps ask you to break that down into some smaller pieces. Am I understanding correctly that based on your analysis and research of what occurred relating to St. Luke's, that Mr. Bundy was using these events to draw, in coordination with Freedom Man, to drive viewers and, I guess, eyes to the governor for the Bundy for Governor campaign?
That's correct.
And if I understood you correctly, was there referencing back to Freedom Man on the Bundy for Governor campaign websites?
That's correct.
And again, tying it to this, did you see any type of pattern within the integration of the messaging between these organizations that was attempting to use the incident regarding the infant to expand donations and, well, I should say viewership and donations and membership?
Yes, it was a heavily orchestrated carbon copy campaign.
Could we move on to opinion 8, Mr. Bulliger? And this is a long one, but it's a significant one, I believe, Mr. Burkhart. So would you mind reading this one to the jury?
I'd be happy to. Opinion 8. Bundy, Rodriguez, and PRN pose a real and present danger to the community and to public servants. While Bundy, Rodriguez, and PRN speak in terms of defending rights, they define defense and rights in such a way that they really are just advocating the use of violence to reach their objective of imposing their desired type of Christian nationalist government on others. PRN's leadership and membership includes paramilitary and militia-type group members. PRN was established and operates as an, quote-unquote, Uber-like militia response system. PRN's messaging is intended to incite fear and promote violence. PRN uses harassment, intimidation, threats of violence, and doxing to silence those it opposes and push its agenda. PRN is willing and able to use violence to accomplish its objectives.
So you made a reference within that opinion to Mr. Bundy, Rodriguez, and PRN speak in terms of defending rights, and they define defense and rights in such a way that they're really just advocating the use of violence to reach their objective. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you give us an example, again, in the context of the events we're here for, in which Mr. Bundy and PRN took the action that you would say that's reflects this defining of defense and rights in such a way that it advocates violence?
I think it's important to understand with Ammon Bundy and the People's Rights Network that there's often a tremendous disconnect between what they say publicly and what they do in action. Their rhetoric often completely is dissimilar from the reality. In this case, they define they never define rights. It's never defined other than platitudes around life, liberty, and property. But they use it as a cudgel to justify using violence for their particular political aims.
And if we were to look, for example, at the assertions relating to defending rights in storming St. Luke's to take the infant back, could you explain within the context of this framework how that fits within what you're talking about, defining rights to justify violence?
Yes, in the PRN system, according to PRN training, you are allowed to use violence to take action to things that you feel are unjust or wrong. They actually have a flow chart and a checklist of how you can go through and when it's right and wrong to engage in acts of violence or threats or intimidation. In this case, while they talked about defending the rights of the parents, the reality is that they were, in fact, engaging in these kinds of disruption, not only denying the rights of those hospital employees and everyone else in the area, the right to not be harassed, doxxed, or intimidated because of their actions, but also it threatened the very life and the rights of the child and put the rights of that child at risk.
So you mentioned a term, doxing. Can you explain what you mean when you use that term, dox?
I'm going to ask you if you can make a note of where you're at.
Certainly, Your Honor.
5 o'clock.
Oh.
And it's been a long day, so I think I would like to stop the inquiry at this point.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, tonight, you're going to have a longer rest period because tomorrow you are not coming back. I have other obligations tomorrow, so you'll be back Thursday morning, and we'll start with you at 8:30. We won't have any furniture moving, so I intend to start on time. Because this is a little bit longer period of time, it's important that you follow the admonitions of the court previously given. Do not allow yourself to be approached about this case. Do not do any research regarding this case. Do not discuss the case with anyone. And I'll ask you on Thursday morning if anything has happened to affect your qualifications. So at this time, you are excused for the evening, and I'll see you Thursday morning at 8:30.
All rise.
Sir, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So counsel, I would like counsel and the parties here at 8 a.m. on Thursday for any matters we need to take up outside the presence of the jury. Further, I would like counsel to provide to the court, prior to every witness, the exhibits you intend to use, and if Rule 902 applies to those exhibits, and have that identified for the court. There's obviously a number of notebooks, and the numbers vary widely. So if I had an idea of which books I need exactly, that would be helpful to the court for each witness. Who do you intend to call on Thursday after you finish with the current witness?
Dave Jepson, Your Honor.
Okay. Any other witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. We also intend to put Zach McCraney up just to get some documents into evidence. Let me just check, Your Honor. We've had a little bit of a flex. We do have others, but let me just check real quickly because we've had a little bit of movement. But we do have others. We have a full slate set, Your Honor. Your Honor, we're coordinating with some people's schedules, but I'd be happy to send your clerk a name of the balance that we intend. We want to check the balance we would intend. We can get that to the clerk this evening. Your Honor, another thing I did promise you was I promised you that we would get you the sites within the video exhibits of the clips, and we'll be prepared when we present clips to be able to provide that for the record going forward.
Thank you. You can send the additional witness list to both Mr. Nelson and Mr. Hill. I don't know when you intend to do argument. During the status conference, I reserved a final ruling regarding your request for adverse inferences. When do you wish to do the argument on that issue?
I think we could do that on Monday, Your Honor. Well, I forgot you have an obligation after Monday. We would be prepared if the court had time on Friday to do that. Or if you'd like more time, Your Honor, we could really do it any time that's best for your schedule.
I appreciate that. Probably we may be able to find a time on Friday, maybe at the end of the day, where we might be able to take that up. And if I find it necessary to take it under advisement, I would have the weekend to take it under advisement. So tomorrow we'll be going to approximately...
Tomorrow's dark, right?
I mean, Thursday, Mr. Clerk. Did we get that other matter moved to 4:30? All right, so you can plan on going till 4:30 on Thursday, and then I need to take up a different case. So obviously the court is in a slightly unusual situation of not having a defendant to raise objections. It's not a role I'm comfortable with. I'm not the fact finder in this case, but at some point, certain questions I've objected to because I think without further edification of the court, your reason for asking that question or whether or not a exception to the hearsay rule applies, I think you're overstepping the rules of evidence. I don't want to interject myself, so I'm just directing you to think about the rules of evidence before you ask certain questions to avoid the court having to raise an objection as to any questions, because I don't think that's my role, but if there is such a question such that it is an obvious, in my opinion, obvious violation of the rules of evidence, I will interject myself.
Understood, Your Honor.
Any other matters to take up?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 8 a.m. on Thursday. Thank you very much.
We need to get all our stuff out. Christy, did you get all your stuff, Christy? No.
No, we'll be all taken except just a power strip and. I usually take most of it with me at this now.
Demonstrative.
I don't think so.
Okay, what I'm thinking we can do, Rick, is, once we know the notebooks per witness, then we can just pull those notebooks out and maybe just put them
Yeah,
back here for that witness.
yeah, and I need a table for up here, for over here. So 803 is the video, right? So that's what they're gonna be supplying me? Because I don't see 803, because you've got the last book right here for you.
803. 803 is the amended complaint,
Oh, the amended complaint?
and they gotta redact that,
Oh, okay, then they'll give me a copy of that?
yeah.
Okay, 611.
Anything I can have them do differently to make your job easier?
Sit down. Lovely.
Just no more complaints to be read.
They got these all marked.
Say that again? Oh, I haven't seen, they probably sent it to Rick or to Dan. So then you can just copy that in, because there were parts that are, you know, we just had a line through. Is the microphone off, Rick?
I don't have it recorded.
Okay.
No, I turned. It should be, well, hold on.
I'm going to, I don't know, this is just somewhat confusing. It's a lot. Yeah. We'll get through it. You take a break tomorrow.
I am.
Is Judge Sheckler?
They don't have any me doing anything tomorrow.
Oh, good. Give your fingers a rest.
Because Thursday and Friday will be long, right?
This whole list is long. I think pulling from my 10 different boxes.
Yeah.
Full crap.
I mean, we're gonna have to, these aren't, I don't think, all gonna be admitted, I hope.
No, but that's why I think in the morning or at night, I've got to stamp all of the exhibits. And then day of, before they go back to deliberations, I need to clip out whatever's been admitted.
So was this one yours for down there?
I think so, yeah. 789, or that one that was up here is yours. So you had 3 up here.
I had 2, so that could be my third one.
Hold on. These are all messed up. 515. No, I think it's mine. 515 to 634.
I think I just had 2 on my desk.
Okay. Let's go right here. That's what I was looking for, because the next one I need.
See, I think that's what we need to do.
611.
What we need to do with terms.
611. Yeah, and they're gonna provide me with, they're gonna label at the top of the box. 166. All right, let's do that. 71. 72. Okay. All marked. Hopefully we'll have that amended complaint redacted.
Hopefully what?
I'll have that amended complaint redacted. Thursday.
One more to do here. 6. 2.
Okay, I pulled up the. Got more guilty plea advisories.
Oh, good. I'm going to take this. There's a set of instructions over here. Are these? I've got like a bunch of sets. Do you have?
Just gonna show them. Are we done? Or do you need-
I don't know. I have like more than one set over here.
Oh, I had a couple copies made,
Okay.
so I'm not gonna worry about it. Fourth Amendment complaint right there. Is that redacted?
I don't know. It says redacted, but there's two different redactions. This is a different redaction, so. This
Okay,
one,
never mind then.
I'll take this pile. Is this from my office, 9144?
Sure. Interesting.
Yeah. It's kind of hard without a monitor. I'm looking at this sideways,
Yeah.
but does she just want to keep this thing charged, I guess? Should I unplug it, Rick?
Oh yeah, well, yeah, because it should pop back on. I don't want it to catch on fire or anything.
Yeah. I'll just leave that there.
Yeah.
I'll leave that one there.
I'll leave that and do that.
One pen here. Okay.